Okay.
How about, what is this? Is this T-Dub? How about T-Dub?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fuck you. You called me a nobody. Fuck you.
You're a nobody.
I didn't
T-Dub.
call you a nobody. You just had yourself
you did.
muted, dude.
When you started this
I mean,
bullshit,
you
you
can
said,
be a nobody.
I want to pick
That's
someone
okay
who's a
if you want to
nobody.
take it that way.
If you
You're
click on
I'm
her,
not a
he's
just
fucking
being
nobody.
angry
Fuck
for
you.
no reason.
He's a
You're
flat
just
earth
being
mod.
angry for no reason. I chose
You
you,
just called him a
so
nobody,
just stop.
dude, bro. Come on.
He's not a nobody. He's talking to me the same way I'm talking to him. He's not a nobody. What the hell's wrong with you people?
Okay, so now test the person you picked. And I proved to you that he knows how to defend himself. Without any
You didn't. He needs to prove to me himself that he can defend himself. You
Hurry
can't
up and
prove
ask
that to me.
Floor's all yours. We're all gonna.
Okay, well then the beginning of the conversation was, can you explain drop over distance, please? And then we can go from there. And I'm only talking to T-Dub.
Laughable.
All right, shit.
Otherwise known as rise over run. So you'd establish a horizontal plane of reference, and then according to that horizontal plane of reference, you determine changes in elevation, whether it's in the plus or the minus. Easy.
Damn, you fucked
Usually
up,
established
Pikachu.
above sea level, right?
You
From
can
sea
see
level, extending out in a horizontal plane. That's how we tell what's above sea level and what's below sea level.
Ouch. Gotta hurt.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't disagree with you, but just give me 1 second. My
He won
kid
then.
just
The flat
woke
earther
up.
won because
I did.
Well, you should've.
No
You
offense.
won.
I don't put
He
this
won, he
over
got-
like my personal life. My kid just woke up. If you can just give me like 1 second,
Alright,
man.
don't worry.
I
You already
heard that
beat you, though.
excuse before.
You
Yeah,
should
go
have
and deal with
disagreed
your
with him.
family.
Sea
more.
level is
My
curved.
kid just woke up. I heard that one before. Yeah.
He beat
Yeah,
him.
just
I
give me a
mean,
couple
it's
of
no
seconds.
offense. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
my
like
kid
don't
just
have
woke up, too.
kids.
Yeah,
Hurry
his
up, then.
kid. He's still
Just
talking
give
though.
me a couple.
His kid just
lost
woke
to a
up
flat
and he's still
earther.
talking.
I did.
Just give him a couple of seconds to
Hey,
use ChatGPT, guys.
bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah, he did,
Give
Ben.
him his
I
chance.
don't need Chat
Tell him again,
GPT.
Ben.
I hear you, but man, like I didn't disagree with you, but bro,
Ben,
you
tell him
have
again.
to give
Okay.
me a minute.
This is how it's
I guess
gonna go. Stick yourself on mute. Go deal with your child and come back. Obviously, it's an emergency. so
Okay,
fuck off.
thank you.
Yeah,
fuck
once
off.
you're
That's
done
how he
looking up
lies.
Chat GPT, then you come back.
He agreed twice
take-
that sea level is a plane. It's a ball.
Yeah, he has
lost
no
to a
clue
flat
what T-Dub
He
said to
lost.
him.
I didn't even. Oh my god, hold
Quick,
on. I
there's
gotta
an
hold on.
emergency. Your child. Go.
I think the kid went back to sleep or something. Seems that he's still here talking.
Well, I wonder if Ben and Jerry's got any evidence that sea level is a ball.
It sucks to lose to a flat earther. How freak at you?
That's why they're all fucking salty
My
upstairs.
evidence that sea level is a ball is I live at the ocean here.
Damn. What are you, Aquaman? Fuck's going on?
No, I just see the crab boats go out and the fishing boats go out and they disappear over the horizon every day.
Yeah, but can you tell us again how Freakachu lost to a flat earther?
Yeah. He agreed that sea level was a plane and he lost.
Damn.
Yeah, that's where he should have disagreed for sure.
And then he agreed again.
Twice. So he lost twice, not once, but twice.
He conceded to
Two
the flat
doubles.
Earth. So you got a flat earther there in your ranks. He's not going to admit it. He's going to be a flat earther in denial, of course. He won't admit it, but I mean, he conceded it, so.
I'm not conceding it, but you really have to give me a minute.
Dude,
He
realize
lost so
what you conceded.
confidently twice. Let's see
Twice,
if
dude.
he'll do it the
I heard
third
it.
time.
Dude, it took him 5 minutes to pick a person, and now he probably needs 10 minutes to process what was said.
But he still beat him though. The flat earthers was right. They picked her as
Yeah,
valid,
I
and he
was
beat
right.
him.
I was right with the premise that every flat earther in here can defend himself, and he
And
doesn't
he
need
won.
any.
He did beat him, yeah.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
all here. We saw it. Heard it. Saw it.
See, this is the difference between self-thinking people and people who need someone to, to look up to and say, "Oh, this is my leader. He can tell you the wise knowledge of a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. He knows it. He can speak for me. I don't know anything. I'm just a cult member.
Hey,
I bow down to my leaders."
9K, what did your professor say? Is he down for it?
I haven't gotten a chance to talk to them yet.
Take him a latte, man. He'll be warmed up to it. Be like,
it's
nice.
it's 6:47 in the morning. Class doesn't start for another 2.5 hours, but when it does, I'll get back to you.
Take him a warm pastry and a latte. Kind of, you know.
Just go grab a few pastries and hit the teachers' lounge.
Yeah.
So surely someone will take them up.
Well, I mean, if you guys want to talk about, I mean, I'm not taking any science classes right now, but if you guys want to talk about mathematics, I can get my calculus professor in here.
I just changed their diaper. This motherfucker just bit the shit out of me. Jesus Christ.
Hey, that sounds like an emergency, dude. We're gonna talk to this other guy though.
He's in. Well, the reason he said he's an overnight nurse. The guy who just said that. So he's.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
9K, get a professor in the Flat Earth call. That'd be great.
You know what?
Great,
Honestly,
that'd be
dude,
awesome.
I would love to. I actually sometimes I like listening to the stuff in here. I don't join here often, not as often as I used to. This was actually the first channel that I joined when I joined this Discord server.
Were you
'cause-
here 2 minutes ago with the Flat Earther just like demolished the Roundy guy? Like twice? Yeah, twice in like 1 minute.
That was embarrassing.
It was great.
See, that's why they stick to anything but the arguments. Because that's what happens when they go there.
Oh, we got Hemlock in here. He was trying to go, but nobody heard him. So I did.
Yeah,
What's
this
up,
is-
Sorry,
joke.
what? I wasn't listening.
Ah, that's cool, man. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
No, I'm naked and beating my wiener right now.
Oh my god, another degenerate. Just fucking remove him.
Well, I mean,
That is like the worst thing. I mean, man, like, you know, you got to engage in some conversation.
Well, what's
At
worse
some
is he's
point.
doing it to a bunch of flat earthers on Discord.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you
pretty
know,
bad.
there's
That's
very
what
few
I'm-
things that I agree with you guys on, right? But I think one of the things that I do agree with you guys on is people who come in, and you know, I experience this sometimes in the other voice chat when I'm talking about U.S. politics, for example, right? And you know, people who refuse to have a genuine intellectual discussion and just want to come in and troll all the time, you know, they're the ones who have the least knowledge on things, right? They could benefit from some conversation. You know?
I agree. Every now and
9K
again,
for
I mean, they don't
founder.
have. It doesn't have to always be a troll. Come on. I mean, come on. Does it? I mean,
Nope.
can break away from that at least one day.
9K is
We got-
right. Like people who don't want to actually have conversations, they just suck.
Agreed. Oh, we got some new people in here. We can talk to those guys. We got user 127.
hurts because I pressed it too hard.
So since there's
Against
just trolls
the
around,
bed.
You're the moron.
I just want to say we had a prime example of someone who was actually intellectually honest today, and it's Ghost Rider. So today he has the podium of number one of being a newcomer and being intellectually honest, which is
Well,
very nice. It was refreshing.
Yeah, here's the
to-
thing
this
too.
morning.
He's also seeing for himself what it sounds like for somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe to defend it, and you know, there's no
Yeah,
short of like people
exactly.
coming in here and not defending it. This is what heritage.
You're
is.
right, man. You're right. The funny thing is this: when I had this beautiful conversation this morning, I told him, "You're gonna see when you stay here for 7 days, all kinds of crap going on. People
Degeneracy.
incapable of defending, the degeneracy." And it didn't even took 7 days. It just took like 1.5 hours to almost have the full spectrum grasp. So, Ghost Rider, there you go, man.
Well, yeah, they're the reason why people become flat earthers, because there is no logically consistent arguments coming from their side. There's only trollish ways and degeneracy. That nobody can think for themselves anymore. It sounds like. I don't know. Maybe we can look to user 1275, whatever your name is. Do you think the Earth's a globe? Oh, he just muted. Oh, he got muted. Never mind. Maybe not him.
I can take him off, but he was just doing exactly the same as the last dude.
Yeah, let's see. User, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
So, do you think the Earth's a globe, and can you defend that position of it being a globe?
No.
Excellent. How about Pops down at the bottom?
Hey, don't bring me into it. I'm just listening.
Another lurker. Yeah, you can have a seat, man. No worries.
I hate politics. I hate religion. I hate the flat
You,
Earth,
you sound
globe
like that
Earth.
one Smurf that used to always hate everything. I hate that. You know, you always say that kind of kids
I'm
back
just
in the 80s.
listening.
Remember that?
I'm just here
Yeah,
for the
listen
show.
away, dude. What else we got in here? We got Major.
He's
Major
Oscar
AI.
the Grouchy, hates everything.
Yeah, Oscar used to do that. Major here? Is he a Glober?
Do you guys still do your weekly
Yeah, I
event?
believe in Globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got one. We got one. Major, can you defend the Earth as a globe?
Probably not.
Oh, for God's sakes! Who else we got in here? Is that it? Oh, we got that one weird-looking avatar guy. At the bottom.
A lot of beliefs in here tonight.
Oh, we got Echoplex. Isn't he a Glober?
Think so.
I think so. Echoplex, if you're there, we'd like to talk to you. If you're able.
Hey,
No?
question.
Nah, that ain't no good, Nike. We can't hear shit, dude. What'd you
Oh,
say?
that internet is trash.
Bill, you went across to the other room to drag all these people in here for the debate. You must be pretty disappointed at this point so far.
Bill Hicks, if you're there.
He's AFK.
I want that one
Hey,
guy that
AB, have you debated Peter the Universir, the flat Universir?
no, is he a new guy?
I don't know. I saw him the other day. He's the best one so far that I've seen.
Nice.
For the globe.
All right.
Yeah, bring him in here. Tell him that
My
it's a good
penis is flat.
Is my mic working
Yeah,
now?
you know he's talking
Yeah,
about
I
Alpha,
don't-
don't you?
Yeah.
I think he probably has a different time schedule.
Well, when you
So-
see him, tell him, yeah, I'd like to have a chat.
Alpha Veritas, I have a question for you. Actually, I haven't gotten a chance to ask you this, but what was your point in life where you decided, or where you became a flat earther, right? What was your turning point?
It was back in 2015. I was actually doing some just browsing on the internet and clicking a few videos that were like conspiracy type stuff. And as I was going through that, one video popped up and it said Bruce Lee proves the earth is flat. And it was like a clickbait video thumbnail. The thumbnail itself was just like had a picture of Bruce Lee's face and a cup of water. It looked like it was spilling over at the very top left corner of the thumbnail. And I was like, okay, this is good for a laugh. I don't know what the hell it is, but I clicked on it and it was like Eric DeBay's 200 proofs or whatever. And, Eric DeBay talking about like all the 200 proofs of why the earth is flat. And one of the segments that they had in the video was how water remains flat and level at any amount, so it doesn't matter. You can scale up with the size of water, it always remains the same. And so I was like, okay, that sounds pretty cool. When I thought about it logically, I'm like, yeah, it does kind of make sense that water would lay flat, but it obviously is a globe when it gets to the Earth size. And as I looked into it, I'm like, I need to figure out something in like in physics or science or something that points that this is the answer, right? That it turns into a globe at some point. Like we can't perceive it at a small scale, but it does turn like a globe at a larger scale. So as I was searching, there wasn't any evidence of water actually not having that specific type of physics, actually shaping itself to be a globe at a larger level, like with any way that we could measure. So that was kind of like upsetting me in a way. So I was like, okay, this is bullshit. So I did like a 2-week search. I always repeat saying this. People are tired of hearing this from the flat earth side. But yeah, I was like, for 2 weeks, I did like a internet search. I was looking through many different libraries and every type of like, mainly I think like academic realms. Like I was trying to find papers like that were actually showing like studies that they did about history, anything, just anything that would pop up. And so what I came to was like hydrostatic equilibrium. There was a source on LibreText. So LibreText was like a resource for, I don't know, you probably know about it because you're in school, but it's kind of a resource for people in academia. And it was this guy that did a paper on physics, and it was just talking about water pressure, and just it was different categories, Archimedes principle and all that. So as I was looking through that, really it was just kind of for the point that was against globe Earth, which is water remains flat and level with surface tension, and you got volume and depth and all that kind of stuff. But the thing that interested me that I couldn't let go was the fact that I couldn't square the fact that as you scale up, water doesn't conform to the surface of a ball, so it doesn't shape itself that way. So it was kind of bugging me, and I'm like, well, there has to be a logical answer. And all I got was inferences, is inferred that the Earth's curvature, due to the gravity of the gravitational force of the Earth, was pulling water into the spherical shape because of gravity. But in nowhere was it describing how the theoretical side, the causation factor, was actually making it do so. So that was the part that really was like, I had to figure out if it was true or not. And I never got down to the actual place where I understood that it was actually the cause of the effect of water conforming. There wasn't anything about it. It was mainly just wrapped up in theories. So for me, it was like I had the science and the physics that were on the flat water, remaining with surface tension on the surface, and it was just like from there. It was just from that point forward, I just started looking at many different topics. But after the 2 weeks, I just I cast off my idea of thinking it was a globe, and then I just went full on doing more research, and it just from there, 2015 on forward, man, it was just as they say, history.
That's
Here I
cool.
am
That's
today.
actually cool. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I mean, all right. Anybody else have a story?
Shut up,
Okay.
Monkey.
Hey, Oliver. Shut up, man. We're talking about the
My,
from here.
Does Oliver
mine
think
is
there is a globe?
mine is
Oliver, do you?
equal. My story is equal. It's actually also 2015, but mine started with bubbles in space. That was my catch with videos because I loved space videos so much. And then I thought about the absurdity of seeing bubbles in space, and I thought this must be a joke video or a troll video. And yeah, from there on, it just I fought through my own denialism. I don't know how many times I fought with myself. The final breakdown really felt like as if there was a veil that was like really a spiritual kind of feeling that something was pulled off from me and felt very weird.
Hey, we got that.
There's
your
no
friend
videos
Nightgate?
with bubbles supposedly in space.
Yeah, I
Sorry
just
to
want to
interrupt.
talk real quick to the guy from Nightgate's friend that just popped in here.
Oh,
His
that's
name is I
Oliver.
am
He's
not.
one of the
What do you
senior
mean,
guys in
Alpha Veritas? You want to talk to me?
Yeah, I did. I
Do you
sure
miss
did.
me, Alpha Veritas?
Do I need to miss you for some reason?
You don't know who I am?
Not really. Who are you?
This is crazy.
Seriously, your mic sounds different.
I'm in bed, but my username used to be I am.
Okay.
He's a server mod who hosted for who was it? Was it Nathan one time?
Yes.
It was an AMA or yeah.
Were you? Did you? You knew what's his face Huey?
Alpha Veritas, your memory is shit.
Hey, it's not coming to me.
Oliver,
But...
do you have any Oliver? Do you
Well,
have any proof the Earth is a globe?
Alpha, I am was the one with the cute puppy that was always at the top.
Oh shit!
He had the cute puppy as his
Australia.
family.
Okay, yeah. But dude,
Yeah.
maybe it's because you sound different, Oliver. Weird.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
And now I know who he is. Thanks for
Now-
that context, Latsy. Well, where you been, dude? Why you
No
been
problem.
away?
I've had a lot of uni work, man, and actual work.
Did you ever get hired for that job?
Mate, do you know who I am?
Yeah. You were
What
trying to
job?
become an architect or something, weren't you?
Okay, buddy.
No?
No.
Okay, well, you obviously didn't make an impression, so we'll just move on. You're not that important.
Why'd you have to trash on him like that?
That's what I'm saying.
That's messed
It's
up.
'cause we're just going to be around here for ages. Look, Alpha, you don't remember me, because I'm really important. We'll just move on.
You remember me, Jedi?
Come on.
Yeah, I remember.
No, seriously, no.
I remember.
Oh, what happened to the thing?
I'll back up. I am not, or I am sorry. I'll say that he's a good dude, yeah. And I've heard him produce some
He's a
pretty good flat
friendly.
Earth yeah, I've heard him produce some pretty good flat Earth arguments against these globers, actually.
Making me tear up, AJ. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's I am. Yes, I know who you are. Fucking hell, sorry, dude. There you go. You made an impression on me. I remembered you.
He's been here since the channel started, I think.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well, man. I haven't seen you for months.
Yeah,
There's
I've been
one
good,
mod.
man. I've been good.
There's one mod that always comes in here to troll you guys. What's his name? I think it's Scorpion. Scorpion comes in. Sometimes he comes in here and his name is Teach Kids to Be Trans.
Yeah, he used to do sound attacks on us back in the day.
Yeah.
Talcin.
What
There
he
you go,
did.
Talcin right there. His name right now is Teach Kids to Hate Israel.
That might even be the same dude in your X space, Alpha.
You think so?
Maybe he's got the same sort of name and he's doing the same shit.
Possibly. How'd you advance to senior mod though, Oliver? That's weird.
Bit of
Oliver's
this,
been
bit of
seeing
that.
mod for a while.
Had some back chat stuff going on.
Some flirtatious stuff going.
Sliding into
Yeah.
DMs over there.
I don't know about all that, my friend.
Well,
You
Oliver's
denied
been
it
seeing
quick.
mod for a while, right?
Yep, I've been seeing it for a few months now.
All right.
When are you gonna move up to exec?
Well, I'm an Arab that doesn't like Israel, so probably not anytime soon.
That's an
Good
awkward
stuff.
silence.
Do we have Nathan coming in soon?
Yeah, Friday.
Friday. I thought he came in last Thursday, didn't he? It was like a different day altogether.
Yeah, he messed up. He came in Friday as well, but yeah, he came in on the wrong
He
day
messed
and
up.
messed up.
It's okay. We need to do our spaces again, man. Probably next. I've got to work 4 days straight, so after 4 days. Well, that was fun trying to get those guys in here, and they didn't come in here.
Dude,
and we
I
got
was actually really disappointed, in all honesty. I was hoping to listen to a good discussion. I think Ghost can bring you a good discussion.
I was hoping
think
for a
I think
debate,
he's
yeah.
capable of it.
Well, you guys can still fish for them. All you got to do is like provoke somebody to come in here. Like, all right, man, this guy's talking trash about you over there. Just go and bring your best debate skills. All right, that's just somebody that doesn't have enough money to buy batteries for their smoke detector. That's what that is.
The soundboard, surely.
Whoever
And
that is, man,
it's always
please go
hilarious.
put batteries in your smoke
Poverty
detector.
noise. They get that
Yeah,
poverty noise going
that's
on.
poverty noise right
The
there.
Black National Anthem.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, Frikachu tried, but he lost
They
the
get
debate in about 3 minutes. Maybe not even that.
They get that. Well.
Oh well. Any more for any more? Dude, we had nothing but like low tier ballers come in here. Super low tier. Pretty awful. Peter. Yeah, he's. I was just being acting like I didn't know him. I know who Peter is. But he's just like you know, like when you go in your house and you see your lampstand by the couch? That's what he is.
Yeah, I was just a bit confused. I'm like, don't bring. What do you want to bring Peter in here for? I don't want to hear it again.
Yeah, he's just furniture now.
He's that old bit of furniture you don't use anymore.
Yeah. Then you have to take it down to the cellar.
Yeah.
He doesn't like me. Every time I state something or say something, he just loses his mind, and just starts calling me names and abusing me.
Yeah, he hates you, dude, for some reason.
Have,
He loves to hate me.
I have to remember the conversation I've had with him because I've had a couple, but I did wreck him on a few, but I just can't remember.
You know, like the last time on X when my mouse like shorted out on me and I couldn't like get on. He was talking trash.
Yeah, I came right at the end of it. I sort of didn't know what was going on because you were still there, and then I sort of could hear what he was saying. I was like, what's going on here? Like, Alpha's not stopping him. He's just letting him speak. And then it took a minute to work out that your mic wasn't working.
Yeah, stupid mouse. I dropped water into it and it just like I was trying to knock all the water off from inside of it. And I heard him talking trash. I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch. I can't get online. Yeah, he thinks he's top shit, but
Yeah, I had to try and work out what was going on. I got him back on track eventually, and then he lost his shit at me.
mm-hmm. Wasn't Echoplex a staunch Glober? I think he was. Wonder why he's silent these days.
Yeah, he's found a quote from Einstein that supports. He says supports Newton.
Really?
Well, apparently, he's a Globe scholar.
Echoplex?
Yeah,
He's missing the point as usual with that quote. It's just a fucking platitude. It doesn't change anything about the math or the mutual exclusivity between the so-called theories.
Echoplex, why don't you just use your mic, bud?
Just garbage as usual from these imbeciles. He won't use his mic. I haven't seen him do it in months.
It is completely impossible that those two agree with each other. One have the bodies in the solar system are rotating around the center point, while the other have the sun as being the center point.
Yep, it's
creating
just
that gravity. On
it's
the
just
space-time.
it's just Einstein saying kind words about Newton. This guy's a complete fool.
Yeah, he likes Newton's hair.
Is that true, Echoplex? Are you a complete fool?
They don't understand that Newton wasn't a heliocentric guy. Never was.
Mic check. Is no one talking, or is my connection broken?
Nah, you're good, dude. It's just downtime.
Ah, okay.
I thought the same for a minute.
Yeah. Well, the resume of today so far, for me, from the morning until noon, is people are absolutely clueless to where they live. And I've seen a man putting fake cheese on Chinese ramen noodles and calling that delicious.
Oh, shit. Never a dull moment.
Like, no offense, if you think it's delicious, so be it. I'm amazed.
You mean that type of, you mean that cheese that has like plastic in it and shit?
Yeah, like with these very bad soles.
Looks like plastic.
Honey, it's worse than that, man. There was a video that came out not long ago. Some guy had some clips of like some lab or whatever that took some of these, the little Kraft cheese like things, put it under a microscope, and there were little flakes of like microplastics and shit in the cheese.
Oh yeah, that's normal in the industry. Also for like these New York industrial hot dogs, they're also full of crap,
Yeah, I mean, there's the ingredients itself, and then there's the rest. Right?
But the ingredients itself, the bad thing is the sodium, the salts that they use to keep the cheese melted all the time. That stuff is like literally gonna clog up your, it's gonna clog up your whole body and probably gonna have a heart attack in the future.
Yeah.
In general, if you don't use sea salt and use any other industrial produced salts or sodium, you're gonna probably have a lot of issues with your blood in the future. Anyways, I don't want to make this a health channel. There is not any advice for YouTube. Not any advice at all. It's just my personal opinion, okay? Obviously, trust the mainstream science and mainstream academia about health. Don't trust what I say. Just my opinion. No medical.
No medical. No medical, bro. No medical.
Yes, sir. I'm just a dumb flat earther. I do not know anything.
What about dolly-eyed freak leftist doom Kamala Chan? Surely this is somebody who possesses globe proof.
I'm not ready to debate. Sorry.
Okay. Fair enough.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, at least honest. I mean, many people fail at that point already. They just be a pretender clown and pretend as if they know anything about anything. Damn, it feels good to be a flat earther.
And the Globers really fell off.
Yup. Got kind of quiet. I give them some rest.
It's not a comfortable place for them to seethe, so they went to other channels.
True. But I'm
Somewhere a
very
bit more subjective, right?
but I'm very sure that they come back. They always come back.
Plenty of entertainment still to come.
Amen to that. So be it. Let them come. But at this rate, it just feels like dragging or lifting how should I say, a car with your pinky finger. That's how hard it is to debate these Globers. In other words, it's just almost too boring because they have nothing to say. Anyways,
I guess I gotta sleep or something.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. You guys have a, I don't know what time it is for you guys, but have a good day or night, depending on what time zone you're in.
All right, thanks, man. You too.
Thank you.
I was hoping for more Glober activity, but I guess I just gotta get some sleep or something.
Kind of petered out, didn't it? The user can help us out. Say user. Anything for us? The main character. You know?
Quiet NPC character.
Wait, can you say that again? Major.
So the glow proof for this morning.
I don't know. I heard him coughing, so I had to do that. And I woke up.
Coughing up some glow proof.
Yeah.
Ah, he left. Ah, well, back to sleep then.
Heretic, can I ask you a question?
I'm literally going back to sleep.
Okay.
Ooh, the earth is round. Ooh, the earth was never flat. Ooh, the earth was never flat.
That's true. What's your best globe proof, Mr. Rayhan?
I graduated from college 2 years ago, though. That's the biggest proof that I think the Earth is round, bro.
So you graduated from college, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yes.
Interesting. What was your major?
Computer science, bro.
Interesting. So what's your best evidence of a globe? Like
Bro,
actually.
so are you an expert or what, bro? Are you an expert in physics or what?
No, I'm not an expert.
Oh, so you're just a confused guy, bro.
Something like that. I don't know. What's your best evidence for a globe? Come on.
What is my best what?
What is your best evidence for a globe?
Oh, it is my belief, bro. Gravity. Gravity is the best example.
Do you have
Why the Earth wasn't flat?
Do you have scientific evidence for gravity?
Oh, since I was born, I experienced gravity, bro. Are you dumb, bro?
So gravity being mass attracting mass, or
Yes. The Earth was so big, it got its core, and the mass is very big. It's very heavy. That's how gravity comes.
so do you have scientific evidence that mass attracts mass?
Yes.
Can
That's
you show that?
gravity, and gravity just proved that the Earth wasn't flat.
So what's your scientific evidence that mass attracts mass?
It is the Newton, bro. Newton. How I forgot how to say it in English. It is Newton law. It
Of
is the
universal
Newton law.
gravitation?
It is non worldwide, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, so what's your scientific evidence that mass attracts mass? Like an experiment.
The evidence. The Earth has orbit and it revolves around the sun. That's one evidence.
Do you have scientific evidence of that?
Yes.
Alright, what was your experiment that you made to determine that?
I don't do experiment, bro. I get it from NASA and scientists. I do not have to operate on research, bro. Why would
So
I?
so you're not confident in what you believe in.
I'm super confident. 100% the Earth wasn't flat. It is round.
But you don't understand why it should be round.
I
You
do
just
understand. I
trust.
do understand.
But you're
There
not able to
are
explain to me what.
there are thousands of scientific research, and Newton himself said how gravity works. That's why, bro.
Yeah, and are you able to have a scientific experiment that determines that mass attracts mass?
I said to you, bro, I do not have to do an experiment myself, bro. You
I'm
you only
asking for
you
you to do
only
an
need
experiment.
to listen to the scientists. That's how the modern life, the modern world works.
I'm not asking for you to do the experiment yourself. I'm asking for you to cite any experiment that determines that mass attracts mass.
Oh, okay. Hold on, bro. Hold on. So one of them is the Cavendish experiment. It is in 1797 until 1798, bro.
Alright, what was the independent variable in that experiment?
The independent variable, bro.
Yeah, what was the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment? If it's an experiment.
Let me what? Let me read it. Uh, let me read the experiment overview, bro. So, physicist Henry Cavendish conducted an experiment to measure the force of gravity between two masses in a laboratory setting. This is one of the earliest and most direct measurement of gravitational attraction between masses. Experiment setup. Cavendish used a torsion balance with two small lead balls attached to the ends of horizontal
Are
rods
you able to tell me
suspended
what
by a
the
thin
independent
wire.
variable is? I know what the Cavendish
Nearby,
experiment is.
he placed two larger lead spears. The gravitational attraction between the large and small masses caused the rod to twist, which was measurable. That's how, bro.
Yeah, so what was the independent variable?
The independent variable, it is the mass of two different lead balls, bro. No. Yes, it is.
And so gravity is your best evidence for a globe then.
Hell yeah.
How does balls in a shed relate to the Earth being a globe though? How does that relate to shape?
Sorry, bro. What was you asking me?
How does gravity relate to shape?
So if the Earth was flat, bro. So if the Earth was flat, there is no mass. There is just a flat line. Yeah, there will be no masses and there will be no Earth's core. That's why the gravity thing will not exist.
I think you should talk to a real flat earther because I've been LARPing.
But you did really well.
Who said that?
Hmm? Oh, that was Jedi. He's an actual flat earther. You
No,
can
no,
talk to
no,
him.
no, no. You Euclidean. So you are pretending to be non-flat earthers. You just say you are a flat earthers, bro. Stop running,
I
bro.
never
Stop
actually
running
said I
from the
was a flat
facts,
earther.
bro.
I never said I was a flat earther, actually. I was just testing your knowledge, that's all.
Euclidean's one of the king globers. And I say that with all due respect.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Jedi.
No worries, man.
You're a king flat earther.
Hey, appreciate that. Thank you. It's a good question. How does gravity
Jedi.
logically...
No,
Yeah.
Jedi is not the king of flat earthers. He is the king of nonsense, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely not the king of flat earthers, mate. That's very, very true. King of nonsense, though. You'd have to have a conversation with me a little bit longer, wouldn't you? So you need to answer Euclid's question about how gravity logically dictates the Earth must be a ball. You said there would be no mass if the Earth was flat. The mass is just the substance of the Earth in this idea. So that's just incorrect.
No, it's correct, bro.
I can
So
give you...
if the Earth was flat, there will be no deep ocean, and there's only there's shut up, bro. Stop laughing, bro. There's
If
only
the sorry,
mountains, bro.
please.
There will be no deep ocean. There will be no Mariana Trench because the Earth was flat. No, what are you talking about, bro? You are just yapping, bro.
Sorry. Do you think when we say the Earth is flat, we're talking about something that only has 2 dimensions? Do you think that
Yeah,
we're
bro. Of
describing?
course, bro.
Sorry, hold on. Let's do this. We're describing the surface. There can be depth to the surface, so you can have a body of water that lays level on the. Why are you
Yeah,
talking?
that's what I mean,
Why?
bro. You are insane,
Why?
bro.
Why are you talking? Don't understand. You're talking about how
When
there
back
can't
when I
be.
was
Dude,
back when
dude,
I was in elementary
dude.
school,
Okay,
the
that's
teacher
fine.
Why were
say
you
to me,
so well behaved with me, and now
please,
you're just going
please,
off?
kids,
What?
please, draw a line, draw a two-dimension shape. So I was drawing rectangle and I do a line,
Why were you not doing
and
this
then
with
and then
me? I don't
and
get
then
it.
the teacher says again, how about 3 dimension, bro?
Yeah,
Can you draw a 3 dimension thing? So I draw these balls. I
yeah,
draw the sphere, bro. That's why.
yeah, yeah. I can do
If
that.
you
So,
say the Earth was flat, it is only got 2 dimension, then it
no,
is bullshit.
no. It's 3 dimensions. We're describing the surface of water. The water have depth. So you can fill up a container of water. You can describe the surface as horizontal, but the water will have depth. 3 dimensions: height, width, length. Width and length work along the horizontal axis. Right? Height, vertical axis, 3 dimensions. We're describing the surface of water. You don't need a curve to talk about 3 dimensions. You fucking fool.
No, you are proving nothing, bro. Cut the bullshit, bro.
Apart from the fact that you don't know what you're talking about, we can't have depth to water if the Earth is flat. That's what you said.
Yeah, there will be no Mariana Trench. There will be no deep ocean. What the hell are
Okay.
you talking about, bro?
Okay. Can we
Stop
have?
yapping, bro. I cannot waste my time for this bullshit,
Then
bro.
fuck off and go. Please, just leave. There we go.
Left.
Yo, jobless people.
Ah, so Into the Break is on shift. Hmm.
Yeah, my shift is over.
Into the Break. He said.
Well,
Earth was never flat. Earth was never flat. You guys have been eaten alive by the atheist propaganda. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a dumbass person though. The world was never flat.
Yo. Hello? Do any of you speak?
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
Flatwater Crisis Support Line, how can I help you?
What's up, y'all?
Have you seen Flatwater? Are you experiencing trauma?
Let's see. No, I'm good.
All right, good to go.
Hey, is that the douchey guy from Happy Gilmore in your picture?
Yes.
Do you idolize him or something? Why is he your profile pic?
Why not? Couldn't see a
Wasn't
reason
he-
not to make it my profile pic, so I went ahead with it.
I mean, there's thousands. Like, there's any number of people you could have gone with. Why him?
I like this one.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It works for me, you know?
I could see. Because you eat little pieces of shit for breakfast?
Not for that reason in particular.
Oh. You just like his overall demeanor?
Yeah.
Oh. Why is that?
He's funny. He's probably the best villain I've ever seen.
Oh. You like villains?
No.
Just that guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm willing to make the one exception.
Okay.
So far, it's been working out just fine.
Yeah, it works. Good to let people know about your personality ahead of time.
That's just one part of it.
Oh. Okay.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Oh, you got rid of Flo.
You got rid of Flo? Why?
I don't know. He heard you talking and then he left.
Oh, I'm sorry, Flo. I always liked Flo's commercials.
We could air one, I guess, while it's dead.
Nah.
Now we have Veronique.
Ah.
Do you want to talk to Trap Wife, Veronique?
Hello, Veronique.
Well, I guess
Oh,
not.
she left. Huh. That's weird. I guess they're all afraid.
They are.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I'm really quite harmless.
So far.
What's that? You said so far?
Yeah.
That's true. You never know what a person is capable of.
Yeah, we just don't know where this is going to go.
True.
Worst case scenario, I say it devolves into an internet yelling match.
Yeah. Possibly. It hasn't so far. Usually I just get muted. Well, actually, you guys are not as bad about muting me as, like, the Theist Experience or, you guys are actually...
Well, I just mute someone when they keep over talking me and I'm trying to say something, and then I take them off mute after I say it.
Ah. That's good.
Or, I mean, depends. If they're
I
just
usually-
total clowns, just mute them.
Right. I usually only overtalk people when they're strawmanning me.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a good rule of thumb to try to not mute during your own arguments, but hey, nobody's perfect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we
The
have
moderator and the
established.
debater should be separate, ideally, but it ain't a perfect world.
Yeah, that is hard to come by. I'm a mod in another guest room, and I try to be, pretty lax with the moderation. Really only get rid of like noise trolls and TOS violators and such.
Yeah, you got to strike a good balance.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Good day.
Hola. Good evening. Where I am. Good morning if it's morning
what I'm sick
wherever
of
you are.
seeing?
Let me guess.
I'm sick of seeing
you're probably
politics stuff everywhere.
yeah. Does get old.
It's all people talk about. It's all over TikTok. It's all over YouTube. It's all over Twitter, or now X, or Threads, and that's all you see, right? But you can't help it. You can't help it because it is interesting or stupid or both, and so you have to talk about it too, because what the hell else are you going to talk about, right? I just
And
saw
that's
a video
only
talking about how, Biden was in another country during 9/11. Oh my goodness, this is an outrage. And it turned out he was in Alaska, and she actually showed the map of him being in Alaska, and everyone's flipping out on her like, hello, Alaska's part of the U.S., and he's not in another country, moron. And then she goes, okay, but he may not be, in another country. And yes, I know where Alaska is, but, I was emotional. When you're emotional, you make mistakes. No. That's
also
like saying, this shirt is pink. This shirt is pink. And people are just like, dude, yeah, shirt's not pink, bro. It's black. And you'd be like, well, okay, well, the point is, it's not yellow. Okay, that's the point. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. You get emotional. When you get emotional, you make mistakes. You don't make stupid mistakes like that because it's too stupid of a thing to say. And then I just saw another one. Where Trump was doing another freaking speech talking about the windmills are killing the whales. You used to see one whale dead every 50 years. Now you're seeing them every week. For one thing, you're not seeing them every week, you moron. For another thing, windmills are not killing whales. You know what windmills are doing? They're disrupting the country of Wales. You just saw windmills and whales and decided to make a speech on it, and your stupid ass followers are hanging on to your every stupid word.
I don't
This shirt
remember.
is pink.
You think this is a politics server or something?
You must think it is. I don't remember Trump saying anything about windmills and whales. I do remember him saying that they say the noise gives you cancer, which is hilarious.
We don't discuss politics in this room.
Okay.
This is
What
an
do we discuss?
I don't know what to do with that
anti-political
information.
channel on a politics Discord.
I don't even know what that means for me.
It means he's going to mute you if you keep talking about politics. We're supposed to be talking about the shape of the Earth and the plane that we live on.
Surely you know something about that. This is where they always go quiet.
Uh-huh.
Or the exact opposite. It's either 0 or 100 on this one.
I feel like I just want to talk about it here. Whether or not you listen, it's fine.
Oh yeah.
There's a gajillion rooms on the server to talk about it. And I'm pretty sure it's only me and Heretic here.
Nobody else is partaking at the moment at all.
Yeah.
I don't really feel like arguing at the moment either.
I have seasonal depression.
Hey,
I did
let's-
not think that was a thing. I just thought once in a while I got depressed, and I realized I'm actually not depressed for most of the year.
Oh, I get the same way. I get depressed in the wintertime. I've got an idea. What if you don't feel like arguing right now? What if I pretend that you're correct, and then we discuss, like, the plane?
I'll try.
Have you ever, like, do you ever think about, like, trying to see what's beyond the wall?
Well, that presupposes wall.
Well, okay, trying to see what's beyond the known world, then.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
I mean, like, wait, you don't think that wouldn't there have to be a wall of some sort?
Well, like an Antarctic ice wall surrounding us all the way around?
Right, and then also a dome.
I wouldn't know for sure if that's what it is. An ice ring that goes all the way around.
Well, there has to be something keeping. There'd have to be something keeping the ocean in, right?
Yeah, they're in basins. They're just like really big ponds, basically.
Okay.
Giant containers, pretty much.
Right.
But yeah, for sure, there has to be a container for the oceans or any body of water. I don't know that it necessarily ends in like an ice shelf all the way around. There's people who think that, but I mean, what are they going off of other than Captain Cook? He says that he logged 60,000 miles around the Antarctic perimeter, which is quite a ways around.
What are we arguing
But
about?
I don't know. Those are just
Flat
words.
Earth.
Words
We're
written down in a
arguing.
journal hundreds of years ago, so I don't know.
Right. I mean, I would think you would, like, why would we stop with Captain Cook, though? I mean, if Captain Cook could do what he did with 1700s technology, what's stopping us from raising an expedition? Shouldn't be that expensive.
For most part, I don't see anybody really willing to try. It's usually Globers who raise that question. Why don't you guys go do it? And for the most part, it seems to me that flat earthers are content not to. I don't see much.
I don't understand that. Well, I mean, like, if I thought the Earth was flat, I would want to go. I would be doing everything I could. Like, this would be my life's work. It would be to see what's beyond.
You'd have to get clearance. I don't know if you could just apply for a permit and say, we just want to check out the Antarctic shoreline and see if it's like an ice wall or what. Like, I mean, I don't know if that's going to fly, you know?
What do you mean?
I don't think that they would accept that reasoning.
Who?
Whoever you have to apply to through the treaty to get permission to go and scope it all out. I guess that would be whatever country you're in.
Right, whichever country has a claim to that portion of the Antarctic shoreline. But to just go there, I don't even think you actually need to have a permit or anything. Or just go around the Southern Ocean. That would be another way to do it. You could see how long it takes you to sail around. You can measure and see how big the Southern Ocean actually is.
Yeah, that would be quite an undertaking. You would need like some experienced people to do that. Like, I don't think that's something that any of us on Discord could just go out and do. Like, that's like a life undertaking, you know?
Right. I'm not saying you could just go do it tomorrow, but like it could be done feasibly. Like, so what you would have to do, what I would do, is I would sail from Argentina, circumnavigate the globe, and keep my latitude as... Yeah, so here's what I would do. I would draw a line of longitude, right? I would pick, and like maybe when you might stop. You'd want to avoid avoid land as much as possible and stick to one line of latitude as much as possible, but also
Alright.
while also
You're going to try to measure the distance of some southerly latitude line.
right.
I got
Because and then see which, yeah. Because if you have a line of latitude south of the equator that is longer than the equator, then it won't map onto a sphere, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But if you measure a line of latitude south of the equator and it's shorter than the equator, well, then that would show that the AE map can't work. But then again, we already know that map can't work. But
Well, you should probably do some research on James Cook, who already did something similar to this and sailed for 60,000 miles around the south, which is a lot farther than the equator is supposed to be. So check that out.
was he going in a straight line though, or?
Ish. You'll just have to look at his path. But yeah, he circumnavigated. But he didn't do it on a globe. You said globe earlier. The Earth would have to be a sphere for that to be a thing.
He said he was circumnavigating the Antarctic shoreline.
Yeah, James Cook?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's always Globers who come here and ask, why don't you guys just go do that? And it's like, it's not a feasible thing to just get up and go do. And I think most of us are probably content not to, because where the argument lies for us is just in the surface properties of water. You can show that it's horizontal and flat, to any distance that we can observe or measure beyond what the globe geometry entails, then it's like, all right, it can't be a ball then.
Well, no, I'm not saying to do it to prove, because like neither one of us is going to prove one way or another. I know it's a globe. You believe it. You know it's flat. Like this isn't about proving it. This is just about, don't you want to know what's beyond? Like,
you want to explore the world. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Right. Like if I found out there's a part of the world that hasn't been explored yet, man, I would be all over that.
It's probably a lot of it that hasn't.
I mean,
or it has, but it's just not,
I guess it depends on what level you're talking. I mean, now obviously everything's been mapped out with satellite imagery. There's somebody has been like, even if you're in, no Westerner has ever walked. I would like to go to New Guinea. That would be pretty cool. But if there was a whole possibility of land beyond this part of the plane, it's like, I'd be all over that.
One thing that I would say is you would probably, almost definitely need another sun for that to be the case. I don't know what evidence of that there would be.
Right, because if the sun is only in one part of the plane, then everything past that would just be frozen darkness.
Yeah, unless there's something else generating heat and light, I don't know.
It'd still be pretty cool. I mean, it's not like it's going to get colder and colder forever. It might... It might get down to absolute zero, but...
That would be insane.
Yeah. I mean, it couldn't get down to absolute zero, but it might get pretty dang cold. But what I'm saying is like there's a limit to how cold things can get. So it's not like it would be worse if it gets hotter and hotter, you know?
I don't know. I think both are basically a problem.
Right. Well, with cold, you know, you can layer up, you can burn things to get
where are you getting the resources, the stuff to burn and everything if it's just nothing but barren frozen ice everywhere?
Well, I mean, you can bring some fuel with you.
Then you're limited to what you have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you would be anyway. It's not like you're going to be living off of the land in Antarctica.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to recycle resources and reuse things and reuse the land and whatever.
No, but you can carry enough stuff with you to trek quite a ways.
See, that's going to be a pretty harrowing journey. Whatever you take with you, it has to be enough for you to go wherever you're going and get back. And, like, you don't even know how far you're going, really. And, yeah, I don't know. It's not for me. I'm happier here.
I mean, you could also probably also use telescopes to look further as well.
Yeah, through how much air and what's the air density at whatever elevation. Antarctica is pretty high elevation. So, I don't know. That's a question.
Well, high elevation would actually be better.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can still... So when you're looking through air, I mean, obviously there's some things you can still see through miles and miles of air.
Well, not really, because, you know, you'd have a geometric horizon at about 3 miles if you're a 6-foot man. So you're limited to 3 miles.
No, I mean, that only limits you to things that are like that's where the surface... And we're talking.
Well, that's what you're on is the surface, right?
I'm assuming the Earth is flat for this.
Oh.
But, and also, I mean, if you're keeping the horizon, you can still see things.
You can see all the way to Paris if it was flat, right?
I didn't feel like arguing at the moment, so I guess we're having a speculation Sunday conversation on a what day is it? Thursday.
Okay.
It's my Sunday, actually, because I go back to work
There we
tomorrow.
go.
How big a crew are you taking with you to the Antarctica? How big a crew? How much stuff you think you can take with you?
Man,
I mean, if you're going to go far, you need a lot. I mean, you need a lot because there's no filling stations, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, other expeditions have gone like. Of course, a lot of the early explorers died in the Arctic and the Antarctic.
Well, there's nothing in the north to explore. As far as Google Earth shows, there's nothing but water up there.
No, it's not. I mean, it's water, but it's ice. It's sea ice.
Is it? On Google Earth, it's just water.
In the wintertime, I mean, I don't know if there's any ice that stays all year or not, but I know
500 years ago, the map showed 4 distinct pieces of land divided by islands, and then now all the maps show nothing but water up there. So the north's pretty confusing, but in the south, all of the expeditions down there seem to have been done by either extremely wealthy people or military expeditions. And they have a lot of gear and a lot of resources. You're not going very far if you're just, I would say, even your average millionaire. To get a crew together and for the amount of supplies you would need, you still wouldn't get that far inland, depending on where you started.
Yeah.
Before you had to turn around.
Right. So there is ice. There is permanent ice at the North Pole. But it floats. And what was the other thing I was going to say? Fuck, I forgot.
I wonder what happened to those islands that they had up there.
Oh, yeah. Cartographers in the past still sometimes got creative for areas they didn't know about. I mean, California used to be depicted as an island. There's all kinds of just like random, or like, you know where Australia gets its name, right?
Please tell me.
Well, it's from Terra Australis, which is the southern land. The Greeks thought that there had to be a balance of land in the northern and southern hemisphere. So, like, if there's like, we're here in Europe, there's Asia over here, there's Africa here, well, there has to be another continent there to balance it out. Like, they thought that everything had to be in balance. And so they proposed this southern land, Terra Australis, even though they'd never been there. And it was only just a coincidence that it actually was there.
It sounds like a load of old bullshit. I mean, it's not your story, but it sounds stupid. It just sounds like a stupid story. I mean, anybody could have made that up.
Which part?
The part where someone believed that there had to have been land on the small other side of a ball that they never measured. And then, of course, you've got people that are original to that land. So somebody knew it was there before the British showed up with the prisoners.
Well, I'm not sure if this was from, because the ancient Greeks and figured it out in around 500 BC. So I'm not sure if that idea came from before then or after. I think that could have been a theory on the flat Earth, but I'm not sure.
Is the name the supposition that they assumed that there must be land at the bottom of the ball that they didn't measure?
No, they thought that it had to be balanced. In balance is what I'm saying. But also, I mean, Eratosthenes did measure it.
He did?
Yeah.
How?
Came pretty dang close. Sticks and shadows.
You got any primary source data for that?
Oh, are you questioning the I don't know, not off the top of my head. I don't know if we know if we have
the children cartoon story. Maybe you could question children's cartoons, right? Sometimes you do.
Cartoons.
Well, I mean, there's no primary source data. There's just it's like a legend, It's just kind of this mythos, and it even didn't really show up until like late 20th century that people start talking about this Eratosthenes character. So we don't have any first-hand accounts.
Today they say the Greeks knew this, but you mean one or two Greeks? Because the Greek sounds like a lot of people, not one guy.
I don't know how widespread it was in the Hellenic world. Like, I don't know how much the information disseminated
like
throughout the world at the time.
A legend that people have these days of one guy in the past that did something that nobody can do these days.
Oh, you can do that. What do you mean you can't do it these days?
You can measure the circumference of the Earth.
Oh shit! Ooh, I did not let the. Yeah.
Yeah. Like in your imagination, like the legend.
No, you should.
It's true. The Chinese did do like an Eratosthenes type measurement, quote unquote, and they measure the Earth to be flat. So.
Oh. Do you have a primary source on that?
Oh yeah.
But also, like I've known people that have recreated a Eratosthenes experiment, but using multiple data points. Because the thing is, if you use two sticks, if you use two
experiment, huh.
If you use two sticks, that doesn't rule out the sun being very close, but the Earth also being globe. But also being flat. But if you take 3 measurements or several measurements, then you can map it out to where you can actually see, you can rule out the sun being close.
You're going to have to do a little bit better than that. The more data points, what you call data points, don't matter. If you assume the sun to be an infinite distance away and assume the light to come in parallel and then assume the Earth to be a sphere, then yeah, you can take data points and create a sphere, right? However, if you're going to use angles, then you're already using a flat plane. So it's kind of weird. Like everything that the globe is constructed from actually ends up being a flat plane at the beginning. You can't get the angle or the measurement of the angle of the shadow without assuming the Earth to be flat. And then you turn it into a ball. It's kind of silly, right? So
No, listen.
Can you show us that on like paper?
So
it's kind of confusing.
Are you talking to him or me?
It's confusing that you need 2 straight lines to make an angle.
Well, you keep yeah, it is confusing. Like you've.
Well, that's basic geometry, bro.
Well, yeah,
it's basic geometry. 2 straight lines make an angle.
This is like.
Do they not?
Stuff.
Yeah, no. I mean, maybe if you drew it out.
Yes.
Okay. Are you interrupting? Did you have something to say?
Well, I can't draw it for you. Get a piece of paper, draw 2 straight lines, and then get the angle from it. And then do it with 1 curved line and 1 straight line and tell me what kind of angle you get with that.
I'm not interested in doing that. Thanks.
Okay. Well, then I guess you don't really want to know, do you? You just kind of want to bounce in here and ask stupid questions? Is that what's going on?
I thought maybe you had some primary.
I'm babbling. I'm having a conversation with somebody else that I certainly didn't invite you into to ask stupid questions, right? Well, maybe it's because you're asking stupid questions.
Well, you're the one that brought up the primary source thing. Do you have any of those?
Maybe you should just hit the white mics. Primary source data for what? 2 straight lines make an angle?
What you said.
Hold on.
Oh, you're going to... Joseph.
I found an image. Let me upload it. I found an image that explains what I'm talking about. Why you actually need more than 1 data point. Why more? Okay. All right. See what I shared in the chat.
Yeah, you can do all these angle measurements of shadows, but that's not gonna prove any glow below your feet ever.
So you're just dismissing it?
Yeah.
Notice even in that image, they're using straight lines on the ground to get the image. Look real close.
No shit, they're using straight lines. How does light move? Does light move in straight lines?
Joseph, you're measuring a curve. You can't use a straight line to make a curve. You get that?
Does light travel in a straight line?
Yes, it does. Welcome to Flat Earth. You just debunked your own debunk of the Black Swan.
Then why wouldn't they use straight lines to depict the path of the incoming light rays?
It's not only about straight lines. It's about divergent or parallel. Is the sun's light coming in parallel or divergent?
What does that have to do with
Holy crap, dude! You don't even know the story. You brought the story up and you don't know anything about it.
Look, it's. Not sure if you're understanding still.
I'm asking you a very poignant question because I understand it. So how come you're not answering it?
Well, I mean, light rays from the sun come in parallel. Of course they do.
Okay, parallel. And how can you prove this?
How can you prove it?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm guessing we measure it. Let me look it up. How much? Are you saying that they're not parallel?
It's your claim, bro. This is the story. The sun's an infinite distance, the light comes in parallel, and we assume the Earth to be a ball. Those are the two prerequisites for this Eratosthenes story. So I need you to prove to me that the sun is an infinite distance away with light coming in parallel, and that the Earth is a ball in the beginning. But then you'd be begging the question now, wouldn't you?
Well, first of all, I don't like being straw-manned. I don't know who said that the sun is an infinite distance away.
That was the assumption in the story. That's why I asked you if you knew the story very well.
That will be Aristotle.
Don't you know the story?
Not intimately. Did he assume the sun was an infinite distance?
You brought it up.
I mentioned it in passing.
Oh, this was just passing? So this is not how you know that the Earth is a ball?
No, I never said it was.
Because you said this is how we know the size of the Earth because Eratosthenes measured it. You said that.
No, I said that's
you
how
did say that he measured the Earth. The Greeks measured the Earth in this way. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows. That's what you said.
Right, that's how the ancient Greeks knew about roughly how big the Earth was.
And are you referring to Eratosthenes because he's the only one that claimed to have done this, right?
No, he's not the only one.
Oh, really? Who's the other guy? Who else did this?
Lots of people. Let me see.
Okay, go ahead. Give me one other name. I hope it sounds really Greek.
Oh, you're looking for another Greek guy?
That was your claim. The ancient Greeks, sticks and shadows, measured the radius.
Oh. Well, no. Well, I didn't claim other Greeks did it. You asked me if anyone else had done it. I didn't know if you're talking about like in the past or now.
And do they have to assume that the Earth is a ball and that the sunlight is parallel?
No. Why would you? You don't have to. You don't assume the Earth is a ball. If you have more than three, it demonstrates the Earth is a ball.
So what about
No, sir.
Aristotle's? Are you just gonna ignore that?
Huh?
You know that this claim can be done by multiple cosmologies. So you're saying, basing that the sun is at an infinite distance, light rays are parallel, and then the Earth is a globe, therefore the observation proves that the Earth is a globe. But then the Chinese did a similar thing, and we have a primary. Look, I'm gonna post it for you. ResearchGate.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Chinese one. I've never heard of that. So I do know that the Chinese did. They did believe that the Earth was flat right up until like the Middle Ages, like 1600s.
The Chinese did a similar thing with different assumptions, and they came out to the conclusion that it's not a globe, it's flat. So which one is correct?
I have never heard of the Chinese experiment until now, so I haven't been able to
Not
look
an
into it.
experiment.
Well, then why do I care about it if it's not an experiment?
Aristotle's is not an experiment. You keep calling it an experiment when it's not.
It is an experiment.
Is it?
Yeah, how is it not an experiment?
Yeah, it is an experiment then.
Because it's blasphemy.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into that one when I get a chance. I can't download it? Is it? Read full text, okay. Oh god. It's gonna be impossible to read on my phone. I have to look up another thing about it. Short passage.
So who's right? The
Consists largely of a probably hypothetical attempt to find the dimensions of the world by large-scale geometry using the gnomon, or simple vertical pole, which was the basic instrument of ancient Chinese astronomy and surveying. This is nothing unusual in the literature of the pre-Tang cosmological debate. The unique feature of this author, however, is that the main method he proposes is based on a geometrical principle which is simple and accurate. Despite his early date, his work is never referred to again by other astronomers, nor do they use any similar method. Interesting. Okay, so he didn't exact. Okay, what? I'm trying to figure out what the actual experiment was, because it says, whereas, however, Eratosthenes' computation of the diameter of the Earth as 7,850 miles was correct to within 1%. The method of the Chinese author was doomed to failure in practice, for he was attempting to find the distance of the sun from the observer using a baseline of only 1 li, or about a third of a mile long. As the sun is some 93 million miles away, the accuracy demanded was far beyond his capacity, and only meaningless results would have been obtained. See below, page 119. This contrast is a good example of the characteristics of success and failure in science. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. A, the Earth is spherical, and B, the sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance. Okay, so yeah, Eratosthenes, I guess, did assume the sun was practically infinite.
Assumption after assumption. Coming to the wrong conclusion. Not surprised.
Well, I didn't come to the wrong conclusion. It actually happened that him assuming that the sun was an infinite distance away didn't affect his results. It didn't matter because it's far enough away to be
Assume the Earth to be a globe. Assume the sun to be infinite distance. What else? Assume the lights are parallel. Gave you the wrong conclusion.
Well, no, he was right to within 1%.
That's the wrong conclusion.
I mean, you can say it was, but
where's the ball?
So, if something has already been demonstrated, like
What has been demonstrated?
the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was
Earth is a ball.
shadow.
That hasn't been demonstrated.
Well, it has. You just don't. You just close your eyes and say,
Where's the
"Nah."
measurement of that? By who? Who did it? Because not Aristophanes.
Right, you have to replicate Eratosthenes' experiment with 3 sticks, and then it demonstrates. But the Greeks were able to determine it by watching ships go over the horizon, and also by watching eclipses. Because if the Earth was a disk, then it would.
Opinions prove the Earth is a globe.
No, it's not opinions.
You think that washing a boat going behind water is because the Earth is curving?
Well, it's the most likely explanation, isn't it?
Is there any other explanation to that, or that's the only one?
I mean, I suppose there could be some optical phenomenon that causes the surface of the ocean to appear higher than it actually is between the observer and the object being obscured. Possible.
There are other explanations besides that one as well. Yeah, and then that.
Alright, well, what's your explanation then?
That doesn't prove the globe for sure. And then you're saying the moon, the shadow.
You won't get their explanation.
The globe. What was that?
I said you won't give an explanation.
You won't give an explanation? Does that prove the globe?
No, he's asking for yours, and you just keep monologuing.
Caleb, why are you so triggered, bro? What's an explanation for what?
For why we can see ships disappear over the horizon.
Yeah,
He was
but
saying that was
the
the
thing
only
is,
explanation, as if there weren't any more.
he's claiming that the only reason ships are going over the horizon is because we live on a globe, but that's not truth. So there must be something else, right?
Well, you kind of walked into that claim, to be fair.
Caleb,
That was the only possible explanation, did I?
Caleb, is the horizon geometric?
Is the horizon geometric?
Hold on.
Yes, that's what I asked you in English. You don't have to repeat the question. Is the horizon geometric? It's a very simple question.
I don't know. What does geometric mean?
Holy cow, dude! How old are you?
Not old enough to know what you're talking about. Apparently, can you?
Apparently so. Go on mute.
You're the one who got all excited when you heard about.
Go ahead and go on mute.
Oh, there we go. Silence me. You can't deal with me.
Right, because you don't know what geometric means, so you should probably go on mute. You know what I'm saying? This is way above your pay grade, son.
Nonsense. That's what I'm letting you know.
That's because you don't understand the meanings of the words. So go on mute. This is too big boy for you, right?
You just don't get it.
Oh yeah, accuse me of psychobabble because you don't understand the definitions of words, right?
You just explain it, or you narrate it more.
Why don't you go look it up?
Okay, so you can't. Thanks.
He's not gonna do it.
So he's not gonna do it.
He just claimed nonsense, even though he's claiming a nonsensical claim, which is the globe.
I never made a claim.
Kalam Salam.
Never made a claim.
Hey, Kalam Sagan, you're the one who got really excited when you heard about boats going over the curve. So, for you not to be aware of what a geometric horizon is a little odd.
Well, it's a flat Earth term.
Trapwife was actually being respectful.
It's not a flat Earth term, dude.
Well,
you should just shut up and listen for a little while, man. You're fucking.
I asked what it was 10 times.
You don't know what geometry is, dude? Come on.
Well, I know what geometry is. I know there's geometric shapes. Is that what the horizon
so yours is a geometric shape that you're claiming, right? So what's the size of that shape, and where's the fucking horizon?
I didn't make.
Where is it curved, man? Where's the boat go over the horizon, dude?
I never made any claims. I've just asked questions.
You said the boat goes over the horizon. That's a claim.
I didn't say that.
No, you got really excited when that was mentioned, okay? So if you didn't understand what you were excited about, then maybe listen.
What did I say?
Because the other guy was having a respectful conversation.
he made a snide comment. He said, they're not going to explain it. And then I asked him if the horizon was geometric, since the topic was boats going over the horizon, and all of a sudden he gets really confused, because
Does that
geometric
mean
is a term that he
the
doesn't
horizon a
understand.
shape? Is that what you're asking? Because it seems like
Why don't you just look it up?
Look up your question?
Yeah, just look up
What
the
a
definition of geometric, bro.
You know, the globe that you believe in, it has a geometry to it. And if you're making a claim that the boat is going over the horizon, is going over that geometrical drop over distance that is necessary for the globe to be curving away from you. That's the claim that the other guy, Trap Y, made, that the boat is going over the curvature of the earth. And you were saying that there is no
Hold
other.
Hold on.
You didn't give an explanation.
Hold on. I wasn't making the claim that the boat goes over the curve. I'm saying we have an observation that boats.
Yeah, but you said the Greeks. You were talking about the Greeks, and you said, well, the Greeks, they just didn't have Eratosthenes. They had boats going over the curve, and that was you. I also heard you, Trap Life, that you acknowledge that there are alternate explanations for that. You did acknowledge that. But why were you so excited about the Greeks with their ships over the horizon?
I'm saying that's how they concluded that the Earth was. That was one piece of evidence that.
Well, it'd be nice if you could go back and tell. You should go back and tell them that there are other, that there's alternate explanations for that. And then you can go over to Eratosthenes' house and ask him, "Hey, maybe don't assume sphere."
No, why? Hold on. There's other possible explanations, but
yes,
which one of them? None of them make as much sense as the Earth just being round.
Well, that's just to you. That's your opinion. No one cares what you think. You obviously don't understand how, if the horizon was Earth curve, which we've debunked, that could be totally thrown out, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the explanation for things disappearing bottom up?
At what distance? Because if you're going to talk about the horizon being geometric, physical Earth curve, it would have to happen at a certain distance. So what distance at what height?
So it wouldn't happen at all if the Earth was flat.
Dude, you're a fucking waste.
No, no one said that. Why are you straw manning? Don't say that. That's not what I said at all. You say that.
So no, that is like what, you don't agree with that? What is your explanation?
With what? Did you make a claim?
Forever, dude? What are you fucking done?
Trap Wife, don't reverse the burden. Is the horizon geometric, a physical location that blocks things out?
There's a geometric horizon, and then certain optical effects can cause an apparent horizon beyond that.
Wow.
Why don't you look at the definition of horizon? Because it's already defined as an apparent location, never geometric.
What are you on about? There is a geometric horizon. Anyway,
where's it at?
The point is that we have an observation.
The geometrical horizon. Hold on a second. Where's that geometric horizon at? You just made a claim. Where is it at? At what observer height? Where is it supposed to be?
It's going to be wherever the tangent between your eyes, a line drawn straight from your eyes, a tangent line to the Earth, however far that takes for it to intersect with the surface. That's where.
According to what geometry? So it's a straight line. No, it's not bending because of refraction or light or anything. It's a straight line to a tangent point. Is that correct?
A geometric horizon, yeah, but your apparent horizon can be risen up by optical effects. Other things can.
Yeah. Okay. So we can measure this geometric horizon, since you said it's a geometric location, and it's always going to be there. But the apparent horizon can move all over. So where's this geometric horizon supposed to be?
Depends on your observer height, doesn't it?
Yeah. So at 1 foot, how far away would it be?
At 1 foot?
Observer height, yes, at the ocean. 1 foot above sea level, how far away is it supposed to be?
Let me see. Let me do the math. Okay.
So what's your guys' problem? Why are we doing this? What's the problem here?
You'll find out. You don't know what geometry means, so just pipe down over there.
Okay, I will pipe down. But
It's not so much a problem. It's not a problem.
Well, there is a to the globe because in reality
I don't
we can
exactly
see...
have one.
Okay, I'll explain it to you, Republican. They claim that we live on a ball flying through space, and they gave us a specific size for it. That's all. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the claimed water ball Earth.
Water ball?
If you want to think of that as a problem, so be it. But just relax. The other guy's having a respectful conversation. So I know you guys are having a day of trying to come in and derail any sort of constructive conversation.
I'm not trying
show
to
your intellectual superiority by being patient and waiting. Just take you'll have your turn.
I don't want to derail you.
Just relax.
All right.
The problem with the horizon is that we can see way beyond the claim, the geometric claim that you claim that geometric with Aristophanes. Remember, you brought up Aristophanes, and there's a geometry that you claim based on his findings. And then when we do observations in the realist level, we can see beyond that geometry that you're claiming.
Under certain conditions. Yes, under certain conditions.
Most.
You can see.
If by certain you mean most, yes.
No, you have.
Yes, sir.
No. Under certain conditions.
These long distance observations that exceed the geometric parameters are not anomalous.
They are anomalous. Look,
incorrect. You need to get out more. Make your own observations. Not anomalous.
Well, unfortunately, I live quite a ways from the ocean.
You'll be hard pressed to find, unless you're standing in a mist or a fog. You'll be hard pressed to find the limitations you're looking for.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking I'm talking about. Have you figured out what the geometric limitations are?
Yeah, so it's going to be an average of 1.2246 miles at exactly 1 foot.
Average doesn't sound like geometry to me. Average sounds like BS.
Well,
so 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. Is that correct?
Well, it's going to be an average because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
What about
average in what regard?
Sea level itself is an average, so we're talking about averages over averages.
Wouldn't the water curve perfectly? Would the water curve perfectly? Or would
it doesn't. It doesn't matter because you're.
Oh, the water can be flat.
No. Look, the Earth isn't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, my point is.
Have you ever seen a puddle? Have you ever seen a puddle?
Yes, this is useless. I can't answer questions from 5 different people at once.
Yeah, appeal to format. So this 1.22 mile away horizon, that moves around? Is that what you're telling me? How far does it move?
No,
or is it pretty close to 1.22 miles?
No. Geometric horizon never moves.
Okay. So when is that seen? When do we see the geometric horizon?
You mean when does the geometric horizon line up to the apparent horizon?
Oh, well, if it's geometric, it's not apparent, correct?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying if you can see it, the horizon you can see is the apparent horizon. You're asking when does
all the time?
What horizon are the boats going over?
Yeah, which one is that?
Well, it'd be the apparent horizon, wouldn't it?
So why'd you bring it up as evidence of globe Earth?
Because there would be no apparent horizon on a flat Earth.
Stop the cap. Doesn't even make sense.
This guy.
What do you mean?
Oh my gosh.
What would you expect to see? Let's imagine a flat ocean. Okay, perfectly flat.
What do you mean, a
Ones that we
massive,
see every day?
little placid lake?
Imagine that's what we see in reality, always, everywhere. We don't see a low curving ocean.
Okay, right. I'm saying, imagine you're looking at the ocean. Okay. At what point do you expect the hull of the ship that you're watching go away from you to disappear, followed by the sails? At what point should you expect to see that?
It could depend on the day because it's flat, right? So angular resolution and of course diffraction kind of dictate that particular phenomena.
Plus visibility, also the humidity.
Why is the hull of it?
Listen, the Weather Channel when they tell you visibility, today's visibility.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, and what does visibility do? Does visibility cause things to disappear bottom up behind other things?
Visibility doesn't do anything.
So you said what? They disappear at what distance, dude?
What distance? Depends on how high you are. That's why what ships have crow's nests, isn't it?
An average, dude. An average height, like a person who's like, let's say 6 feet.
Alright, so okay, so if you're 6 feet, the spot where the surface of the ocean and the sky meet will be at 2.999, basically 3 miles to 6 feet.
Oh, wow.
Anyways, so
doesn't mean everything's. Hold on. That doesn't mean that an object is going to be completely obscured at that distance.
So what distance it would be completely obscured? What distance?
Depends on the height of the object, doesn't it?
You think 10 miles would be safe to say that the boat would be gone?
Depends on the height of the mast.
I see. So 20 miles. Definitely gone at 20 miles, right? Like at 20 miles, all we should see is sky all the way around us, right?
Depends. And also, you also have to keep refraction into account.
What does refraction do?
Refraction doesn't do anything. It's the bending of light.
So you said straight lines earlier, though.
Bro, you said that line.
No. A geometric horizon is a straight line. You draw a straight line to.
Are you double speaking now?
No, I'm not double speaking.
Double speaking.
She's not double speaking.
It's double speaking.
She. Oh, now you're going to get transphobic. I see.
Hold on,
Hey,
ma'am.
You always got to do that.
Listen.
Why is transphobia always running?
The geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is where the Earth is curving away.
No.
Yes.
No, the geometric horizon is
of the Earth.
The tangent between a line from the line of sight. It's where the geometric horizon is where the sun, where the surface of the Earth meets
what
the sky.
What do you think is creating this geometric horizon?
What is creating it? The curvature of the Earth?
Okay, the Earth curving away. You tried to say the geometric horizon would be where the distance where the sky and the sea would meet. No, the sky and the sea meet where they meet.
Horizon.
Yeah, that'd be the horizon. So where these boats are going over the curve it's occurring at a place beyond where the geometric horizon would be.
It can, if the refraction effects are correct.
Okay, so there's the ad hoc excuse.
No, it's not ad hoc. But also, you realize boats are big, right?
Yeah, it is. Because when you were asked about refraction, ma'am, you just started stammering.
I didn't start. I have a stutter. I have a stutter. That doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, explain refraction again.
Do you think that you're going to base it on my stutter?
Okay, explain refraction again then.
It's the bending of light as it goes through a medium.
That's Snell's law. You have to have two isotropic media. Do you have two isotropic media when you're looking through air?
Air varies in density, doesn't it? Especially over water.
Isotropic. Go ahead and define isotropic media, please.
Isotropic, it's gonna have varying. I mean, iso is different. Tropic is temperature. So, medium of different temperature. Oh no, okay. It's isotropic would just be. Wait, what? Uniformity. Why would it have to be isotropic?
Having a physical property which is the same value when measured in different directions. Not varying in magnitude according to the direction of measurement. Isotropic. So like water and glass, right?
What?
Oh my gosh, dude, this is painful.
I'm confused. What are you What are you trying to say? Are you saying that refraction doesn't happen in air?
That's Snell's law. You are probably not aware that you're invoking a totally different type of refraction. There's about 5 different types of refraction. Which one are you referring to?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what you're talking about, but you're going to make claims anyway?
He's confused.
I'm not an expert on refraction.
Well, then maybe you should bow out with this whole geometric horizon situation, since you don't know what refraction you're trying to invoke to make your argument valid.
He's not confused at all, man.
Yeah, I don't need to know which type of refraction it is to know that refraction can make things appear at a different location than they actually are.
Does it improve your visibility, or does it deter it? Because most all refraction, as far as I understand, makes it harder to see things. It doesn't extend horizons.
Hold on. No, I have refraction right here that improves what I see. What are you talking about?
What's it called?
They're called glasses.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah. Yeah. False equivalences are great, aren't they? Anyway.
So you're saying if it's refractive one day, you can just take your glasses off and you should be able to see perfectly, yeah?
What?
Well,
that's what the flat earther was arguing, that you should take the glasses off and see better.
Oh, lovely. Mark G's back to Cope Spiral.
So anyway, so what is the explanation? So what is your explanation for why things can, as they get things become obscured? Yeah.
It's called perspective, brother.
No, I know how perspective works. That doesn't explain it.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Have you ever looked through a high zoom camera, dude? And do you know how far you can see with a high zoom camera? Like a P1000? How far? Why don't you look that up?
It depends. What does that have to do with this?
These cameras allow us to see 50 miles, dude. 50 miles you can see with a zoom camera, bro. So your little boat that goes over the horizon, you can zoom it back in.
No.
Yeah.
You can't. No.
You've obviously never tried, right?
I'm still waiting for someone to Go ahead.
Things do disappear, right? They do disappear over the we call it horizon, call it whatever.
You only see so far, dude.
I realize you can only see
with optics. Things you can see too far, so things will definitely disappear at one time or another, sooner or later.
But that's not the point. That's not that. It doesn't matter.
Then you can pull out your binoculars.
Okay, watch a sunset and pull out your binoculars and bring the sun back up.
Well, it's funny you say that because I was taking pictures with my smartphone of the sunset 10 minutes after the sunset.
Oh my god. I don't want to be in here with dumb fucking Christian fucks. Jesus Christ.
Well, the guy who was praying to Jesus Christ, thank you for that. But anyways, the sun through the camera still in the sky, and below the sun, the sea was lit up. So, maybe go out and make some observations of sunsets, of after sunsets. See what you see.
So the sea was lit up? As if the sun rays were...
Underneath the sun that had already set. And the sun was still in the sky. You could see it through I have pictures of it.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about just from...
Okay, well, you said, pull out your binoculars on the sun. Well, I happened to capture it through my smartphone screen one day after it had set. Just saying, go out. If you're interested in this, go out and make your own observations. I mean...
Watch the sunset. I've watched sunsets and moonrise. Okay. Which is impossible on a flat Earth.
Oh, brother. Well, how am I still seeing the sun above? How am I seeing the sun above the horizon after it already set?
I don't know what you saw.
Are you saying
that's why you need to go make your own observations? Look at things through cameras.
Are you saying that things can't disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface?
They wouldn't. I mean...
Is that what you're saying? I don't want to get it wrong. What you're actually
I'm asking for an explanation for how they can.
But are you saying they can't?
Well, I'm going to assume they can't until you give me an explanation for how they can.
What if we show you things doing that on a flat surface?
What? Explain how they do that on a flat plane.
Not explain.
Do you have an example of a flat plane?
How about we just show you?
And something disappearing from the bottom and then being completely obscured. And something is at the height of, the sun.
Oh, you're adding more things now, are you?
Well, because I know what you're going to do.
And what exactly is the height of the sun?
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously more than...
How big's the sun?
I don't know.
How far away is it?
About 93 million miles.
What's the height of it?
About 93 million miles. When it's overhead. No. Right now, it's about 93 million miles below me.
Below you?
Yeah.
God bless you.
Sorry about that.
No.
Wow.
Special.
Probably kind of to the side of me, I would say. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's evening here.
Right over the top of me at the moment.
Actually, I think it's behind me, because I'm facing east. You're on Australia?
Yeah. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun's right overhead.
Well, if the surface of the seas are... Listen, if water at rest is level, water's seeking level, the surface of the seas are, they have waves and tides, but they're flat, they're seeking level, and the sun remains above them and moves, it travels away. I know it looks like the sun is going down, and you feel as if you're under the impression that we're spinning backwards is what's creating this. But if everything's flat and the sun remains above the flat surface, then there's your... It's a perspective.
It should never appear to dip below the surface.
Yeah, but you can watch a plane. Listen, you can watch a plane approach from far away. and it'll appear at the horizon, and then fly right over your head. And it was it was the same altitude, the whole time.
Have you ever seen things appearing to go down because of magnification?
What?
Have you ever seen things? Well, if you get a magnifying glass and then you put something behind it and you move it away from the magnifying glass, it actually looks like it's going down. Now, if you get
because refraction bends can change where something appears to be.
Wow. So if we get moisture in the air, right? You got little droplets of water in the air. They could cause atmospheric magnification. You ever see when the sun gets bigger on the horizon? You ever see that?
It doesn't really get bigger.
Yeah, it does.
Just appears bigger.
Oh, okay. Appears bigger. Yeah. Do you get okay? So when the sun appears bigger, is that all right?
Well, it appears bigger because you can compare it. Because you're able. It's an optical illusion.
No,
so
it's
you
not.
can compare
That's
it to.
what they tell you. Because some days it looks smaller, some days it looks bigger. So it's not an optical illusion. That's just what they tell you. When it appears bigger, it's always on a humid day. Yeah. So always on a humid day, the sun looks bigger when it's on the horizon. Always. If you go outside and observe these things, you might find out that that's true. Now, if the atmosphere is doing that, then would it act kind of like a magnifying glass?
I mean, we know the air. You're saying that the sun gets refracted below the horizon every night.
I'm just. Why did you add to my story? Did I say that?
Well, that's.
So repeat what I said.
That's what you said. It can act like a magnifying glass, which is refraction.
On humid days. On humid days.
Okay, but what does this have to do with our daily observation of the sun going below the horizon?
So you're saying it gets magnified every night. I didn't say that.
It has to. Well, then what does this have to do with anything of what this has fuck all to do with what we're talking about then, doesn't it?
Sometimes it looks like the sun goes down, and then sometimes it looks like it goes away.
It never looks like it goes away. What are you talking about?
Do you live on the ocean?
No, I don't live on the ocean.
Oh, okay.
I already told you that.
See it every day. I live on the ocean.
She's just ignorant about this thing, but she's ignorant about it. She's confused.
You see, so hold on. You're telling me that on some days.
Hold on. Hold on.
That on less.
Hold on. You like it? You like that, lady?
Is that a woman?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
yeah,
that's what I'm telling you. She's confused and she's ignorant about this topic.
I have a deep voice because I had a condition that gave me extra testosterone, like too much testosterone.
All right, back to the sun.
Yeah, so you're telling me that on some days you don't see the sun actually set. You see it like go away from you.
Yeah, kind of, but there's always moisture in the air, so it will always have this lensing effect. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But if you go to a dry desert where there's no humidity, you'll actually see the sun fade away.
Or does it just keep getting smaller and smaller until it disappears?
Yeah, it just fades away until you can't see it anymore. I've seen it many times in the desert here in Australia.
Wait, lady, you never
What are you laughing at?
I don't know whether this is a troll or what.
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah, it sounds like you're trolling for sure.
Yeah, I must be trolling.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? I should be the one laughing at you.
Why? If you're saying that you've never seen the sun fade away, you never seen this. Are you trolling?
I've never seen the sun just get smaller and smaller until it disappears. No, like
Well, your lack of experience isn't really a reason for you to accuse somebody of trolling.
I mean, if that's the case, like if that's what you see, then I don't know. Maybe that's why you became a flat earther. But like I've never seen that. I've never heard of anybody seeing that. Like
Before
that's
you
not.
said before you said you didn't live near the water. Now, do you live? Are you surrounded by mountains or something like that? Like, I'm just trying to work out where you live.
I grew up on the plains.
So, does the sun? Do you see the sun go over the horizon, or is it blocked by hills and mountains, stuff like
Depends on the direction.
Depends on the direction. It always sets in the
I mean, it's still going to be terrain.
It always
But
sets in the same direction.
But you're
We're
higher.
talking about direction.
Well, this depends on where exactly you are. Yeah, it does.
The sun changes direction.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because in the summertime, it sets in a
west.
In the west. In the wintertime, it sets in the southwest.
Yeah, so the west. Yeah, great.
Right. And also, what I'm saying is, like, depends on where exactly you're at. Like, I mean, it's always going to set behind some sort of terrain if you're on this, like...
You're not going to answer me, are you? So where the sun sets, where you live, is there a mountain range or what?
No mountains. I live on the prairie.
Prairie. So there's no mountains at the end of the prairie? Just a prairie for infinite
I mean, there's
distance.
I mean, there's mountains, but they're.
So could you conceive that it can go behind the mountains?
You can't always see the mountains, huh?
Well, you don't need to see them. How did you bring up your weather channel? You'll be able to see like 30, 40 miles or something. Maybe less than that.
I've seen more than that before.
Forever. Weird. Why do you guys think you can see forever?
Well, no, we're not saying you can see forever, but
you just said you can't see the mountains. I asked how are there mountains? Yeah, but sometimes I can't see them. I can't see them, but you can see that there are mountains that the sun's going behind. Yeah.
No, the sun doesn't go behind mountains in every direction. Like,
oh my god,
what are you talking?
From where?
I'm not that close to any. Okay,
What's to the west of you?
To the west of me.
The prairies.
Several hundred miles away, you have the Rocky Mountains.
Awesome. There you go. The Rocky Mountains. Just a small little hill. Yeah? I'm being sarcastic if you can't tell.
So you're saying that the reason the sun sets is because it goes behind the Rocky Mountains for me.
I'm going to give you an example because you said you have never seen it fade away. I'm going to tell you that the sun is going away and it's being blocked by the Rocky Mountains. That's why you've never seen it disappear.
If it's being blocked, if it was being blocked by the Rocky Mountains, then I should be able to see the Rocky Mountains behind the sun, or the shadow of the Rocky Mountains. Something.
Yeah, if you can see 200 miles, then yeah, go for it.
Well, I can see the sun, can't I?
Yeah, that's a light. Is the mountains a light?
Okay, what happens when you put a solid object in front of a light?
Yeah, you get a shadow. You get a
shadow.
What's it called? Silhouette.
Right, so I should be able to see the silhouette of the Rocky Mountains.
Cool. Jump
behind the sun.
Get a camera, zoom in, and you'll probably see them. That'd be awesome.
Alright. I'll have to try that.
Things get smaller in the distance, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the sun would have to be...
So when you were
So let's
laughing
see.
at me saying that sometimes the sun fades away because you've never seen it, can you now realise that you've never seen that because the sun goes behind the Rocky Mountains?
No,
But now it doesn't go behind the Rocky Mountains.
of course it doesn't go behind the Rocky Mountains.
It doesn't go behind the Rocky Mountains. Where does it go?
It goes over the horizon.
Is the horizon the Rocky Mountains?
Yeah.
No.
Fuck me dead.
Like even if you don't agree with it, like optically, it's still gonna look like that. So.
Like what?
How far are the Rocky Mountains again?
200 miles.
He said 3 to 5 miles a little while ago. He's seeing
No,
real
that's
far
not-
nowadays.
See. I don't know exactly how far to the Rocky Mountains from here. Let's see. From here to...
It better be 5 miles, dude. Well, I guess they're a little higher up in altitude, so you can get a little more distance on them.
How far?
But if they're 50 miles away, that's 500 meters of drop, bro.
They're more like 500 and something miles away.
500.
They're probably you probably get into the foothills of the Rocky Mountains probably about. Hang on, let me see. How far is what?
Well, never mind. You can't see the Rocky Mountains.
Oh, of course you can't see them.
Well, it gradually. I mean,
They're
the
that
terrain
far away.
gradually about 300 miles away is probably when you get into the foothills. But like, it
300
gradually
miles,
rises from
There's
here
no
to
way
there.
you should see them from 300 miles,
Yeah, but-
dude.
No way.
Not with your globe
But you
fucking
sh-
math.
Oh no, we're talking about flat. When it's flat.
Well,
Of course, I can't see the Rocky Mountains from here,
Oh,
but I can see the sun when it should be past the Rocky Mountains. That's my point. Or I can see. I can see the sun. No, the sun would disappear before it goes past the Rocky Mountains.
Oh,
But if
so
it's the Rocky Mountains that's blocking it, I should see the shadow of the mountains.
sun goes below the Rocky Mountains.
Why would it go below? That makes no sense. How high is the sun?
You just said it disappears before the Rocky Mountains.
Well, it disappears before it would have reached the Rocky Mountains. Yeah.
So the sun is before the Rocky Mountains.
It would have to be between me and the Rocky
Think
Mountains.
about what you're saying. How? You said it's 93 million miles away.
I'm talking about on a flat Earth.
What?
Look. Okay. Actually, wait a minute. No, that wouldn't work either. Okay, because the sun has to be higher than... How high is the sun? I mean, it's at least high...
Would you tell us?
Oh, they won't tell you how high the sun is because that kills their model. So they'll sneak around that one.
What model?
Right.
Oh, the flat Earth. You can't have the flat Earth and a number on the sun because it ruins your model.
I don't have a model.
What model?
What?
Exactly. You guys are really slippery.
Called reality, Mark G. Mysteries abound.
Mysteries
You'll be
abound.
okay, Duck. No need to be so foul.
Okay, do you think the sun is less
You can't explain you can explain nothing with your model except no globe. That's it. The only
the
thing you
sun
have
moves,
is-
dude. So how high is it?
They don't even have a model. They refuse to...
No. It's just a silly game.
Yeah.
They won't claim anything. Yeah, they claim
Fellas, why would we need a model? You don't have a model.
That's how you understand reality.
That explains all.
Hold on a second. Reality is explained by reality. Why don't you post your model in chat?
Oh, reality just explains itself? That makes
It's
no
pretty
sense.
apparent, isn't it?
How does reality explain reality? That makes no sense.
Maybe I chose the wrong words. All we need is reality. We can test it. We can fiddle with it. We could touch it. The globe, We can't touch that. There's no curvature. You don't have a model. Where's your model? Post it in chat.
Besides the furniture, the globe furniture, besides that, where's the model?
A scientific experiment, if you will.
You can globe furniture that is not intended for education purposes, only for decoration, right?
But if it exists in nature, it must be easy to replicate.
So you can go to any mainstream source and get a round Earth model. You guys won't commit to any single.
Just post it.
Let's see it. Anywhere?
Hey, lady. Lady.
Yeah.
You're a lady boy?
Am I a lady boy? No, I'm not Thai.
Okay, so look at this lady. Look, do you think look at this other lady?
It's ma'am to you, sir.
Look at this lady. Do you think the lady is behind the curvature of the Earth? Because, you know?
Look at. Oh, wait, do you think that man is standing in water?
Hey, the lady. I'm talking about the lady.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she's going behind the curvature?
No, that's obviously there's a. I can't tell. Wait, is she walking in water or is that a mirage? I'm not sure. Looks like she's standing in a hole, standing in
All
water.
I'm saying is that, ma'am, she is disappearing bottom up, so it must be a globe, right?
Okay, do we know if she... Actually, we don't know if she's disappearing bottom up. How do you know she just doesn't have any shins?
I mean, what... Does the guy has the same disease as her?
Could be.
So it has to be a globe, because we don't see them... We see them disappearing bottom up, right? It must be a globe.
No, they haven't disappeared yet.
So they started to, just like the boat, remember?
Yeah, boats go all the way over the horizon. So does the sun. So does the moon.
See, we're just going to kind of rinse and repeat. Where's this horizon? If they disappear after 3 miles at a 6-foot observer height?
That's where they start to disappear.
Well, how come we have so many videos and photos of things in excess of 3 miles at a 6-foot observer height not disappearing?
Yeah, we have photos of certain places.
Obstruction in the way, the edge of the Earth, right?
Hey, ma'am. Hey, ma'am. Look at this one, ma'am. What about the sun fading away? Above the horizon, look. Sun fading away above the horizon, ma'am. Does that mean... what does that mean? The sun fading away above the horizon.
Man, she got a pretty crappy camera there. Not able to... It looks like the top of the sun. And then further, what you're seeing below the sun is where...
Yeah, nobody thinks you're a ma'am.
Hey, just like the other ma'am. Just like the lady.
Yeah, so the last picture, the one not the last one, second to last picture, that's the top of the sun with the bottom of the sun obscured.
Fading away. Fading away.
Oh, there we go. There's another picture. Yeah, that's not... So, you notice how the sun stays the same size in all of those? I don't see it getting smaller as it gets further away, do we?
Well, what distance?
Same brightness too, right?
The moon also, same thing happens.
It looks to me like in the top series of images that the sun, as it's...
Well, why would it shrink?
Why would it shrink? What do you mean?
Why would the size of the sun change?
Because if it's actually getting further away from you, it would have to.
Well, then you'd need to know how far away it is.
No, just
Which
how
you won't
far-
provide.
Just that it's increasing in distance. That's how perspective works.
No, you'd need to know how far away it is and what size it is to make that
It doesn't
claim.
matter. No matter how far away it is on a flat Earth, it will shrink. Maybe it's a very small amount, but it will shrink and
Okay,
grow.
so why only on a flat Earth if you don't know how far away the sun is and how big it is?
It doesn't matter how far away it is and how big it is. It will
What do you
always
mean it
shrink.
doesn't matter?
You understand perspective. You guys keep claiming you understand perspective, but you obviously don't.
But you understand perspective.
As things get closer, they get bigger. As things get farther away, they get
Okay,
smaller.
What size is the sun?
That's all you need to know.
What size is the sun?
In your model, I have no idea.
And
Because
how
you
far-
don't have one. You have no
How can you make
explanatory
that
power for
claim?
anything.
How
So
can
I
you
don't
make
know.
that claim that on a flat Earth it would shrink in size because you don't know how far the sun is. We don't know how far the sun is. We don't know
It
how
doesn't
big the
matter.
sun is.
As it gets
So
closer
why
on
would
a flat Earth, it's
you're
going to get
making-
closer and further away. It's going to get
you're
bigger and
making
smaller.
claims about something that you got no idea about.
No, it's relative distance and relative size. If it gets farther
Know your
away
fucking
relatively, it
conversation.
gets
Shut
smaller.
the fuck up.
It doesn't matter. You understand perspective. If it gets closer, it gets bigger. If it gets farther away, it
You
gets
keep
smaller.
on saying that.
Because I'm right.
So
I
if you-
keep on saying I'm
okay,
right because I'm right.
you
You keep
understand
denying I'm right, but you have
perspective,
no grounds.
Why doesn't the sun shrink?
I'm sorry, what?
Why doesn't the sun shrink on the globe?
What isn't it?
Because
Shrink
it
on the
stay-
globe?
Because it stays the
Yeah.
same distance, pretty much.
Thanks, Mark. You explained
Ah.
perspective. Yeah, like well
Yeah.
done, bro.
Just because you guys didn't understand perspective, I thought I'd jump in and make sure you guys understood it.
Okay. So
Thank you for
you
explaining
guys
it to
have
us.
you guys have got a distance. We don't have a distance, so you can't claim that it would shrink on a flat Earth because you don't have
No,
a
I
distance
absolutely
to the
can.
size.
It absolutely
They
can.
can't.
Does the sun get closer and further away from you?
Yeah, but how big is it and where is it?
Ah, ha, ha, yes, it does. Thank you. That's all I need to know. It should get bigger.
Mark,
And how far away is it?
Mark, in your strawman model, is the sun an object?
It doesn't matter.
Why not?
As long as it stays the same size, and it is the same size because it's the same
Well-
size observed by different people.
Excuse
different
me,
parts of the
I just
globe.
asked you a very specific question. This has a lot to do with the topic. In
No,
your
it doesn't.
strawman model,
No,
yes, it does. Hold on,
I'm
bro.
saying it
Don't
does not.
spiral
I'm saying
out,
it doesn't
Mark.
matter.
Don't spiral out, bro. Relax. Relax.
Relax.
Mark,
Take a
in
deep
your
breath.
strawman
Mark, it's
model,
okay.
is the sun a physical object?
Strawmanning the model. I'm strawmanning the model? There's no model.
Mark, you
There's no model.
created
What
a
am I
model in
strawmanning?
your Mark, relax.
Okay.
You've created a model in your head, and you're placing it upon us, right? What is the sun in the strawman model that you've created?
Sun is an object you can see that is the same size to different.
It is an object. How big is the object?
Something you can see. I didn't say it's an object.
You just said an object that you can see. You just said
Something
that.
you can see. It said it's something you can see. An object you can
Now
see. but it's
something.
not- Yeah, something.
Oh, so it is an object or not?
It depends on what you mean by object.
Is it a tangible object?
Tangible object. It exists. As far
It
as I know.
exists. Thank you. There's a light in the sky. Yeah, we all agree.
Uh-huh.
Is it physical? Is it an object or no?
Why does it matter? It doesn't matter.
It does matter. I'm
No,
asking
it doesn't.
you.
It does not matter.
So you're saying it doesn't matter. So you can create whatever strawman that you want because it doesn't matter as long as I place it on you and then burn it down. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is you can replace that with anything you want. My logic still holds.
So it's a physical object that gets smaller like everything else that goes off in the distance, right? This is the model that you've created for us so you can burn it down, correct?
No. All I'm saying,
No.
all I'm taking is what I'm hearing and applying logic to it, and it fails, right?
What are you hearing? What did we say that the sun was a physical object?
No. You said that all you said was the sun, and you made claims about it going behind the horizon and doing different things, right? And unless you want to deny that,
We didn't say it goes behind any horizons. No one said that. The globe side says that.
you said you were making claims about the sun apparently going behind the horizon, and it's a matter of perspective, right?
Apparently, it doesn't say it absolutely does. It looks that way.
You're claiming it's perspective, the geometric perspective, right? Geometric horizon.
No, we're just saying it appears like it goes behind the horizon. Other times, it just appears to disappear. It shrinks into nothing and goes away.
Awesome.
It does a lot of different things. So, what are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about that doesn't make any sense. When you say
that the sun sometimes does one thing and sometimes does another, and it doesn't make sense to you, is not really our problem now, is it, Mark?
No, I'm saying it doesn't make sense in the context of the sun not appearing to get bigger and smaller. If you say, because that means it's a flat Earth. What you're arguing for is a flat Earth, that we live on a plane. And in the context of
it's obvious that we live on a plane. There's no curvature.
Right. So you're that's the only part of your model that you're willing to own up to, is that we live on a plane. Right?
I didn't say anything about a model. I'm talking about reality. There's no curvature anywhere. What are you talking about?
Model of reality.
Model.
You've got an understanding. Let's just call it an understanding of reality in which we live on a plane, right?
Of course, you said so.
I'm not. This is you. Do you think we live?
Well, there's no curvature, so it's a plane, right? The horizon is horizontal, no point higher than the other, or lower.
Okay.
So we see flat everywhere.
So you're willing to own up that you believe that we live on a plane?
Believe? I measured it. I know we do.
Really? Where's your measurements?
What do you want? The lack of curvature? You want me to show you nothing? You want me to show you zero? Okay, I'll show you zero.
I want to see measurements of points thousands of miles away and their altitude and relative.
Thousands of miles away? Hold on a second, bro. That's absurdity. Thousands of miles away. Who can see thousands of miles away?
You don't need to see.
In any circumstance. In any circumstance.
Well, you can go to the top of a mountain and see. You can see at least 300 or 400 miles away. As a matter of fact, I did look up. The Rocky Mountains are visible by the naked eye, 100 to 200 miles away in the right conditions.
You're right. They're right. You're right. And if you can see those, guess what? No ball. 200 miles away. Rocky Mountains. Maximum height.
They're 12,000.
You flat smacked yourself, Duck.
Something.
Dude, that was a bad one. You scratched yourself.
You did.
I don't know what you're. Yeah, you're right. You want? We can do the math, but no. What I'm saying is that on a flat plane, you should be able to get on top of the Rocky Mountains and see Mount Fuji.
Mark, stutter for me. Do it again.
So what? Anyway, but we're talking about the
stutter
sun.
for me.
Back to the sun. Let's get back to the sun and how it does not look any different when it's closer versus farther away.
Why does the shape of the Earth make you uncomfortable?
I think the shape of the Earth doesn't make me feel uncomfortable or comfortable.
There's no curvature, then you can see things.
No. You're trying to distract me. We're talking about the apparent lack of
let's get back to
sun dimensions.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So sometimes the sun looks like it shrinks and disappears into the distance. Angular size just disappears. Sometimes it looks like it goes behind something physical. So what can we draw from just those two observations?
I'm asking why the sun doesn't get bigger when it gets closer to you overhead.
Why would I know?
Because you know. Why would you know? Exactly. I don't know why you know, because you don't apply physics or logic or anything to any other problem. So why would you apply it to this?
Well, thank you for ad homing me, but I'm just letting you know. Why should I be able to explain what goes on with the sun when I don't even know what the sun is?
It's an observable
light in the sky. It's just a light in the sky, Mark.
Right. So we can. Yeah. So you have different. Hold on. You have different observers observing it from different perspectives, and it's all the same size, and it's the same size for most of the day. Now there is atmospheric refraction as it gets towards the horizon, which will slightly. Most of what we see that when the sun gets bigger is an optical illusion created by our brains. It does get slightly larger in some conditions near the horizon. That's true, right? Due to atmospheric refraction, right? But most of the time throughout the day, through most of its arc, it is exactly the same. Through, I'd say 90% of its arc. I could do the math, but through most of its arc is exactly the same size, when in fact you should see it getting bigger and smaller. And it doesn't get bigger or smaller from anyone's perspective, right? So you can move 3 time zones away, right? It's the same size. So the sun could be so far away that it would be not noticeable, right? Like it is in the globe model. There is a slight difference in the sun size. Actually, it is very slight. It's not noticeable. And it could be on the flat plane that it would be that far away. Except that really creates a problem, I think. Because if the sun were that far away, to not notice that it was getting bigger and smaller would never get near the horizon in your perspective. So you have to have something relatively low. You have to have something relatively low in terms of close to the Earth to have something to get that close to the horizon to even come close to what you're projecting, like an aircraft, right? Like that kind of height.
Okay. So what you've done is made a lot of baseless assertions and then affirm the consequent along the way. All you've told me is things that are based on your opinions. It's just your understanding, which sucks, right? Because you've affirmed the consequent in your explanations. So either you're lying to yourself or you're trying to win an argument because you don't know the facts.
Do you know what?
If the sun sometimes changes angular... Excuse me, I let you ramble. Now it's my turn. You have seen some things, but not all things having to do with the sun. I doubt that you've gotten a solar filter out and measured its angular apparent size over the course of the day for over a year to see how much it does vary in size and then drawn any conclusions from that. Especially if you don't know what the sun is or where it is, right? If it's a physical object, if it's an optical illusion, if it's a hologram, which we don't know, and you don't know either. So you've affirmed the consequent through your limited knowledge and the little bit of, biased information you've consumed. Correct?
Are you done with your rambling? Okay. So what you've done is you've inserted a bunch of possible ad hoc explanations for what the sun could be, right? I hear no direct refutation to what I've said, right?
Why do I need to refute a baseless assertion and an affirming the consequent fallacy? Why do I have to do that?
Affirming the consequence. Please show me how it's affirming the consequence fallacy. Okay. If A then B, B then A, right? I didn't say that.
Right. So if the sun is a certain... Okay, what were the observations? Maybe I'm wrong. What's the observation specifically that you would like to give as evidence?
I'm asking why the sun doesn't get larger when it gets closer to you overhead versus... Well, not overhead, right? When it's near the horizon, not at the horizon.
Why would you strawman me with getting closer to me? I don't know if the sun's getting closer to me. I don't know what the sun is.
You don't know what the sun is.
You understand that
I have no idea
about the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So that involves direct observation of the surface. So we don't know what the fuck the sun is, and we're not making a claim about it.
That the sun doesn't illuminate different surfaces of the Earth, right? And that the sun must be the sun must have
claim. Fine, yeah, it does do that, obviously.
Right. Obviously, it does that, and it has to be a physical object of some sort.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it does not emit light or emit heat.
Maybe it's an effect, not an object.
An effect. An effect has to be physical to actually cause physical changes.
Okay, I didn't say not physical. I said not object necessarily.
Well, can you define what's not an object but is physical?
If I shine a flashlight into a mirror, is the reflection from the mirror the light or the appearance of light?
A reflection?
Yeah, like light isn't necessarily... Yeah, it's not an object, but it's physical. So it could be an effect of some kind, not a physical object, like a ball or like a body of some kind,
The reflected light would be physical. It would also be caused by secondary...
Not physical, dude. I'm saying just not necessarily a big giant ball.
I'm just trying to parse what you're saying, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. That the reflection of the light, in my estimation, would be physical, but it would be caused by a secondary physical object, which you wouldn't necessarily be able to see.
Just so you get what we're saying, the ground under your feet is not curving, as you believe, and we're...
Yeah, because that was the point that I tried to come in here with, is that our claim is about the surface of the Earth, and we're still going on about the sun. And what I said about that is, we don't really know what the fuck it is, and there's various possibilities, but the argument that we have to make is about the surface.
What I'm saying is, you can say that, but that making that claim has a whole bunch of entailments.
It does, but
making the claim that the ground is curving,
and those entailments don't stand up.
Yeah, the claim that the ground is spinning and curving doesn't stand up in reality. You're right.
I'm saying that the flat Earth claim has a lot of entailments.
The claim of the globe Earth that the ground is curving and
that no
spinning
one
doesn't
wants
stand
to
up
claim.
to
No one
reality,
wants to
bro.
own up to
Are you
and explain.
deaf?
You keep repeating yourself, so I'm going to keep repeating myself.
Well, it's called honesty. We don't know what the sun is exactly, so we just tell you that. But what we can do is directly measure and observe the surface for curvature, and we don't find any. So that's what that is. So what you're saying at this point is reality isn't squaring up with reality. So it sounds like a you problem.
Right. Do you accept that? Here's something I was thinking about today. Do you accept that the latitude and longitude lines as drawn on a globe map do not match reality?
Do I accept the globe? Okay, well, globe map, yeah, that's not reality.
Right. So the latitude and longitude lines would not be accurate in terms of distance on a flat Earth.
Nah, there'd be distortions.
Right.
Latitude and longitude lines are derived from the sky, though, anyway.
Right, but they're mapped to ground coordinates, and those ground coordinates would not map to a flat Earth.
Yeah, there'll be distortions and corrections need to be made.
Right.
And there's lots
It
of different
depends on
maps
which model.
people use.
Again, it depends on how you want to flatten the Earth. There's different techniques, whether it's some type of azimuthal equidistant map or whatever it's called.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different projections you can make, and they are all just that, projections. They're not actually the terrain. They're not actually the surface.
Right. I challenge you to bring one that people would actually not know. I challenge, and I know you don't want to. No one will do it, but I'm just going to say that I would challenge any flat earther to provide a projection that would not be falsified by people's experience in their cars driving around to different locations provided by GPS and provided by Google
That's something you could actually do. Is test.
I did it. I navigated to locations here locally and was able to verify that. I mean, the car doesn't give you fractions of a mile exactly, but within pretty good accuracy, the GPS matches up with what my car odometer says, and my car odometer is not linked to GPS, so they're independent.
Mm-hmm.
So when
we can't use your car odometer out, in the southern oceans or anything like that.
No,
but you can do little tests like that. But at the same time, are the oceans curving? That's the whole point here.
Right. No, what I'm saying is the flat.
Exactly. No, they're not curving. You're correct.
But you'd end up with people. The directions wouldn't be accurate, right? So, for example, on the azimuthal equidistance map that flat earthers like to pony up. And where's the guy from Australia?
Raw manning again, dude. Nobody here did that.
Yeah.
Why are you coming with arguments?
I'm not. I didn't say somebody did this. I'm saying, but you. This is a frequently.
You just said that someone did it, and now you're saying someone didn't do it.
Look, every time this comes up, it's the Glober. I've never seen a flat earther in this VC actually bring that map up and say, "Yeah, this is the true representation of the world." I haven't even seen that. It's always Globers.
No. The Globers are claiming that.
Somebody brought up. Hold on. Earlier, it was a couple hours ago. I popped in for just 10 minutes. Somebody was talking about.
To think about the surface, can we?
Hold on.
Hold on. Concentrate on the conversation that you're having right now, bro.
Off the point. I don't know how many times I've brought you back to. Okay, this is about direct observation of the surface.
This is a direct observation of the surface. You can drive, for example, in Australia. You can drive in North America and measure the distance.
Hey, then go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. And then after you do that, you tell me how that proves that the picture I'm just about to post in the text chat has a curved body of water in it.
You explain to me how it works out that the latitude and longitude lines are accurate, yet it's a flat Earth.
Okay, no. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to post a picture of an ocean. You just tell me where it's curving, because that's all I need to do.
No, it's not all you need to do. You need to explain how the longitude and latitude lines.
If it's not curving, it can't be a ball.
It
doesn't matter if you don't understand navigation without the world being a ball. That'll be your problem. At the end of the day, if that ocean isn't curving the way it needs to for the Earth to be a ball of the claimed dimensions, then it's not.
More atmospheric refraction for people that don't understand it. Awesome.
Okay, so atmospheric refraction. So your claim is that is a curved body of water, but it's refracted, so it looks like that instead.
It's a curved body of water, so yes, it will. So
that curved body of water, then, given the dimensions have been claimed, must have a horizon at 1.2 miles physically. Okay, so you're saying it does, but what we see is this instead.
It depends on. I think I'm
Just
looking
yes
at
or
what you're
no,
looking at.
not it depends. Geometrically, it has to have that horizon distance of 1.2 miles with the ball of the claimed dimensions. Has to. So it doesn't depend.
Hold on. It depends on the observer height. It depends on the observer height.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's 1 foot. So depending on that, it must be 1.2 miles.
If somebody's standing at, let's say, 6 feet, that would be.
No, dude, we're standing at 1 foot. That's where the camera is placed. And if it were 6 feet, it'd be 3 miles, and the horizon would still be too far. You lose there too. But it's 1 foot here. 1.2.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying physically, yes, it does, but what we see is a horizon further than 9.4.
I'm assuming that if it's labeled correctly, I don't know. I don't know where it was taken or there's documentation about it. Sure.
Santa Barbara. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
You've never seen this before, but you're okay. So immediately when I showed that to you, you parroted atmospheric refraction, but you've never even seen this. So you don't even know.
I'm looking at 9. I'm looking at the 9.14, 9 and 6.21, and all the flat earthers, like, this is the only thing they have is atmospheric refraction.
No,
That's all they got.
That's what you have is a baseless claim of atmospheric refraction, which boils down to, well, yeah, there is a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles that you don't see, where you actually see a horizon at 10 or whatever miles it is.
Sure.
So that would be a baseless claim unless you can show us somehow that there actually is a geometric horizon there at 1.2 that we're not seeing. That's quite an error too, because the size of the ball that you need for a horizon that big is in the hundreds of thousands of miles, about 250,000 miles. But the claimed distance from here to the moon. That's how big the radius of your ball is looking due to atmospheric refraction. According to you, do you have any fucking evidence for that at all?
Evidence of atmospheric refraction?
No, dude.
Are you saying it doesn't happen?
Evidence that you're looking at a little 39-59 mile radius ball that, due to atmospheric refraction, appears to be a ball 6 times the size you think Jupiter is. Any evidence for that?
It doesn't. You're asking for evidence of atmospheric refraction.
No. I told you twice in a row. I'm asking for evidence that that's actually a geometric 1.2 mile horizon on a 39-59 mile radius sphere, even though it's looking
What
like.
are you talking about? No one's claiming it's a bigger sphere than it is. They're claiming it's a smaller sphere. But atmospheric refraction
it's like a language barrier.
You don't understand your own claim, okay? Because what you're saying is that it just looks bigger than what it actually is, but you don't actually know that that's your claim, do you? Because I've said it to you like 3 times, and you just don't seem to be getting it.
You're trying to get me to justify. You're trying to get me to justify the size of Earth that I'm not claiming.
Okay, you're not claiming the 39-59. Okay, well then what was all that about navigation? And we use the geoid to navigate and blah blah blah. Because that's what they're saying. The 39-59 figure.
The standard model of the globe is supported by latitude and longitude, right? The latitude and longitude coordinates map to a standard globe, and you can't map them to a flat Earth.
That globe doesn't exist in real life, though.
Right, but if it didn't exist in real life, navigation based on the latitude and longitude would not be accurate, right?
That's just derived from the sky, elevation angles to stars. That's fine.
What?
We can do that. And you can do
I'm talking about GPS navigation that is based on latitude and longitude, where you can drive to a coordinates and it's accurate.
Elevation angles to Polaris.
Wow, but you're just rambling now.
No, I'm not.
Off into La La Land here.
No, I'm not.
What are you talking about?
You don't know that? You don't know that your declination to Polaris gives you your latitude?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay,
but
so then why are you so baffled by what I just said?
Hold on. We're not talking about latitude here. We're talking about longitude primarily, right? That's the biggest distortion in these flat Earth models is the latitude. Because oftentimes, not all of them, but a lot of them, they hold the latitudes equidistant. That's the equidistant.
Right. Okay, well, why don't you post whatever you're talking about in the chat based on latitude and longitude that proves that ocean I just posted actually does have a 1.2 mile geometric but refracted horizon.
No, it's really simple. It's really simple, right? And by the way, someone was talking about the Antarctic ice wall, which is
okay, off the topic again.
Earlier.
No, not gonna let you do that.
No. All I'm saying is that getting back to what I was trying to hold on, explaining why I brought up the azimuthal equidistant map is because when I was in here earlier, someone was talking about the Antarctic ice wall, which is a feature of that map. Okay, I'll drop that.
Yeah,
so that's
About
That's
that.
fine.
Nobody's talking about that. You keep straying from the point here.
No, the point is that
You wanna get away from
if you dissect the globe map into sections, right? So if you look at, you could do it in triangles or trapezoids
yeah.
in triangles, however you
Right.
want to dissect it, right?
Yeah, let's test the globe map against an ocean. I'm going to post another one for you now, and you're going to just parrot the
And
same thing. and
all
try
you'd have to do is drive across any land.
Just drive across any
distance.
ocean that is supposed to have a geometric horizon.
You're trying to throw red herrings. You could drive
It's
across
not a red
flat
herring.
Earth,
This is the
right?
point. This is
And
the
figure
point.
out that
You're
at
throwing
the
red-
latitude and
I
longitude
brought
match
it back
the
to the
GPS
point.
coordinates.
Listen,
and
that's
therefore
rich of you.
perpendicular to
Okay, all right. I'm just going to have to mute you because you're not going to be able to withstand this, are you?
Earth. You're weak. You have no argument.
Well, is that the case? Because I have been trying to bring it back to the actual point here of this whole conversation since I started talking to you, and it's rich of you to say that I'm red herringing away from that when it's you doing that every single time. The point is the surface of the Earth. You're giving us abstractions, models, maps, reification, things like that, conceptualizations.
Reification. Do you know what reification is?
Yeah, you're making concrete that which is abstract.
Yes, it's not abstract.
Yeah, that's
latitude,
what it is. Yeah,
longitude,
yeah.
latitude,
So
and longitude
why
things
don't
are
we?
physical points in the Earth.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth is what we're talking about, and we can directly observe it. We don't need an abstraction, and we don't need your we don't need your interpretations of what it is based on the sky, based on models, maps, and reifications. We can just look at it directly. So I
I'm
posted
looking at it
another
directly.
ocean. According to you and your understanding, based on models, maps, and reifications, that ocean has a horizon at 2.3 miles. Except I don't see that. Do you?
Yeah, again, atmospheric refraction. It looks like to me.
Okay, so how does it look like that? Explain.
Hold on. You're talking about the last one you posted at 10:48.
We're just going to do this all day until you show us where the curve of any of these oceans are that necessarily must be there if your understanding of the Earth is true based on models, maps, and reifications.
So it says the horizon is behind all the wind turbines, distance 8 miles, right?
No. Try to read a little bit better. 11.2 miles.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I said 11.2, as is clearly marked. But try again.
Oh, I was reading the bottom of your image there. Okay. Okay, 11 miles, 8.4, 8.8, 9. Okay, awesome. You've taken a picture with atmospheric refraction. Congratulations.
Okay, so what's being refracted there?
The light through the atmosphere.
Oh, the light. Okay, so no geometry in particular.
What do you mean geometry?
Oh, so we're not looking at a geometric horizon or any of that? You're just talking about refraction for no reason?
I'm talking about refraction through the atmosphere.
Oh, so there's not a geometric horizon in that picture that's been refracted?
There is an apparent horizon, whether you want to call it geometric horizon or whatever. There's an apparent horizon.
Yeah or no? Is there a geometric horizon at 2.3
There's an apparent horizon. If you mean geometric horizon as in the tangent point. Hold on.
I know. Yeah, the tangent point that we would necessarily have on that sphere that you're saying we live on. Are you saying that's in the picture but refracted?
I'm saying looks like there's an apparent horizon with.
No, it's going to be a yes or no. Are you saying that tangent is in the picture but refracted?
I can't tell.
Okay, then
it might be.
It might be.
Yeah,
okay, then why are you bringing up refraction? Because refraction would be your argument that yes, it is there, but we don't see it there because of refraction. You're just waffling about refraction.
What I'm saying.
You're just waffling about refraction for fun, or what is it?
I'm trying to explain it to you because you obviously don't understand it.
No, I do understand it. You don't understand your own claim. Your claim with refraction is that there's a refracted globe, therefore a refracted geometric horizon. That would be at 2.3 miles. You don't know if you're saying that there is one at 2.3 miles. So you don't know if you're saying that there's actually a globe or not.
No, what I'm saying is that the light bends along with the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay.
Due to atmospheric refraction.
Oh, you figured out your claim. You figured out your claim. Okay, so it bends along with the curve of the Earth. So you're saying there is a physical geometric horizon, but due to refraction, we don't see it.
That may be it in this picture. I don't know, but it's hard to tell.
Oh, you don't know either. Okay, either yes, it is, or no, and it's not a globe.
Fuzzy pictures, and I'm trying to discern something from fuzzy pictures.
No, you're trying to discern something from the geometry you claim. This is supposed to be the whole. Right. You don't understand your own claim. That's the problem.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying on purpose.
No, I do. I do. You don't understand what I'm saying, which is actually your claim, which you don't even understand.
No, I think I understand my claim. Thank you.
No, you don't, because I've given it to you like 5 times with both of these pictures, and you were just baffled every single time. You
I'm
don't
not
get
baffled.
it.
I understand exactly what the pictures are, and they don't support a flat Earth.
You
Yes,
said they
they
were
do.
too fuzzy.
Yes, they
Well,
do support.
they don't. What I'm saying is, you.
Okay, they don't. So what? That's showing a curved ocean. You had to say atmospheric refraction, which means it's not showing a curved ocean, or else you wouldn't have had to say that. So why don't you explain yourself when you say it doesn't support a flat Earth?
It doesn't support a flat Earth because those can be demonstrated by atmospheric refraction.
You don't know that there's a curve there being refracted. We went over this already. I asked you if there is a geometric horizon, that would be your curve, and you said, I don't know. So refraction isn't doing anything for you here, because if that's not necessarily there, then there's no curve there, so this is fine on a flat Earth.
Okay, hold on. So those results can be explained by atmospheric. I gotta go in a minute, but those.
Yeah, you
those,
don't know.
those
Yeah,
pictures-
you're in a loop, dude. Yeah, you're in breakdown mode, so you might as well just go and
I'm
figure
not
out what.
no.
Yeah, you might as well just go and figure out what your argument is supposed to be, because this is just getting dumb.
Actually, they're trying to straw man me. No.
No, I'm steel manning you. But you can't steel man yourself is the problem. You don't even know what your argument is supposed to be. You're going to say that there is a refracted globe radius that we're looking at, basically, due to refraction, but you haven't figured that part out yet, and you came in here too soon.
Not what I'm saying.
Okay, exactly. That's my point. That's not what you're saying, which is what you should be saying, because that is the globe claim of refraction that you had to learn from a flat earther today. So
No,
you should
that's not. That's not.
Yes, that's what's happening. So you should take your leave, and you should stop being so stubborn and doubling down on this stupidity, because the flat earthers in this room know your globe claim better than you do. So try again. Maybe you'll have better luck tomorrow. See ya.
So, Heretic, I wanted to. I noticed something, and
Sorry to
certainly
hijack.
somebody. Say again?
Sorry to hijack that.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. But the picture that you post, I like it for 2 reasons, and somebody surely had to have figured this out yet. But this is something I just noticed. If the horizon is supposed to be at 2.3 miles, let's say, so in between post 2 and 3. But they're only saying that the horizon is being refracted behind the posts. Wouldn't all the posts have to be behind the apparent horizon as well?
I kind of think no, to be honest. I think that they're just saying that the surface looks like it flattens out some. So that geometric tangent point is going to be further back because it's looking like a bigger ball with a smaller curve. But they don't know that.
Well, I think they should have to be consistent. If they're going to say the physical Earth curve appears to have moved farther away, then the physical poles should be appearing to be farther away behind the physical Earth curve. But that's just me.
Well, because if you look at what they're really saying, like 7/6R, etc., they're just making the ball bigger with optics, right?
Sure.
So they say they have a bigger ball, basically, or, well, an apparently bigger ball. And so that tangent point just ends up being further back on the surface because of that. So I kind of think no, the poles or the turbines should probably actually be in front of the apparent horizon, given their claim. There's just no basis for the claim, is all.
Well, they're using a formula of refraction that still requires a radius.
Exactly.
And so we're back to square one.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get him to understand, is that he's saying that we're looking at the geometry except it's refracted. So how do you know that geometry is actually there when you can't see it? And he just, I don't know. They just come in here with a script that they don't even really comprehend.
Word.
Isn't that the original claim? You know it's curving because it's not curving. It's like their stick.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
he was saying it supports a curved Earth because it looks flat. It's fucking weird. So, so does it support a flat Earth as well? I wanted to ask him that. We see it looks like a flat surface. So does that support a flat Earth as well? I wonder what he'd answer to that. He's like, no, because it looks flat because it's curved. Like, how do you even answer that?
They just make assertion after assertion.
Yeah, we know it's round.
Yeah.
We know it's
Closer
a
to home.
sphere, so...
Just back it with the next assertion.
That's the ISS.
D-Mac, you bastard!
Get the fuck you hurry.
So he's been in the last 3 days, hasn't he? That guy.
I never heard him talk till now.
Yesterday he was quite vocal. What was his name again?
I forget.
Mark something.
Mark, yeah, Mark. Mark G.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else then.
No, there was another guy just before him who was speaking just as much shit.
That was
the lady. The lady man.
Sorry, the man.
whatever.
Sorry, sorry. Did I say guy? Fucking, I assumed he's gender.
I've argued with
My bad.
her quite a few times. I didn't feel like it today. I get bored of the same person after a while.
They just go and reset and then come back in.
Yeah, that's why it's boring.
My voice gets I was born with an unusually low voice. Also, this Adam's apple.
My Adam's apple's getting in the way of my voice.
I don't know, but I'm a lady.
Ooh. Don't speak to ladies like that. You're talking about Little Britain.
I identify as a 10. I'm fucking gorgeous.
Oh, you look beautiful.
Thank you, my lady.
I'm going to have a champagne.
Do we have kids?
Ladies drink champagne.
We do. I like champagne. Because ladies, that's what we do. We drink champagne.
Stop misgendering me.
He said that yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, he did. That was to you. You misgendered the poor lady with the penis.
I just go off what I hear, you know.
Timbo, you fucking animal. How dare you, man?
Well, look, I identify as a black Jewish hermaphrodite, so I'm always offended.
Lady boys.
Aphrodite.
Easy. I suppose the
Yes, black Jewish hermaphrodite.
At least you go fuck yourself.
I like it. That was very good. Spring close to home. Look at the ISS. No,
saw
the
it yesterday.
shenanigans. Sorry, what's that, Matthew? Sorry, we went. You
I
want to
said
talk
I
about
saw it
angles?
yesterday, the ISS, or I saw a dot going across the sky.
Oh, you seen it? You saw a dot going across the sky. Have you seen the videos of people on the ISS? The shit they get up to?
Some. It's not super interesting to me, but I like to see things with my own eyes. So, yeah.
Do you know they make coffee?
Have you ever seen the air spray? Yeah, have you ever seen what hair does in the ISS?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
like women with long hair. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Which is weird because it's supposed to be gravity, not it's supposed to be zero gravity, not minus gravity.
Stick straight up, bro.
Yeah, why the fuck would it do that? It should just kind of float there in zero gravity and just kind of wave around like at the top of where the hair follicles are.
You guys are just jealous because you haven't had space coffee before.
The coffee that leaves the packet, that one?
Space coffee.
Is it in bubbles? I mean, the first thing you're going to do if you're sending somebody into space, right, is shave all their hair
Shave
off.
their hair off.
Just shave everything, bro.
Fucking wax
Pubes.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rip it all out.
Right up your ass.
Yeah, because then they can clean their butt properly. Like, imagine like they. Oh no, I'm not even gonna say.
Natural. What I'm going to do is lay three female astronauts onto a space station with lots and lots of hair because they can get everywhere and plug up pipes and everything and just like float about.
Yeah. Electrical circuit boards.
Yeah, just lots of hair, bro, everywhere. Why not? Fuck it. And then I'm going to make things that move outside of the space station so they have to get astronauts to go outside and fucking fix them with spanners. That'll work. We're gonna put people in an environment where everything is, well, half the stuff is inside, half the stuff is outside. If something outside doesn't work, we're gonna have to get them to go out and fix things. Makes perfect sense. Like. Doesn't it, Matthew?
Sounds good.
Sounds good to you? Sounds good to me, bro. We have to. You have to. In order to get solar flare, we need solar things outside. We need things to move outside in order for things to work inside. In a vacuum, orbiting in space, we need it. Yeah, but couldn't you just like put it inside and make it like exterior? Like, no, we have to put it outside on a big arm so that we need to get people to go outside to fix things. Makes perfect sense, Matthew. An environment that will kill you instantly.
Well, it makes for good TV, yeah. It makes a good story.
Well, in my car, I prefer to stay on the inside of my car, but sometimes I have to go outside to fill up the gas and do it.
Is your car a spaceship, Matthew?
No.
And outside of your car, is that life-threatening?
Is your car a fucking submarine, Matthew?
No.
Right. Well, then shut the fuck up, pal.
You don't think it's an apt analogy? I thought it was.
I love you, P-Mac.
Sometimes that makes sense.
Sometimes.
Most times. Most times. Sometimes.
Sometimes you don't make any sense.
Yeah. Just one of them times. Where were we?
In space.
Ooh, Matthew left. Oh dear me. I guess he had nothing to say.
I think you hurt his feelings, P-Mac.
It's not hard. What? Okay, I'm going to shut up now, boss. I think he was waiting for a gap to say something, and then realized nothing he said was going to make any sense to us.
No, well, it makes sense, you know. It looks flat, so it must be a ball. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And, filling up your car at Conoco is the exact same as doing a spacewalk in 10 to the negative 17 vacuum.
Every time I get in my car, bro, I don't know if I'm coming back. Where you going, honey? I'm going to fill up the car. Good luck. Thank you. I'll need it.
Gotta get tethered to the aerial. Gotta get lost.
You're so brave.
Hey, you guys know what's really funny? The guy who did the documentary to try and prove the Earth was flat and then accidentally proved that it was round.
Oh, that one on Netflix. That was really good, yeah?
That was really good. That was really funny.
Can you explain what happened in that?
No, it's just hilarious.
Oh, did you watch it?
He left.
Did you watch it?
He left.
He bounced.
He went to fill up his car.
The aerial broke. Documentary. These guys are fucking idiots. Oh yeah, that documentary. Oh yeah, have you seen it? No. Okay.
And he said round. You mean he proved the Earth is a circle? Or a frisbee? No, frisbee is circular. Round.
Bakes pizza.
Next customer.
What? Eggshells. Would you fucking watch your language? All right, just watch your language, bro. And I'm going to show you right now, right? Live feed from the.
Wow. Oh, buddy, you get muted all the time for talking stupid shit. Shut up. Shut up there, Scott. Don't pretend like you're playing a victim now. You're playing a victim now.
Smoke a joint. All right.
Playing the victim. Scott, you crying.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, but this is a description, right? I need a demonstration, right? I can describe it too.
Step one, describe it. And show the free body diagram. So there you go. There is the downward acceleration due to gravity added in. See if I want to make sure.
Well, I think that's a presumption on your part. You haven't really demonstrated anything yet. I can demonstrate things going up and down.
I'm sorry. I already did. In fact, I sent that link to the measurement of
yeah, but that's words. I have an actual demonstration. I could do it right now for about $10 at the dollar store.
All right, and there's this. All right, but your free body diagram is not going to help because not going to help you because when you do the free body diagram, which is standard physics, you're going to find that the acceleration due to gravity, the acceleration due to buoyancy, and the acceleration due to the rotation of the Earth all sum together to cause the balloon to go up, as predicted by gravity.
Sorry, are you talking about specific gravity now? Because I think you're using the word ambiguously. So you're talking about it's going to go up because of gravity?
Yes, gravity causes the thing that's So gravity causes the thing that has the strongest downward acceleration to be the one that wins in a competition. So the balloon isn't the winner of that competition. The air is the winner of that competition.
So how come if I fill it with regular air, it will fall down, but if I fill it with helium, it'll float? What's the differentiating factor there?
Because
in relation to gravity.
Yeah, if you refer to the free body diagram, if you replace the helium in the balloon with air, you'll see that the sum of the forces will net to downward instead of upward when you fill it with air instead of helium.
And why is that?
Why is that? Because the amount of mass in the balloon that has air in it is larger than the amount of mass that's in the balloon with helium in it. So when it comes to the competition between the air and the helium balloon, the air wins. And when it's a competition between the air and the air-filled balloon, the air-filled balloon wins.
Should we just redo this, or do you just want to go in the air and look like a fool? What is it you're even talking about?
This is just standard physics. It's covered in high school. This is the kind of stuff that you do in high school. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm too stupid for this.
I agree. Can't argue with air. So, all right. So let's see. Who was talking about the Lund? Was it Lund science? Right here. Chad 2000 posted something where I had commented 2 years ago. I mean, you've been holding this for a while. Good job. It says, well done. One of the better amateur torsion balance experiments. Do you mind if I reference this in debates? And Mr. Lund Science said, thanks. And yes, feel free to use this as you see fit. I see Chad's not here anymore.
Yeah, you kind of rumpused him when he was trying to speak.
Well, I was doing one topic at a time. It's kind of the polite way. So, all right, is that it?
Maybe that was the topic, but okay.
All right.
Okay. I got a question for you.
Okay.
So if I were to suck at all the air out of a balloon and vacuum it, would it fall down to the ground due to gravity?
If you removed the air from a balloon?
All of it. Okay,
Yes.
but at that point, the point I add helium, which is even more air, then it'll float up.
Yes, because when you put the helium in it, it displaces air, much more air than it displaces when it's uninflated.
Not in a vacuum. He said in a vacuum.
No, what I'm trying to get him to compare is, like, say, for example, if you had a balloon and you could suck out everything that is inside of the balloon, if that would fall, then compare it to a balloon filled with helium.
Yeah. So there's a difference in displacement, right?
Yeah, well, what's up with gravity there?
And well, it is doing exactly what gravity predicts. Draw your free body diagram. And when you do that, include the volume displaced by the balloon that's uninflated. Right? That's the
one that's been sucked out, all the air.
Well, you're talking about sucking these things out a lot.
What's R in your three body diagram? What's R mean?
What's R mean in my free, not three, free body diagram?
Free, I said. Free.
Yeah, okay,
like,
so
I'm free to go do what I want.
Yeah, all right. Well, let me finish with I don't know who I'm talking with about the sucking, that who wants to suck the air out of a balloon.
Okay, just forget about that.
All right, okay, I'll forget about that. What's the R stand for is your question, right? Who's that? Who's asking that? I want to make sure I don't.
That's correct.
Dr. Astroscientist Esquire.
That's right.
All right. I'm gonna PhD even. Wow, amazing. I'm gonna not believe that, but okay. So what's the R stand for in the free body diagram? That would be the radius, the measured radius of the Earth.
Oh, I don't think so. You've not measured the radius of the Earth.
I've personally done it 4 times.
You've personally done it. Tell me, which tool did you use to measure the radius?
Sorry. Sounds like you don't understand how that might happen, but tell you what, here's the that's called the
lack of understanding. Don't worry about that.
Appeal from incredulity. Right there, I popped it in the chat there for y'all.
Oh,
just waiting for you to post your experiment.
What experiment?
Where you measured the radius of the Earth, bro. We want to see it.
A measurement is not an experiment generally. You could call it that in a general term, but it's not.
Okay, what apparatus did you use to measure the radius of the set of Earth?
Yes, I measured the angle to the sun.
Okay.
Measured his shadow. He measured his shadow.
I did. I measured a shadow. I did it 4 different times, and when I did it. All right, let me see this here.
You know how far away the sun is.
So you didn't measure. So you derived. So you derived the radius. You didn't measure it. You derived it.
I measured. No, it's a measurement. So I measured the angle to the sun.
That's a derivation. You derived it.
No, I'll explain it. I'll explain the whole thing for you. Okay, I measured the angle to the sun, and since the sun is very far away,
is that the radius?
Is what the radius?
Is that the radius? The angle to the sun?
No, I was explaining it, and then you.
How did you determine that? How did you determine the distance to the sun being far away?
That's a separate thing.
Well, no. If that's part of your chain of logic, you have to, if that's part of your chain of logic, you have to establish it first. So, how did you get the distance to the sun?
You asked question number 1, and I'm answering question number 1. I'm happy to go to question number 2 after I'm done with question number 1.
No, what is
the base out of your tone? I'm not sure you know who you're talking to.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to play by your stupid rules. I will simply answer the question that you asked. That's fine. You go if you can't handle it, you go right ahead and kick me out.
No, it's you who can't handle it. You can't answer a question.
I'm answering the question. You interrupted my answer to the question like a little baby.
The distance to the sun. Can you answer how you got the distance to the sun? Can you answer how you got the distance to the sun? If you're using the distance to the sun as your source of knowledge, how did you get the distance to the sun? You need to establish that before you make it as part of your claim.
Excellent. All right. Step 2, I will gladly show you how I did the distance to the sun.
Show it now, because we're not just going to give it to you just because you say you did it.
All right. There we go. Now, the way that I measured the angle, the radius of the Earth is by measuring the angle to the sun. And I did it with other people at the same time on the same day. And because I know the distance is very far, we can use some trigonometry and we can get the radius of the Earth.
How do you know?
I won't go over that right now, but you know it. It's the Eratosthenes method. Okay, multiple people did it the same day.
So it's an undefinable. Because Eratosthenes,
my penis is small and I can't stop compulsively.
Works the same if it's flat. You have to assume the distance to the sun first.
Somebody's got some personal problems. So
no, you have to assume it's flat. Okay, I'm just going to ban you. Bye. If you're too afraid to answer. If you're too afraid to answer. And you are. It's just clear you are.
So
it's clear you're too afraid to answer. How did you get the distance to the sun, apart from assuming?
Anyway, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. How'd you get the distance to the sun?
May I ask a question? Just one.
You can. Remember, you and I had an argument, and for 59 minutes, you would not tell me the cause of sunrise. But you don't remember that.
I see. All right.
Well,
for 59 minutes, you could not tell me the cause of sunrise the last time we had an interaction.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
Dude, that guy's arguments were garbage.
So I'm about to send this into the.
He's a clown.
It was awesome. I debated him a little while ago.
Me and Mickey.
Shadow was awesome, and the other thing was
Miggy and I, a few years ago, he and Miggy were going to have a debate, and he brought up the solstice as his proof, and I asked him, "What's the cause of sunrise?" And that's a separate issue. No, it's not. That's your claim. Your claim is the movement of the sun is a proof. So, what's the cause of the movement of the sun? And he wouldn't answer. 59 minutes, he would not answer. So you know you're dealing with a clown.
Yep.
And that's all he is a clown.
That reminds me of when he debated Whitsitt, and Whitsitt held him to like what type of refraction is the black swan for like an hour, and then the whole thing ended.
There's only one type of refraction, because the other type of refraction, atmospheric or whatever they call it, terrestrial refraction, is fake. It's not real. Doesn't exist. It's made up. A fiction. Not this time.
Oh, out of all the people I've blown to bits, that one will hold a special place in my heart.
By the way, why don't you have the for the soundboard? Why don't you have the Beyond Belief queued up all the time?
What's that?
Yeah, that's Jonathan Frakes, Will Riker going. Not this time. We made it up. Totally false.
I have to look
Why
that up.
do you not? I cannot believe you don't have that queued up and just ready to go.
What is that, a movie reference or something?
No, it was a series that was on in the 90s called Beyond Belief. Fact or fiction, Beyond Belief.
Okay. So I was born in the 90s, man. You just gotta give me a break.
He's calling you old.
Yeah, I am old. I'm 40. Oh my God. No, guys. 42 today.
Today?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, happy birthday.
Oh, should we sing him happy birthday? Should we do it? Let's do it.
No, anyone who sings it gets a ban.
Happy birthday!
My birthday is two days away from yours.
Aww.
You nearly born at 70.
Mine is on the 26th of November.
Hey, 16th of November over here. Huh? That's awesome, dude.
Alrighty. All right, thanks, Adam.
When you get that fact or fiction Beyond Belief, make sure you play it for the people in here so they know what it is, because then they'll remember. Oh, I know that.
So
is that
if,
the
if
stinky
CV
cash I hear?
Yo, Mimas, so if CV plays an audio of something singing happy birthday, does that's not CV.
Does that count?
It's not what?
It's not
Does that
CV
count?
singing it, so he can't get banned. He has to ban the audio.
No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time.
Oh, okay. I've seen this before.
No.
Yeah.
It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. You see how good it is, right?
Totally made up.
Need to have one of those right at the top of the soundboard. Click, click. We made it up. Not this time. Totally fiction.
Not me.
Go ahead and explain. Two, sufficient mass to be near.
Yeah, so that's good enough right there. You've already cooked yourself. So show me that, one, the Earth is in the sky, so that it's celestial, and two, that it moves. Because those are two criteria right there that nobody's ever demonstrated of the Earth, that you're going to have to meet the burden that the Earth is a planet. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, the Earth revolves around the sun, correct?
And that's just a reassertion of the claim. Looking for the evidence now.
So one, it orbits, right?
That's
We
just an
have
assertion.
things like, it orbits a star. One.
You-
Two,
what's
sufficient mass to be nearly spherical.
Okay. So what was the evidence for the orbit part? I haven't seen any evidence that it's in motion yet.
Okay, we're not going to do this if you're just going to keep muting me because...
Yeah, we're not going to do this
Yeah,
if you're
we
just
are.
assertions and then run away from them. You're going to get held to your claim, unfortunately.
I'm doing is I'm...
Well, if you want to concede, we'll just throw that claim that it moves around in the bin, and then you're kind of done with the claim as well that it's a planet because it would have to move. But if you want to double down, then we're going to keep grilling you on it. Your choice.
I'm not done on my sentence.
You are done unless you've got evidence or a concession.
I mean, you're stopping me.
So
That's not really how this goes. I'm trying to...
gonna be, yeah,
we're giving you opportunity. He's giving you opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you just say things and then run away from backing it up. I want the evidence that it moves around, and you just keep saying it does. That's not providing evidence. That's just reasserting the claim.
Well, you're not letting me. You're not letting me state all of my points here.
Because you said
we can go back, and I can go ahead.
It orbits. You just kept saying that, and then you wanted to run off to a different point. I still need the evidence for that first point.
Right, but you cut me off, so I'm just gonna restart back to where I was at on number 1, my first bullet point.
Oh, so it's in the sky. All right, show me that it's in the sky.
Huh?
Show me that the Earth is a celestial body. It'd have to be in the sky, in the heavens, in order to be that. The heavens are above us, so...
Is the Earth on a flat surface?
Well, water's flat. So I guess the Earth is planar, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm still saying the Earth is a sphere, but is, the Earth, the sphere, aka the sphere...
All right. I'm just going to throw your claim that it moves around in the bin, and therefore we can be done with your claim that it's a planet. You've said now that it's a sphere. Do you have any measurements for that?
No, but it's a sphere.
Just another assertion. Well,
do you have measurements that a square is a square?
If somebody else wants to have fun with this dummy, go ahead.
Do you have any measurements that is, that proves a square is a square? Or a triangle is a triangle?
Yes, but you've got to remember, son, if you've made a claim that it is a sphere or whatever shape, therefore you would have some kind of measurements for it. Do you have those? It's a simple yes or no.
Well, frankly, no, but that doesn't mean that it's not a sphere.
So how do you even know what it is if you've got no measurements at all?
Sorry?
How do you even know what it is if you have no measurements at all?
I mean, because it applies for every other planet. Just like the sun. Is the sun flat?
So hang on a minute. The lack of measurements for where you believe you live on applies to everywhere else. That is the most retarded shit I've heard today.
I mean, if that's what you want to think, but do you not think that the Earth, the sun is round?
Do you have a radius, a diameter, a circumference?
Well, you've already called me retarded. Let me ask you this.
Well, I haven't
is the sun round?
I said it's the most retarded thing I've heard.
Well,
was it me? No, I didn't call you retarded. I called you an idiot and a dummy.
So, like I said, or like I was asking, do you not think that the sun is round?
What's that got to do with you proving us?
Well, I'm asking you a question. That's where it goes.
You're jumping from the topic. So
I'm not jumping from the topic. This goes back to the topic.
No, it doesn't.
But you don't understand how to. This isn't how you do speech and debate.
The sun has got nothing to do with the Earth, other than the fact.
It definitely does, considering the fact that the Earth revolves around the sun.
And have you got proof for this? You've made another claim.
I mean, I don't. Hey, let's look up some proof instead of me just going in circles here.
We're going to Google it. So you're a Google Earther. That's what we call a Google Earther.
I mean, that's what you do in a debate.
So you don't feel motion.
Sorry? You don't feel motion?
Some of these so-called numbers and speeds that we're allegedly flying along. Man, we should be zipping all over the place. It should be like some crazy Dodgem car drive.
Don't understand your terms, but... Anyway. So do you not think that the sun is a sphere? Do you not think it's round?
Fucked if I know what the
Don't really care.
I'm not even worried.
Well, I'm asking you, do you think it is or do you think it's not?
It has no relevance to the shape of
the Earth. You're not
Earth.
answering my question.
Because it has no relevance to the shape of the Earth.
I mean, the other guy answered my question when I said, why does water pour down into a container that has nothing to do with Earth? That has something to do with gravity.
Because you poured it into a container.
Exactly. What does that have to do anything with Earth? He answered the question pretty well. I mean, you can't answer why, or is the sun round or flat?
Why does it matter,
you can't answer
dude?
whether
Why does it matter?
What
does it matter?
I mean, Heretic didn't ask me why does it matter when I asked him why does water pour into a container? And why does
Maybe he was entertaining you because he was bored.
I don't care what Heretic did or didn't do or say. Does it matter what the sun is?
keep on getting muted.
Do it.
Oh, you're not answering my question.
That's all right, dude. Can you?
Is there anyone in here that can answer that?
Hey,
yes, yes. The sun is round.
I'm just trying to have a
Ryan, can you shut
that's
up
all
for
I'm
a
trying
second?
to do.
Ryan, I know.
What did you say, Timbo?
Yes, the sun is round. Yep.
Okay. Or do you know of any other planets that are round?
What do you mean? You see them?
Do you know about any other planets that are round? Like, have you ever looked through a telescope? Do you have a telescope in your house?
Yeah, some of the planets look round. Yeah.
Just so you know, Timbo, he doesn't
Can
know
I
the
ask you why?
difference
Do you
between Pluto shapes. He
know,
doesn't
or
know
do you have any reason? Like, do you look at those planets and ask yourself, why do they look round?
Well, they all look round.
Right. They look.
Are we?
They look
are we
round.
in a disagreement about that? Like, I don't think anyone's.
No,
I don't think
I'm asking-
anyone's
I'm just-
disagreeing with you.
I'm just trying to get more in depth. So when you look at it and you're like, well, it looks round. Do you ever ask yourself, why does it look round?
Well, a light from anything.
I'm not trying to lead you into any. I'm not trying to trap you into a corner or anything.
If you talk over you're not going to trap me anyway. But if
No,
you
I'm
talk
just
over
saying.
If you talk over the top of me one more time, I'll fucking.
Well, I'm not trying to. I'm just.
Yeah, I know you're not trying to, but you've got verbal diarrhea and you can't help it. I understand. I heard you talking to Heretic. That's why he was muting you. So the difference between round and spherical. Have you got? Do you understand that or not? Hello, Bryant.
Oh, am I unmuted? Okay.
You weren't muted, I don't think.
I definitely was. Some retard muted me.
Okay, no need for that. Alright, so the difference
for what?
you're asking a question that everyone sees, right? So there's no disagreement on whether things look round, right? You're
Right.
looking at them and saying, okay, they're round, they must be spherical. That's a big jump.
In a way, not saying that when I look at a planet and it looks round, I'm not saying, well, that's the only reason why it would be round. It's not why. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there's other options, right?
Well, there are other reasons. I wouldn't say other options because options would be,
Going
contradicting
against
my
your
first.
narrative? Yeah, going
In a way.
against what you believe. Yeah, so
In a way, right?
yeah, fair enough.
So that's
all right.
that's where I'm trying to get to, right?
Yeah, but so the question, I reckon the question still stands. Like, you didn't really answer what Matrix was asking you, and you moved on to the sun, and you're asking questions that we all agree on about the sun and planets, and you can't go any further than that because you don't know what they are. So you're in a place like you're standing on something, right? Or you're definitely standing on something. So the best thing to go, okay, if I live on a sphere, then I should be able to detect this sphere.
Sorry.
Right.
Well, yeah. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
So
you just like reiterate that.
So you're calling people dumb, but you can't follow a conversation.
No, if you could just reiterate that, I got lost.
Reiterate it? Or do you want me to say it in a different way?
Or just restate it if that's more comfortable.
You might have to tell him in crayon.
Okay, so you didn't answer Matrix's question, and you moved to the sun, and you said, is the sun round? Are the planets round? Yeah, we see them as round, right?
Right.
But you can't actually go any further into depth than that. So you're standing on a place, and you say that the Earth is a sphere. So you're standing on it. Right. You should be able to measure or detect some type of spherosity. You got into movement, right? You were talking about orbits. You can't prove it's orbiting. You can't even prove it's moving. No one can. And the place where you should be looking is the place where you're standing. Right? Does that make more sense?
Standing as in a direct location, like I'm standing in front of a door, standing on my yard.
Now I know. Now I know why he called you. Why T-Dub called you an idiot.
Well, I'm asking you a question. I'm not sure. Are you talking about physically, or are you talking about reasoning, standing?
I'm trying to be nice to you, man, and calm and have a normal conversation. I think you're being a condescending prick.
I'm not really.
You are.
I'm asking you a
If
question.
you didn't understand what I said you're standing on the earth, right?
Right,
Did I
standing
say
on
that?
the earth. You see, now when you put it
Yeah.
that way, it makes more sense. You could be talking about, you know,
What do you mean,
standing
make
on like
more
an
sense? That's what
opinion
you
or
fucking said
standing
the first
on a
time, you
point.
numpty.
I said standing on the earth. Yeah,
Okay, well,
I said it twice.
I'm not sure. Maybe it might have cut out or
Have you
something.
ever
Your
stood
mic was
upon anything
doing
else
something
in your
weird.
existence,
But now I do
Byron?
understand. But continue with what you were doing or saying after that.
Well, I asked you a question after that, and I said, wouldn't it be if you were standing on a sphere, wouldn't it be detectable?
I mean, when you are between 5, 6, 7 feet tall, and the Earth is, you know, God knows how big, I don't think there's a way to measure that.
Okay, so
But if there was, then I probably wouldn't know it.
Yeah, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the edge of the water, then the horizon of what should be the edge of the sphere should be 3 miles away from you.
Your mic sounded a little bit airy.
There was nothing wrong with his mic.
No, his mic just sounds like staticky in a way. It's not clear.
Well,
if you
it's
could just
actually yours
restate that.
that's staticky.
Yeah, I think it's yours, man.
Sounded perfect to me.
Yeah, my mic sounds fine. I know that.
No,
It just sounds like you're talking through a phone over a headset. If that makes any sense. If you could just please restate
they're
that.
dragging
coming
your
from
feet.
your end, Brian, because when you're not talking, you're lighting up and there's static coming from your line. You're the one producing the noise.
It's coming from his mic.
No, it's coming from you, Brian. You are lighting up when you're not talking. You're flashing. On
Right,
the
that is
screen.
air. That's not static.
And you're putting noise out. There's a buzz from you. Sorry,
I wouldn't be able
it's
to hear
you.
it. That doesn't. That's not me. That's air. That's not static.
It's irrelevant. Byron, did you hear what Tyndall told you?
Yeah, I'm.
So he's on mute, and we'll see if the buzz goes away.
Well, let's just test my microphone. Testing.
It's not you.
Yep, still Australian.
Like I said,
calling.
it's air, not static. My mic is not staticky.
I just proved that it was your mic making the noise.
I get a mic.
Do you hear it when I'm not talking?
Not now, because you're not flashing when
Because
you're not
I'm
talking.
putting my hand over my mic, so the air coming from my fan does not hit my mic. So, like I said, can we get back on topic?
Well, you've done your best to avoid it. You might as well come back.
Well, I'm not avoiding anything. I'm still here. If I really wanted to avoid it, I could have just left. But anyway,
Feel free to answer.
like I was saying, Timbo, if you could just restate your last statement. Again, I couldn't hear you clearly.
He's probably got bored and gone home.
So, would anyone be able to answer my question as to, is it impossible to measure the Earth or the circumference?
Well, if you believe it's a globe, it should already be done.
I mean, I just don't see how it's really possible to measure the Earth.
If you believe it's a globe, it should already be done. In other terms, it's just a belief system if it hasn't been.
Okay.
So you are...
And you're a flat earther, correct?
Geocentric model. You are just a believer.
Is there a reason you believe that the Earth is flat, and why?
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
What are you, an Earth atheist? What do you believe?
I know it's flat. See, there's a difference between believing and knowing. You are hooked on a belief system, acceptance without verification.
No, I know it's a sphere.
Flat. So verify it then, and you failed to do so in the last 40 minutes that I've been here.
Okay, so I'm gonna link a video
So you're just a believer. No first-hand knowledge whatsoever. No drive to go out and test it for yourself. Nothing.
Well, because I have things going on in my life.
You know, someone
I
who
don't
knows
think
because I
I'm
saw
able
it
to have
on
the time to
TV.
go out and prove that the Earth is flat because that's. I mean, I'm
Well,
just
you're not
not
trying to
a
prove that it's
connoisseur
flat.
or a prover.
Stop.
I'm
Hey,
not
stop
doing that.
talking.
That's not my job.
Stop talking for you. Just
There's people that do that.
too much yabbering. It's not.
Well, I
about
was talking,
proving
you
that it's
cut me
flat.
off.
You are verifying that you're on a ball. You're a ball believer. Remember, you want to verify that they're telling the truth. So go and prove that it's a ball then. If you don't want to prove that it's flat, I'm easy either way.
I mean, I can just send you a video, and you can explain to me
You
why
can
you
just go
think
watch
that it's
TV
not.
like I did and believe.
Yeah.
Watching TV is not gaining knowledge.
Well,
dude.
it's not. This
Talking about
isn't TV.
firsthand.
This isn't TV.
Alright, so
These
what
are
method?
scientific
What method?
videos. These are
What-
scientists
Yeah,
going
okay.
out to prove that the Earth isn't
That's
flat.
fascinating. That's fascinating. What method
It
have
is.
you been presented by anybody which is easily done by the average person? Verify that the Earth is a ball.
Because the average person can't really verify that it is.
So it's faith.
So that's what we're talking about. Our video, it at least has to be something that any one of us could go out and also do.
Okay,
Right,
so
not just sit
there. I
there
mean,
and
you
watch
can
a
actually
screen.
do this. No, you can do this. So
Alright,
this
what is
is
it?
the title of this
What is it?
video is called "Flat Earther Accidentally Proves the Earth is Round in His Own Experiment." This is by Trend Tracer on YouTube, with 173,000 views. And then you have 5 years ago. This was posted. The light and camera are both at the same level. Let me see. I believe here in the video it says it is 17 feet above ground, underwater, and they have a hole, straight in front of that camera. And what they do is they have the guy raise the flashlight or some type of stronger beam of light above his head in order to reach the hole, and for the camera to see through the hole and past that the beam of light. Correct. So when he lowers his hand with the beam of light, flashlight, you can no longer see it anymore, as if it ducks off. Keep in mind that I don't have the exact measurement, but between the camera and the person with the light, there's a couple miles.
So the Earth's surface is dropping, right?
Sorry?
So the Earth's surface is dropping away from your position, right? If it's curving down like a ball.
Yes and no.
Well, no, it's got to be one or the other.
No, it can be both.
So relative to your position, is it dropping?
Yeah.
Right. So why do you have to lift the light up?
To see the light.
But the
Or
target
sorry,
should be below it.
for the camera to see the light.
Target should be below it
Why should the target be below it?
because it's further down the drop.
Right. The camera.
Yeah, this sounds like a mess. These flat earthers need to rework their
I
glove
mean, I
proof.
can go ahead and just.
He lifted it up, and suddenly the light was pointing directly at the camera.
Correct.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean, these are your people. If you can go ahead and just, I don't know, elaborate on what you think.
Oh no, they're horrible at proving the globe. I don't want them. You can have them.
There you go. I've just put it in the side chat.
So they found a hump
Long
when
chat.
it drop.
This guy said
Something's messed
like
up
5
there.
minutes
There you
ago you couldn't measure it.
There's a link to the video. If you could just elaborate on why you think they're wrong.
Just did. I don't know. I can't help you if you don't get what I already said.
I mean, what can we do? I mean,
A lot
if
of
you're
problems
just
with it.
giving up here, then I guess I've won the argument.
No one's giving up. It's you haven't even presented anything.
I mean, I'm presenting proof right here.
Okay, what did
Call
they
it,
do?
call it what you want, but I'm posting
what
it
is-
here in the side chat.
Okay.
You can go ahead and
Alright.
click on the link and go ahead and let
so
me know
what
what
did-
you think about the video.
Okay, what did they do?
You can go ahead and look at the video. I've already, tried
you've
to explain
seen
it
it,
to the
so-
best of my abilities.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I
driving.
haven't seen it. It's
so
been a
you
while
can-
since I've seen it.
If you can explain it to me, what they did and their method, that'd be great.
I mean, if anyone else here wants to open the video and explain it to him.
Timbo,
you can
you've,
do it.
you've-
Names.
Timbo,
Your
you've seen the
proof.
video before. It's the end of the behind the curve
Matthew, shut
documentary.
up. Now, Brian, you put the video up there. You please explain to Timbo, I believe it was, what's going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, it's your proof, so you should know what they did.
It's not my proof. It's somebody else's proof. I didn't upload the video. Neither did I
You're
make
the
it.
one that put it forward.
Yeah.
Now back it.
I mean, it's right there. That is me backing,
No, no,
saying
no.
my
Don't
claim
just
is that
put
the
it
Earth is
back.
a sphere. It's round. That is
So
my.
how do
That is
you
me
know-
backing it.
How do you know they proved the?
Right there, the video.
What did they do?
Look at it.
That's what we're trying to establish. He just said he's driving. He can't look at his video.
I mean, you can.
And that's not going to help Timbo at all.
Why wouldn't it help him? Why can't you look
Well,
at the video and
You're
explain to
going
him?
to explain it to him.
Yeah, it's funny because you put it forward as this is proof.
Well, because I'm
that the
looking
Earth
for
is
more
Hang on,
proof.
dude. Just chill out.
Just
man.
looking for other evidence.
Yeah. So you said, okay, this is proof of the sphere because of the headline of the video or something. Then you go, if you know that this is proof of the sphere, you must know what they did for it to convince you that that is proof of the sphere. Otherwise, you're just going, oh, they must have proved it because look at the title of the video.
Well, I didn't look at the title of the video. I looked at the title of the video and watched the video.
Okay, so what did they do in the video?
I mean, when you reach your destination, I guess you can go ahead and click on the video and let me,
I've already seen it. I want you to know. I want to know if you know what they did.
Something that you can go ahead and see for yourself instead of having somebody explain it to you. Because there's a difference between a visual.
I've already seen it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get over that. All he had to do was say they put a hole in a board, they put a camera in front of it, they got another board with a hole in it that was at the same height, and they put a flashlight at the other side of that and shined it through. Ta-da! That's all they had.
It was a hump, was it?
Subscribe, and if you have anything else that you guys want to say in the comments, go ahead and comment below, and then having a little argument, a little debate of what you think in the comments.
He was talking the whole time, man.
Other than that,
Shut up.
I think so.
Yeah.
just go ahead and like, subscribe if you're into the content.
Just talking the whole time.
Yeah, most definitely.
Who's he saying like and subscribe to? Is he? If he's doing a video himself, he's going to look like a moron.
Actually, he'd probably do a lot of cutting, and he'll get on there and go, "Oh, look, I got all these flat earthers, because I showed this video and they had no comeback." And then he'll just clip everything. So instead of just letting the thing run through, see the truth.
Yeah. If that guy's got followers, then they're as retarded as he is. We don't want them on our side anyway.
Oh, painful.
Imagine go to battle with those morons.
All I can think of is flat earth sniper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's fun.
What about the Coriolis? Haven't been on much this week. I've been flat out.
No, someone was asking yesterday, I think it was, where you've been. And that's what we just said, oh, he's probably been at work or busy or something.
Yeah. I've been moving house and I've just got another contract, another big contract as well. So
Oh shit!
it's been full on. I don't think I've got enough people for it, but see what happens. Looks like I'll be working fucking 16, 17-hour days or something for the next couple of weeks. I'll make it work. Moving house is hard though.
Yeah,
I'll
it's a
never
pain
do
in
that
the ass.
again. Never listen to your wife. We need a bigger house. We need an extra room.
Well, if I had thousands of years of proof, how come it took until like 2017 and you had to get like flat earthers to do it? Or whatever year it was, I don't know.
Do you reckon it sounded like he was talking to like a video or something?
Yeah, like he was on
Yeah.
Twitch or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Like he wouldn't be saying that about the other video, would he?
You got a mic check?
Yo.
Fuck. I was saying a lot of shit. Nobody was saying anything.
We could hear you loud and clear, but every time he spoke, it was just talk over the top of everyone, and hopefully they'll all shut up and listen to me. So that's why we've got the sneaking with the like and subscribe added on. We think that he was doing a bit of a broadcast.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, sounds exactly like that.
Your mic's a bit dusty too, mate.
Yeah, like you're underwater.
Yeah, so how's that?
That's
much
better.
better.
Yeah, he was speaking to his subscribers. Definitely. That's why he was
Yeah,
just
for sure.
confused and everything, obfuscating and just dragging the conversation out. Like Timbo, you explained it to him like a fucking 2-year-old what he's
He's screaming himself, not knowing the difference between a circle and a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit painful.
Ripes, man.
So what he'll do is he'll. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, mate.
No, I was saying it was when Timbo like explained to him, like a 2-year-old, what he's standing on, and he's like, "Can you restate that?" Oh, I didn't put it another way.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna clip it. Yeah, because he'll go and say something like, "See, flat earthers believe that the sun is round and the Earth is round, and the planets are round. The other planets are round. Other planets." If he can't tell the difference
Fucking
between
retarded. No,
round,
he's in the chat. He thinks when he was talking about your mic, you were talking about my mic.
oh no, it was his mic. It kept on like it was like an electrical
No.
mic.
You spoke to him. You were loud
Yeah.
and clear, and he
Yeah.
started whining that you had bad quality.
Oh,
And
my
now he's
mic.
fucking
My-
commenting on your comments regarding my mic when I wasn't even speaking to him, really.
It's probably his method of breaking up the conversation. So he
What
did
an
that
art.
to break up the conversation so he could put clips in, because it's easier to clip if you've got broken conversation. When you've got something that's fluid from go to woe, it's very hard to clip that and break it. Whereas if you've got all over the place, it's very easy to clip it. And that's probably why.
Yeah.
An ass clown.
Oh well, he won't be the first.
Oh, well, I hope it comes up on YouTube and someone like QE or Nathan or one of the boys grabs hold of it and goes, "Who's this numpty having a crack? Now it's our turn."
This would be a good clip for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy said 10 minutes ago, oh, I don't think you can measure the Earth. And then he posts flat earthers apparently measuring the Earth to be a globe. Like, what? Apparently you can fucking measure it. So long as the conclusion comes out globe. Yeah, congrats, Byron. You fucking learned how to copy and paste.
Oh man, he's just learning his claim. Man, it's getting real. Guess he didn't think he'd actually have to do that, huh?
Oh, should we let him back in?
He's here.
Yeah, let him keep going.
He's finally discovered Eratosthenes. We can begin.
Put on your clown shoes for your YouTube audience or whatever it is. Let's go.
Now, Bryant, since we're such fair sports, you will last conversing with Timbo. We shall let you continue.
Why, thank you, Matrix. You there, Brian? Brian. Famous Australian with that last name. Or infamous.
Ah, he's still streaming on OnlyFans, probably.
Being a knob jockey.
Certainly. See, after our show for all the premium subs, that's why he can't speak to us anymore.
What's he got here? Understand the concept, measure the angle, calculate the circumference. Just out of curiosity, how do you get an angle there, Bryant? Because when I went to school, an angle was the area between two straight lines. Now, you can't get an angle off a curve and a straight line. Even most CAD programs will boot you out for trying to do it. So maybe it's you that needs to understand the concept.
And get a new mic.
Ouch.
I'm going to charge my headphones. I'll be listening. I'm going to put my other ones in, but I can't talk with my other ones. See you soon.
Who's on the menu right now, guys?
Globers.
Whatever would these lemons be without Google and ChatGPT, eh?
I'm happy to stay. I still don't understand nor know how to use whatever the hell ChatGPT is.
No, I've never used it either myself.
Just treat it as a magic 8-ball, basically. Tell you what you want to hear.
Why not just buy a Magic 8-ball? Actually,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, we should get one, just so when Globetards ask stupid questions, I can shake the piss out of it and see what answer comes up. That's it, I'm on the hunt now for a Magic 8-ball. Yeah, this is going to be too much fun.
Dude, I heard somebody break out an insult at work I haven't heard since, like, Hell's Kitchen 15 years ago. Take out, we had a guy fuck something up real bad. Manager was joking about him. Took him into the break room, or we were talking in the break room where all the food is. The guy was explaining how he fucked it up. It was a really dumb mistake. Manager said, okay, go over to the cupboard, take out the loaf of bread, take out 2 slices of bread, and hold them up against your head. What did you just make? The guy's like, I don't know what the hell. And the guy was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's like, what did you just make? An idiot sandwich. I heard that joke one time from Gordon Ramsay like 15 years ago.
Yeah, so I was thinking it's from him, no?
Also say that I'm inbred.
You can do that one.
So, Byron, as any glober, is in the middle of telling us how the Earth was measured, the sphere. And he was saying it was already confirmed as a sphere.
Well, I agree with the premise, but I'd be interested in how he was saying that's been done.
Fucking logic just escapes these people completely.
Logic escapes us? Okay.
Well, I don't think you, Platypus. I don't know if you agree with Eratosthenes' methodology.
I think Aristophanes' methodology gives you really, really close to it. I don't actually see what the problem is with Aristophanes' method. Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Oh, there
Got
he
it.
is.
It assumes the globe in question.
No.
Right, it's a calculation, not a,
Yeah, it
not a
does.
proof.
So, hey Matthew,
yeah.
when you do trigonometry, which side of the triangle is curved?
Oh, and trig, and you have all three sides
No,
are
no,
perfectly
very-
straight.
Ah, thank you. Because Eratosthenes, or however you say his name, did trigonometry. So, yeah, not curved.
No,
That
no,
was
he
really
didn't do
simple.
trigonometry.
So, position to sun, position to self, across the ground, then back up the sun is not a triangle. You are joking, aren't you, Matthew? You are having a laugh.
No, I'm looking up to find the geometry that describes what he did.
I think Eratosthenes should have walked over to
Wait,
the
what?
fridge, got 2 slices of bread, them up against the sides of his head.
And made an idiot sandwich.
Somebody
he,
needs
yeah,
to
he made
please.
similar angles.
So that idiot sandwich one, somebody feed that to QE one time. I want to see if he bites on using that one. He's in need for a new regular insult.
I saw what you did there.
I think it's too long for Kiwi's taste.
Oh, Eratos. God damn it.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. I can't say that.
Some people
He,
say Eratosthenes, but who knows?
I'm just going to call him that guy. So that guy did it the correct way if you were going to do it on a sphere.
Which guy?
Eratosthenes.
From Platt. Just kidding with you, man.
No, that's fine. Oh, duty calls. I got somebody else. Matthew, take over with that guy that I can't pronounce. I'll be back in like an hour. Work calls. See you later.
Catch it, Flat. Go on.
Platt is a funny creature, man.
Oh, yeah, especially when he gets a few beers under his belt.
He's hanging from the globe cliff, the globe cliff by his fingernails. You know, that's always the impression he gives me.
Yeah. All it's going to take is one day he'll walk outside and he'll see something, and it's just going to be, that's it, and it'll push him over the edge.
Something like that, yeah.
Why is this Bryant guy just chat skanking now?
Probably because he realised how hard he got slapped earlier.
I'd DC him, honestly. He's probably just clip hunting. It's a shame we can't deafen him.
I mean, he got a bunch of clips of himself not knowing the difference between a circle and a straight line, so I don't really care.
Yeah, but now he's in here just recording us. To chop up.
Fun tidbit. Did you know that Eratosthenes is an anagram for sees not Earth, or sees Earth not, right?
Well, that's kind of funny.
Just another coincidence. Add it to the bag. Heretic, he's still salty. You were muting him over telling us the definition of a planet.
Then he was out on his first go.
Who's that? Who's whinging in the text chat? Bryant.
Okay, so Matthew learns is an anagram for when maltreats. Threats lawman. That's another one.
Matrix, you just got mod.
Yep, that means I can play whack-a-mole on Friday nights with AJ.
Let the good times commence.
Actually, it's going to make it easier because I was having a chat with him the other day. He said on Fridays we get that many people in here that you can't see the whole list at the same time. And there's quite a few that'll jump in down the bottom and others that'll jump in up the top and call out stupid stuff. And he said, yeah, it'd make it easier if there was two of us, one to guard bottom half, one to guard the top, and just as the moles stick their head up, just whack them.
It's amazing how much attention the Globers give Nathan, and then they cry about Nathan getting attention.
Yeah, it is entertaining.
Just fucking go about your lives, guys, if you think it's a globe. We're all just dumb fucks.
Yeah, that's what I don't get the whole... Like, the best analogy I could put forward is like being a die-hard Chevrolet fan and then going to a Ford meeting every single weekend to tell everyone how great your Chev is. It's like, seriously, that's mental issues. And that's what these Globers are in here. If you've got a problem with it, we're not forcing you to come in here. Like, I'm not running around to people's houses and throwing them into 24/7. It's like, I just don't get it.
Well, I think there's two types. There's generally them people that have a chip on their shoulder about how smart they think they are, right? And they just can't stand the existence of flat earthers. They need to come and do battle with them, right? And you got the other people that just they recognize that there's plenty of IQ to go around here, and sense is being said. Something's up, but of course they're not courageous enough to really accept it yet or dive into it. So, you know, they lurk and just do their thing.
I notice a lot of the young ones just want to come and debate, and most of them don't even care what the topic is. They just want to, I want to debate someone and win, and that's it. It's like they've watched some debating video and now I'm an expert. So here's a subject that no one cares about, and let's go and annoy them.
It takes them all of about 5 seconds to go from a debate format to just a waffling format, you know? They don't even know what an actual debate is. They think whoever can move their lips the most in a debate is the winner.
Well, that's interesting, because you get a lot of them that have got this perception that if I win a debate, therefore I am correct. Well, no, if you win a
Therefore,
debate...
my unicorn comes true and it's going to be outside tomorrow, you know?
Yes, exactly.
The whole globe paradigm is built on fancy sounding bullshit.
Debates.
Winning debates, you know? Therefore, the globe is real. But another big problem is pretty much 99% of topics that people speak about in day-to-day life are subjective based, right? And they come into this one, which is an objective based topic. You either demonstrate something to be as it is, or it's not, you know? And they're not familiar with that. They think it's about feelings. They think it's about how much they can say, how many, you know, credentialed people they can point towards, how many definitions they can pull up that seem to defend their position. You know, they think that's what this is. Whereas you're arguing fucking politics, you're arguing Democrats, Republicans, right? That's just all emotion based at the end of the day, right? It's just what fits where you are in your place of life at current, you know?
Yeah, red team, blue team, flip a coin, it's just as
Yeah.
easy.
No real difference. Not to say that there's not some merit in some arguments from either side, of course there is, you know. The serious people are trying to get that through, but most people, I say, that would come into this server and go down and debate politics in the VC, they're just here to kind of grandstand their position, you know. To make themselves feel better in some way. But, you know, the dispute of politics itself is just a fundamentally unresolvable conflict, because it's dependent on your life experience and how you're feeling at any moment in your life, really. And then they jump in here and we're like, oh, okay, you just made a claim, demonstrate it. What? They're totally flabbergasted, you know? Have to fucking back up shit I say. That's not how it normally goes.
Do you agree, X? Right.
If the Earth was flat, insert ad hom and fallacious bullshit afterwards.
I win. See you later,
Oh, yeah.
Flair.
You ask them to demonstrate their claim, they go, okay, then explain.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, explain this. It's like, dude, you're supposed to be proving your curvature. Where did we jump from point A to point Z? Like, you missed a couple of steps there, boy.
I'd show you the evidence, but you'd just deny it anyway.
Ooh.
The Scott Mackey special.
So you're just going to talk to me and not show any evidence then? Like, if it's worth their time to talk to you, like, wouldn't they at least spend the time giving you some evidence instead of just not?
Right. It's like if they've already gone through the whole scenario in their head, why even bother coming in?
Yeah, there's just no point.
None of these Globers come in here ready and willing for a massive paradigm shift. Just not going to happen.
That's probably true. I'm not going to have a paradigm shift.
Yeah, we know, Matt. You've demonstrated it for years.
Until he retires.
Well, it has nothing to do with my job.
Oh, horse crap. You know as well as I do, the day you retire, you're going to go, my stance in society is now not affected by what I think, therefore it is now flat. You'll just come out of the closet and you'll explode. Straight out of the closet. I'm a flat earther! Matthew is here to save everyone!
The ultimate flat smacker.
We've been training you for years, Matthew. You're a secret weapon. When do you retire?
Yeah. But I just couldn't buy into it. I don't think I'll ever believe the Earth is flat because I just
We don't ask
see
you to
the
believe
evidence.
it's flat. We want you to know it's flat. How much level water do you need to go, oh shit, it's flat?
Yeah, that's not going to convince me.
No, but images of half obscured suns convinces you.
Yeah, one photograph.
And vertically pointing TV dishes.
Hey, I've got
Game
a
over,
photograph of a
Flair.
unicorn. Where did I put that? Here we go. One unicorn. Gotta put a second one up there in case Matthew says the first one's fake.
Gonna fucking debate that unicorn into existence, man. Matt, what would you say is the de facto observation that demonstrates the Earth to be a globe?
I would say the success of celestial navigation using a linear equation. That's kind of complicated though. So the easier one is sunsets or GPS or something.
No, he said proving the globe, not reaffirming the consequence.
Yeah, I would say that you can't really prove it. I would say it more a softer sell. Like, I think those are evidences that the globe story is a better story.
So that's all this comes down to for you. This guy's got a better story.
Yeah, I mean, same thing for like, how does Wi-Fi work? Well, electromagnetism is a better story than magic unicorns.
How does no. Wi-Fi, radio waves.
Right.
So, how is that analogous to?
I'm just saying, if you're trying to explain how something works, you're looking for the better story. So if somebody says, how does my cell phone communicate with the rest of the world?
And what's this got to do with the shape of the Earth, Matthew?
Nothing. It's a description of how explanations work.
What about how they got the information that they're conveying as the story? That's an important part, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's important. I mean, you can't use that as like definitive proof because that would be the genetic fallacy. Like, just doesn't matter how somebody comes up with some crazy idea. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Definitely important because it does because they may have actually something in reality to draw that conclusion, like tests or experiments, etc.
Yeah, but I was talking about where they came up with the idea in the first place. Like, obviously, after you have the idea, then you need to determine if it's true or not based on observations.
So you're saying that you put the explanation that celestial navigation operates from, well, using a flat baseline, which would be the Earth.
No, I said that the fundamental equation
model anyway, as well, tangent to the Earth. That's on. You're putting that on the same level as no. But your comparison was Wi-Fi. We use electromagnetism versus unicorns and magic. So the explanation that celestial navigation works because the Earth is flat, and that's our flat baseline that we take our measurements from, is on the same level as unicorns and magic to you?
No.
So why would you make that comparison?
I was using an exaggerated comparison to describe how explanations work for describing phenomena. I wasn't making any connection to the flat Earth debate. I was just saying, hey, if there's something happening, then you look at the two stories to see which one is more likely. And I use an exaggerated story. I mean, obviously, we all know that Wi-Fi exists, so that's why I was using that exaggerated example.
It's not even equivalent anyway. It's a shitty
Right.
analogy.
No, it's not an
Wi-Fi is
analogy.
developed in controlled environments.
Right. It's not an
You
analogy.
can analyze every part of the mechanism, essentially.
Right. The analogy was not about the content of the claim, but the method for determining explanations. When to be specific about, I wasn't saying flat baseline or anything like that. I was saying that the fundamental equation for celestial navigation is the zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That multiply, that times, is a linear equation. If you have, if it's twice as big, then it's twice as many miles. If it's 3 times as big, it's 3 times as many miles. 10 times big, 10 times as many miles. That's a linear equation. But I don't use that explanation very often just because it's hard to explain.
It's also going to be smuggling in a geometric horizon if you attribute it to the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the equation for celestial navigation. You don't need a horizon for any of what I've just said.
Oh yeah, you do. To have 60 nautical miles per degree because of the curvature of Earth. Yeah, there will be a geometric horizon and all that to go with it.
No, with the celestial navigation, it gives you a distance to the GP. That's all it gives you.
Right. But if it's because the Earth is a globe and the stars are parallel light and all that stuff really far away, then it's going to be due to the curved surface of the Earth that you get that 1 degree declination per 60 nautical miles.
Yes.
So that'd be a geometric horizon.
No, you don't need the horizon.
Bullshit.
You need the zenith
saying that-
distance. Do you know what the zenith
Mean.
distance is? I don't know if I explained that.
Talking about the consequence of your assumptions.
Yeah, don't you get it?
Well, yes, you're talking about the consequences. I'm just talking about how the raw mathematics works of the celestial navigation.
You're not attributing it to a globe or anything.
No, it has to be a globe. in
Okay,
order to
but
work.
then it's gonna have to be a geometric horizon in order for that to work.
That's another unrelated consequence.
No, it's not. It's exactly
Yes, it is.
what causes the declination is the curved surface, yeah?
The curved surface causes the declination. However, if the horizon is not visible,
so
that
therefore,
doesn't
you've got
affect
a
it.
curved surface.
You have it
Therefore,
both ways.
you've got a horizon.
You don't need to see the horizon.
If
The
then you
horizon
don't
is
have a
the
globe.
drop off. It's the drop off point that you can't see beyond, and then everything starts to decline beyond, below, whatever.
Yeah, that's
So
how
you've
it
got
works.
yourself
But you
a
don't.
problem, Matthew.
I
Number
don't.
one, yes, you do. You're calling that all your cell nav stuff proves ball. Well, if it proves ball, then you've got yourself a geometric horizon.
I didn't say it proves the ball. I said that it is the
Kinda
best
did.
explanation.
No, you said it can only be on a ball, so if that were true, it would prove it.
The fact that there's a linear equation is evidence and well explained that in the celestial navigation globe model, and it's
I-
not. There's no good
Yeah,
explanation
okay.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there is. That's bullshit too.
Really? I thought you need
Stars in
triangles.
apparent position. It's an apparent
On the flat Earth, you're going to end up with triangles and trigonometry. Those are non-linear equations.
No, only if you're drawing the lines to the same position. If you're looking at an
Nope.
apparent position. Yeah,
Every time you're looking at a triangle, that's non-linear.
dude, you'll be drawing those lines to the same position in your orthographic flat geometry.
Trig
You just have an
functions
apparent position,
aren't
you're not
linear.
in the same position from all latitudes, then you can explain it.
Yeah, this is why I don't use this argument very much, because when I say trig functions aren't linear, I don't know that a lot of people understand what I mean.
Know exactly what you mean. You're going to be drawing all those lines to the same position that the star is at, right?
Right, they're parallel lines to the
Yeah.
star.
Okay, so that's an orthographic projection or illustration of the point. And if you're looking at an apparent position, if you don't have all the observers over the Earth looking at the exact same actual position, then that doesn't hold.
Yeah, that's why we don't shoot stars for celestial navigation below 20 degrees above the horizon. You try to stick to
Okay.
higher stars.
Right, so you're not even going to get that 60 nautical mile relationship as they get closer to the horizon anyway. All right, thanks.
We'll be using the horizon if you're using a nautical sextant.
Right. If you use a nautical sextant, then you'd need to use the horizon and the corrections involved.
Debunking the globe with the sextant again? That's fun.
Up Alpha.
What up, homie?
Oh, man.
Oh, homies. What's up, Heretic?
Hey, Alpha, you enjoying the nice collection of Aussies we're rounding up for you?
They got quite the collection.
Taking over.
Only the good ones, mate.
Except the other day, we had a couple of them in here saying they were ashamed that we have some Aussies in here that
Flat Earth.
believe in flat Earth. Yep. Were you here, Timbo, when you said that?
Nah, I haven't been in all week, man.
I think it was Rick. Not Rick. The other guy with the kangaroo avatar with the sunglasses.
Daz? No.
I don't know.
I remember his
Rick's
name.
Rick's kind of on the fence, isn't he? Or is
Yes,
he?
I believe so too.
Like a nicer eggshells.
Yeah. he's palatable.
I'm glad some of those guys ain't in here. Like staunch ones. It gets boring after a while. The same regurgitated point or after regurgitated point, like we've beat that horse into the submission. Not even a corpse anymore.
Just get a little bit comfortable, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. Some do. Constantine's in here. What's up, Constantine?
What do we have here?
Constantine, do you think the Earth's a globe?
A glober.
Hmm?
That's right. I watched a couple Eric Dubé videos off BitChute, and I'm questioning.
That's good. Well, I mean, that you're questioning. Eric Dubé is another thing, but yeah. What got you to start questioning? Constantine.
His videos. I discovered him randomly on BitChute, the algorithm.
It's weird how you got that.
Was there anything in particular that you in his video that like struck you as like being compelling or anything like that?
Really, I just haven't heard of him or his perspective. And I'm like a OG YouTube kind of guy that was watching a bunch of stuff, back in like 2012, 13, 14, before they got like super strict with their algorithm. And I never came across him. And I found it odd that he got banned from YouTube and other major platforms when he wasn't talking about anything political. When he, it's
You
odd.
never came across Eric Dubé.
Except on some alt-right platform. He's not even alt-right, that's the thing.
He was on YouTube a whole lot.
If you don't mind me asking, man, is that avatar of you, or is it just some random pic off the internet?
No, this is Akira Toriyama, the Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because you look nothing like your avatar. You sound like nothing like your avatar. I don't know if that's maybe a stereotype fallacy or what.
I see you're on our home server.
Sorry?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is he? Have you been listening to the 24/7 team kind of debate the Globers that are in here? Because I think that we put out some of the best content because we have a very diverse panel and the way that we take positions on these arguments. So we've been doing this for quite some time, but because like it's weird, right? When people ask us, who would you recommend or like who would you tell us to go look at? I always put it back to like just rewind some of the 24/7 like live streams. You'll have plenty of content there for years of recordings. Just go back and see all the flip-flopping and mental contortions that the Globers do. It's crazy. And they don't answer straight questions and we ask them something. It's like they skip around like all day today. Random people come in here and they would say that the earth is a globe, but they don't know how to defend a position or at least articulate their point. Makes it difficult for them,
Yeah.
So anyway,
They think they know, and then they start having a conversation about it because they've probably never had a conversation about the globe ever. It's just ingrained, and then they start finding out that, I actually don't know as much as I thought I knew.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Or anything at all.
Yeah, like these guys, some of them don't know the difference between a circle and a straight line.
Yeah.
Of course, if you look at a circle edge on, it looks like a straight line.
Looks like
Not a straight line, is it?
He said it looks like it.
It isn't one?
You're right. It's not one.
I know,
These guys they were describing the circumference of a ball and they called it a straight line.
I know Matthew's teaching methods don't involve him saying that. Well, guys, it looks like a straight line. We can go with that. No, you can't do that, man. You can't educate people that way. It either is or is not. You have to tell them what it is.
A big thing as well is that there's no picture, an actual picture of the Earth, and we're in 2024, and they're claiming to shoot satellites up in the sky and stuff, but they can't give us a non-CGI picture. That's also a big red flag.
Yeah, we try to tell people about that. Like, I would say those were the kind of arguments, Constantine, that we'd have early days. Now it's a little bit far past that because you got the guys in there that would just be like, well, that's because you have a bias for the Earth being flat. So you think nothing's real. It's all fake. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to like say those kinds of things to those Globers because they would just like throw that information under the bus because they'll say, well, you say everything is fake. So you're just going to say this picture's fake, that picture's fake, everything's fake. So we argue those points a little bit different. Because yes, they're taken from a place that they're taken from a place that can exist, but at the same time, the position would be, well, how would you articulate that point? You'd have to go from like the evidence that you can't have gas pressure without a containment, which means that you can't go to the place that they say they are to take the image that they're taking. That's one. The other one would be, what do you have to compare that image to? Which is one of my arguments that I bring in here. Because they don't. It's like they show you a picture of a globe, and then they say, "Well, there you go. That's the globe. That's what astronauts take pictures of, or satellites, or whatever." And then they show that to you, and then you're supposed to accept that as that's true knowledge. Because why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Orion puts it well, like when he says, a horse, right? And then, because you've seen a horse before, yeah? So if someone shows you a picture of a horse, then you can recognize that that's a horse. Now, you've never seen the Earth, so you got nothing to compare it to. So when they show...
Did he go away?
No, I'm still here.
It's cut out there, Tim.
No, Timbo. Oh, he's gone. He's probably still talking right now.
That darn satellite must have moved again.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say a bird landed on the satellite dish or something.
Glover say the darndest things.
What a time for a crow to poop.
They never want to talk about Antarctica and the North Pole as well, and why you can't go there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Arctic is a place where some people can travel to, but not everybody can go to Antarctica. And of course, those who can go, they're restricted to only the places where they have bases set up, camps. So, I think Little America is one of them. For the U.S., I don't know. Australia has base down there, I think.
Are there places in Australia that you can go to, like in the outback?
What do you mean? To Antarctica?
No. Like, are there restricted parts of Australia? Because I know half the country is like more than half of it is like desert.
I don't know what I asked.
In my backyard, I'm likely to tell you to get out, but other than that, there's not much that's restricted.
Because I know
Tell you to get out.
The CIA or the NSA has like a secret intelligence base somewhere in Australia, like in the outback.
Unless you land in some army base or some shit like that, then there's not much that's restricted, man.
No, I don't think the people will tell you to get out. I think the country itself, the animals and the plant life will tell you to get out because they can kill you. They got a tree over there from what I've read. Its thorns can like paralyze you and kill you within like 4 minutes or something. They got the most dangerous spider, like all kinds of shit. Like it's weird. The outback, like where people can go and like hardly anybody can survive if you're doing it by yourself. It's like I don't know how the Aboriginals do it, but so there's some strong people out there that live out in the country. But yeah, there's like the box jellyfish that kills you quickly, like a bunch of stuff.
Sharks. Yeah, the water and land, both just as dangerous, right? Holy shit.
We got a lot of stuff that can kill you in America, like the animals and stuff. Like we go in the forest,
like
mountain
really.
lions.
It's mainly in Florida and like the tropical environments, like in the south, Florida.
Don't they got gators down there?
In the Everglades, yeah.
Snakes.
And gators are like, street dogs over there. They got roaming gators. I don't know about all that.
I guess up like in the Northeast, I guess your concern is usually people killing you. It's not really animals.
Yeah. You got to worry about the people that are running crazy.
I guess the Midwest is pretty safe, I'd say.
Well, this is where I'm at.
Or Vegas, like Nevada, rural Nevada.
I live in a big city. I live in a big city in the Midwest, and I can tell you, man, there's a bunch of crime over here. Not a lot, but there is some.
Dude, I live in SD in SoCal, and it's pretty chill over here in my neighborhood, at least.
SoCal, huh?
Sure.
There's video games, books, all kinds of stuff written about SoCal.
I know.
Everybody wants to live there. You must be a gazillionaire, huh?
Really?
Somewhat. You like Steve Jobs' like cousin or something?
Wish. I don't live in NorCal. Steve Jobs, I guess, was from NorCal. I moved here, dude. From Southern Texas to SoCal,
me too.
Southern California.
I'm from Southern Texas too. Yeah.
I'm from McAllen.
McAllen, Texas. What the hell are you doing over there in SoCal? I know
Really?
McAllen.
Living life.
What you Spanish or like Hispanic or what?
No, I'm African American, believe it or not.
You're what?
African American, black.
Really?
Yep.
In McAllen, okay.
You don't
What's the
find a lot of
diverse?
us. Yeah.
It's diverse in McAllen for sure. McAllen's pretty big. I haven't talked. Do you know any of this? How long you live there? I was going to tell you a small town. You might know it.
Lived there for, I'd say 2.5 years, 2 years.
Oh, you might know it. You know Ed Couch Elsa, right?
Ed what?
Ed Couch Elsa?
No.
Do you know a small town near it? It's called La Villa. It's like if you blink, you'll miss it.
No, I lived in a neighborhood called Mission.
Yeah. Mission Tigers, yeah. I know those guys. It was far, San Juan, Alamo. I think McAllen's a part of it too, I'm not sure.
No.
Oh, we're just talking right now. I don't know. There's nobody in here that wants to talk about the shape of the earth at the moment.
This Prince guy, he's awfully chatty on the side chat.
Who's awfully chatty?
Prince of Adam. Sorry, Price of Adam.
Oh, he's a flat earther. Adam is.
Oh.
Adam's a flat earther. T-Dub, Psyop, Timbo. Oh no, Timbo's a Glober.
Variety. Is Variety a Glober?
Variety. I don't know who that is. Variety, who are you anyway? You're new to this channel? I don't think I know Variety. Maybe I do. I think it's a dude with a woman's avatar. Some dudes do that. They're mainly like Egyptians or Middle Easterns that have pictures like that. They have a darker voice. Oh, it's just me. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken. Middle Eastern dudes always do that. They put an avatar of a woman on their profile pic.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Is it to troll other men or something?
I think so. Because you start talking to them because you think it's like a woman behind it. And then, it's a Middle Eastern dude. Suppose. I don't know. They still don't bring any globe evidence. Where's your globe evidence, you muppet? They think that the moon pulls on water and causes tides. So what other mythos do they believe in? Globers. That the earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. The earth is curving, you just don't see it. And we absolutely live in a space vacuum. You just can't get to it. Well, not you, but astronauts can. And real science is believing in astronaut. That's real science. When you trust scientists, that's the pinnacle of knowledge of knowing something. You trust. It's contingent upon your trust. So when you trust someone, like a scientist, then that's science. That's how science is done. For these guys, anyway. Because they usually defer. I'm not a scientist. Really? So then why are you speaking about science? Or so-called? We've been doing this a long time, Constantine. Long time, my friend.
Well, the problem is most people, like even if they accept the truth, they just they refuse to. Like they're either in shock or most of them refuse to like want to continue living the lie because it's too painful to go.
Yeah,
like,
they identify with the globe. It's part of their identity. It's identity crisis.
like me convincing you that you're a woman and showing you unrefutable proof, and you lived your entire life up until this point as a guy. You know, even if I convince you, you're gonna get like super depressed, but you might be just like, fuck it, you know, I'm gonna continue to live the way I lived before. It's too painful to acknowledge what I am, you know. Sort of the same thing maybe with these guys.
Well, I don't know if it's. I don't think it's convincing somebody of something. Like, you have to show the. Okay, so if you tell them that the Earth is not a globe, there has to be a large amount of information to go against that paradigm, and not only that, they can't be able to provide anything of evidence that the Earth is. So, the one hand, you have to give them the opportunity to present anything that they know that the Earth, to justify it being a globe, and see what answers they give. And then from there, you once you're done with that, then you provide them the evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary. So it's kind of like you handle it in two ways. First, you tell me how you know the Earth's a globe, and then once you walk that through that information with them, then you go into the other side where you present the information how you can tell the Earth is flat and stationary. I always start off with 3 points, right? Observation, measurement, and practical use. Then just go off of that. Real easy.
Kind of see what happened, like with COVID, where people were calling for others to, you know, be put behind bars, you know, not be able to go to like Walmart to buy food and stuff. They're forgetting.
Probably best to stick to flat Earth stuff, bro.
Mask.
You can't talk about that stuff. Weird. It's weird. Yeah, but YouTube kind of says,
Mask.
Don't
Oh
talk
shit, I
about
forgot
that.
you're streaming. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Just bringing up the analogy.
Even though
The
I'm looking at
overlords-
all kinds of YouTube channels talking about it now. They're
In
not shutting
chat,
down
no.
it.
No, they put like restrictions and stuff on it.
Yeah, it's weird though because it's for us. It's like twofold. Not only is it the YouTube that we have to worry about, it's the fucking server too. Because we're guests here, so if it goes against their rules and shit too, you know what I mean. And they graciously gave us.
I know that. You notice how they didn't change the rules back once the rules kind of changed and everything lightened
I
up.
know.
They kept them hard and they're still doing it. It's why are we even, you know, like aren't there other places for us to group up at where we can talk how we want and we're not forced to just, you know,
capitulate,
keep our mouths shut? Because that's almost frustrating as hell, isn't it? A lot of us don't do it on purpose. It's just it's passion for us, and we accidentally get conversational about it, and then it's like, oh, you're being rude to us. You're trying to hurt us. And it's like, no, I'm not. It's the very opposite of what I'm trying to do. It's just that you're so worried about your fucking monetization and not really what the, you know what I mean? Like people are like, we can still talk about it and talk about the truth, but then I'll be demonetized. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been
What's
said
more
that
important?
well, it's been said that people that attempted to do this, what happens is they take down their platform, like their whole server. I've seen that there was another group that's Glober group actually got shut down for medical information, and they were only given as a response back that it was the reason why they were canceled.
I remember. That was during all that. They have lightened that up since then, is what I'm saying. And a lot of people are just staying the course like old George Bushes and remaining silent. And, you know,
That's
they've been
fine,
trained. Yeah.
But you gotta, like, I don't
The
know.
training
I
is
don't know
complete.
who's. Yeah, but you got not like I said, YouTube is one, and then you got like the server being another. So the server people will tell you like, okay, maybe you might have cleared it with YouTube, but we're gonna keep it to not you guys be talking about this. So
Right,
servers
yeah,
have
I
their
mean, I understand it. I just don't like it.
own.
Right? I'm not going to say, "Oh, okay, that's cool," because it isn't.
Well,
and I'm sure anybody who agrees, it's just we don't like it. We know it's happening, right? It's like
I'm with you on that, man. Like I can't disagree with it. Can't disagree with it.
no, you're a pretty cool dude. I've always
we have
aligned with some of those principles.
We have Rumble, and we just go ham with Rumble.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Because we don't care about that stuff on Rumble. See, that's the thing, man. We need more platforms like that so we can stretch our legs, man. For God's sakes, we can't even say too much. Got to be politically correct. Anyway,
Dude, I feel like they might even take away Discord at some point.
Yeah,
because this is one of the last mediums where we can communicate. Really.
I don't know about that, but yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. So if anybody else in here wants to jump in, T-Dub or Timbo or something. See y'all later.
Take care, man.
Well, she's gone all quiet in here now tonight.
Force of gravity between masses in the laboratory. So, what about like this experiment? Let me get you the Wikipedia article.
Well, that was debunked in 1915 by Einstein.
Oh,
You know,
okay. So, didn't
you know Einstein, general relativity, the distortion of space-time because of the displacement of mass within that space-time fabric.
Sure.
Awesome. So that's Einstein. He debunked mass attracting mass.
mass attracts mass. So,
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's what the Cavendish experiment was supposed to show.
somebody wrote, "Is this the decaying corpse of the 24/7 feedster?" Oh no. Um, here's like another like question. Right, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't like cats and stuff push everything off the edge?
Sorry, what's this about cats pushing stuff off the edge?
Yeah, you know how cats like push things off the edge of tables constantly? If the Earth
Yeah.
was flat, wouldn't we find this phenomena like occurring? Like something
Or,
falling off the edge?
or cats pushing stuff off the edge. No, I don't think that any flat Earth within this room is going to say that you could fall off the Earth into whatever you think we're going to fall off into. The Earth's a contained environment, so you can't fall off if it's contained. Can't fall out of your room, for example, right? There's a wall in the way.
Where are the walls on the Earth?
Point up, point horizontally in that direction. Point down, the floor, that's one of the surfaces. We have gas pressure, right?
Sure, gas pressure. Sure.
Good. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not a scientist.
Cool. So it's the force that the gas itself exerts upon the walls of its container. By consequent of putting gas in a fixed volume, the gas is under pressure. You understand that, right?
Sure.
Cool. So we've got gas pressure. We're breathing it right now. That means we've got to be contained. What happens to gas when you uncontain it?
It goes.
Yes, it goes. That's correct. So if there was a vacuum up there, where the sun, moon, and stars are, and gas down here, but no physical barrier between the atmosphere and the vacuum, two things will happen. One, we wouldn't have pressure because there's no physical boundary for the gas to press against. And two, as you so eloquently put, it will go. Yeah, the gas will fill the available volume. We'd be dead.
Okay. And we're not dead, right?
No, we're not dead. No.
Okay, that's good. So, we just need to figure out a way for, like, cats push to get past the gas pressure, and then they could push stuff off the edge.
What was, to remember, what's keeping the gas pressure in? What does that? What stops gas expansion?
Oh, my theory is gravity, but you say there's like a physical object stopping it.
Yeah, because it's one, the definition of gas pressure. Two, invoked with all of the experiments which give us PV equals nRT, which is the ideal gas formula. So everything we understand about gas, as according to Robert Maxwell Clark, gas expands indefinitely in all directions. Gas expansion, right? It fills available volumes. You notice that I didn't mention gravity there, because gravity doesn't affect gas, because if it did, gas wouldn't expand in all directions to fill the limitation of its volume. But it does.
Hmm.
Do you think mass attracts mass?
Yes.
Awesome. Does gas have mass?
Yes.
Does gas attract gas?
No.
Thank you.
But you would agree that there are, like, round objects, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like, I don't know. A ball. Let's say a soccer ball.
Yes. Soccer balls exist.
Right. Yeah. And in the center of the soccer ball is gas.
Yes.
Right, and it's round.
Because it's filling the limitation of the container?
Yeah.
If you took the football or the soccer ball away, you clicked your fingers and magically the container disappeared, what would happen to the gas?
It would go out.
Yes. Correct. So you need a container to keep gas in places. If you don't have a container to keep the gas there, the gas will follow entropic law and disperse indefinitely in all directions.
Yeah, but I've never seen, like, a flat balloon. They're all round, right?
Yeah. But we have lots of different shaped balloons. You've seen a hot air balloon, right? You've been to a birthday party. You can have balloons made of like rabbit heads. Right? The gas will take the form of its
But they're
container.
all, like,
The
they're all
gas
round.
will-
There's never been, like, a flat balloon with air in it.
Yeah, because by definition it would be flat.
Yeah, so if it has air in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It should expand to be round.
You can have any container, like a teapot, or a pyramid, or a sphere, and fill gas with it, can't you?
Right, but I'm saying the pyramid, let's say, use that as an example. If all pressure is equal, right, it's going to be going in every direction, which would be like round, right? Because we live in a 3D world.
Yeah, the gas expands omnidirectionally. You can call that round if you want.
Yeah, so
Cool.
gas is going to expand in like a sphere shape.
Yes. Until it reaches the limitation of its volume, and then it would take the shape of the container, like a teapot or a pyramid, like we discussed. But you're going to need a container to keep the gas there. You're going to need a container to achieve the consequence of pressure. If you don't have a container, you won't achieve pressure because the gas has got nothing to press against. And if you don't have a container, the gas will just politely fuck off.
Yeah. So wouldn't the container, if it's going to move omnidirectionally, be round?
No. Well, the gas will move omnidirectionally, but you see your floor or your ceiling or your wall, it's going to press against that, isn't it? And then it's going to be horizontal or vertical or take the shape of its container. Yes, gas expands omnidirectionally, as we've discussed, but depending on the shape of the container, it will take that shape.
Yeah, but this is why I'm using the balloon analogy, right? I've never seen a flat balloon.
Okay. Have you ever seen a container?
Yeah, we can have containers, but like the Earth would have to be like a triangle or a cube, or it couldn't be flat with gas in it.
It could be flat with gas in it if you had a flat surface for the gas to press against, like the floor. And then if there was a covering in the sky,
Wouldn't it
like
be a rectangle?
it would take the shape of the container.
Yeah. So what's the shape of the container of the Earth?
I don't know what the shape of the container of the Earth is. I know that the Earth itself lays horizontally, but the extremities of the Earth out wide and up high, I don't know the quote-unquote shape of that containment. I just know that we have gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you require containment, because if you don't have containment, the gas will disperse into the available volume. That volume, by the way, is
So if it does do that, right? Wouldn't the theory suggest that it would be round because it's moving omnidirectionally? And if we don't have evidence for the shape of the container, then the container must be round, right?
Do you mean like a hemisphere above a horizontal plane, like a snow globe?
Well, I don't know about a snow globe, but sure.
Cool. As long as it takes the shape of its container, it's going to need containment. You can have a horizontal floor and a dome above you, for argument's sake, and it will fill that like a snow globe. You could say it's like a cube with the horizontal floor that you're standing on, surrounded by the walls and the ceiling of a cube, and it will take that shape and have the consequence of pressure because it's in a container. Doesn't matter what shape the container is, the container will keep the gas there, and by consequence of there being containment, you will have gas pressure. If you increase the size of the container and keep the same amount of gas in that volume, gas pressure will go down, but the gas will still fill the limitation of that volume.
Yeah, so this is kind of my point. So, like, if gas is omnidirectional, we would expect it to be round.
If gas is omnidirectional, you would expect gases that have no inherent shape to be round. Gases have no inherent shape, do they? They fill the limitation of that container. And I feel like I'm repeating myself. I don't want to. Surely you understand this by now.
Yeah, it's just we would need evidence for what shape the container is, right?
No, yeah. We don't need evidence of the shape. We just understand that we must have containment because we have gas pressure.
Okay, that's fine. But, like, then what is the shape of the Earth?
No idea. Nobody's making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface.
Oh. Like, I thought the shape of the Earth was flat.
Is flat a shape?
But yeah, no, that's my point.
Bingo. Yeah. So we're not making a claim to shape when we say the Earth is flat. We're making a description of the surface, which will be flat. Flat's not a shape, though, is it?
Sure, but if you were on a big enough sphere, it would appear flat, right? Just because you're on a big enough sphere.
Well, like the Earth.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Cool. So locally, it's what, observed and measured flat?
Yeah, so on your local, on a local level, like your floor, that would be flat. But on a larger level, right, depending on the size of the sphere, it would be
25
round.
25 miles? Would it curve over distance of water?
Yeah,
of
we
25
would
miles?
we would see some curvature. Curvature, yeah.
Awesome. Where do we see that then? Being as locally, it's flat.
What's that stupid experiment called? You know, the one where the guy put 2 sticks in the ground, one in Rome or whatever, and the other in Egypt? I forget the name of that stupid experiment.
Aristosthenes, a stick in Alexandria, and a well in Cyrene. What about it?
Yeah.
What about it?
So he took a measurement of the shadows, and
Yep.
he deduced from those measurements that the Earth was round.
So what he did is he had 3 points of a triangle: the well, the sun, and the stick in Cyrene, 500 miles away. The distance between the distance between the stick in Alexandria and the well in Cyrene is a horizontal distance. The shadow is just a way to measure an angle. An angle is defined and used as the intersection of 2 straight lines. This is a flat Earth measurement.
Oh.
You know
And what about okay, so how do you explain the ships on the horizon?
What about the ships?
Don't they disappear at some point?
Yeah, everything disappears at some point if it's too far away for you to see.
No, okay. I mean, the horizon. Here, one second. Let me get a picture so I can describe this.
So you're going to have to give me 5 minutes. I've got somebody at the door. Matrix, if you're there, buddy, can you entertain this person, please? I will be back.
Yeah, cool. Both Moon, DJ here.
Yeah, what's up?
Matrix. Hey, who are we talking to? What's your name?
Down the bottom, Quinn with a butterfly.
Quinn. How's it going, Quinn?
I'm chilling.
What was the question that you just?
Oh, I was talking about
Aristophanes.
Yeah, something like that. So
So he measured shadows, right? So he already pre-assumed the Earth was a globe. Did this, and he also assumed that sun rays come in parallel, and the sun was a infinite distance away, basically, for the experiment. So even globe scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson have come out and said, "Look, that experiment is flawed. It works fine on a flat surface, on a flat Earth, as well. If you had a local light source, right? So it could work on either. But what he did, Aristophanes, was he just presumed the Earth was a globe, and then he did spherical trigonometry, and he came up with his radius value, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not something that's exclusive to a globe. He just assumed the Earth was a globe. He made a bunch of assumptions. Didn't actually go out and measure like curvature over distance, which is what we're sort of talking about. But
Can I
he-
state
you know, most-
can I state like one word and then leave?
Yeah,
just
yeah,
wanna
it's
say
open conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody can speak.
Thank you. I just
Yeah,
want
as
to
long
say
as
one thing, and please don't take any offense.
Hold on, hold on.
It's it,
Dude,
what?
I just want to get this on recording, so let me press play. Yeah, what do you want to say?
What Jedi? What did you say?
I said, let me press play so I can record what you're about to say. Okay, what do you want to say?
With all due respect, I feel like people who
yeah, that one word was done. It was like way more than one word, bro.
That's a shame. I was ready to burn someone. Damn.
So Quinn, what's your next load proof?
Would say like, okay, this would be like, do we have a map?
Don't claim to have a perfect map. I mean, all maps have flaws, right? Look at the Mercator map. All the continent sizes are wrong. We have a whole bunch of different maps. All maps are flat. All maps have some type of issue, right? Can't validate any of them to be perfectly correct or anything like that. So yeah, we're not claiming to have some perfect flat Earth map that where we've gone out with billions of dollars and done a big expedition and perfectly mapped everything out. I mean, there's parts of this world we're not even allowed to freely travel to, right?
You mean like North Korea or something?
Oh, like beyond the 60th degree south, due to the Antarctic Treaty, you're not allowed to freely explore. Well, there's limitations when you go past a certain parallel north as well. Not allowed to like over the North
Isn't that
Pole or
for
anything
safety
like.
reasons though?
Whatever the reasons they give us are, it doesn't negate the fact that it's a fact. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, like, what's your point with the maps?
Oh, I just would imagine we'd have like a map.
I have maps. You know, I have a street directory. I can go pick something up off Craigslist if I need to. That sort of thing. In the Ursa globe.
Let me think. So like, how do we predict weather patterns on like a flat Earth model?
Yeah, so what weather in particular are you talking about? That would be exclusive to a globe Earth.
Well, like, here, I'll give you an example. Let's pick a celestial object in the sky, and then we can make a prediction about where that celestial object's going to be by like a certain time. Let's say tomorrow. And then using the flat Earth model, we could make a prediction of where that celestial object will be tomorrow.
Yeah, but look, even all the ancient cultures were flat Earth cultures, and they mapped all of that out, right? So it's not exclusive to a globe Earth. Like what the stars do is they rotate east to west over our heads, right? They rotate around Polaris and they reset back into the same positions. Looking at the sky to try to determine the shape of the ground isn't really going around. It would be better to go out and measurements over large bodies of water, right? Because even just over a 10-mile lake, should be 66 foot of drop if Earth was a globe. It's a way that we can go out and test Earth
You make
without
a
actually
good
having
point,
to
though.
make assumptions.
Stars don't move in a lateral movement.
Stars rotate in a circle, right, around the North Star. East to west, set into the same position each year. If you're on a globe Earth hurtling millions of miles, if you're on a globe Earth hurtling millions of miles through space, never to return to the same, would make more logical sense that we're not moving, right? And that the stars are moving as we see them. And they're resetting back into the same positions each.
But why does the sun set below the horizon?
Also about the stars, the rotation, all the charts that we can use to do astrology, they are showing you the pattern of the stars above a plane. That white sheet that they draw, and the stars rotating around. It's not just one star chart. All the star charts that show you the same thing. Stars rotating or revolving above a flat plane.
Yeah, but so we have a horizon line, and then we have the sun falling below the horizon line without changing size or shape, right? So that would make sense on a globe model because you're just, rotating. But on a flat Earth model, if the Earth is not moving, how does that happen?
You understand how perspective works, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at some streetlights on a long street, right? They're going to dip into the horizon. Looking at some clouds or an airplane, they're going to converge with the horizon due to perspective.
Yeah, but they shouldn't fall below the horizon, right?
Nothing can fall below your horizon. And it's interesting that you invoke the movement of the stars, because if you believe that we're traveling at over 2 million miles per hour through the galaxy, that the stars above us will always keep Polaris in a central position as the stars rotate around them. If you think we are moving, then that position of Polaris, as well as the stars, would move drastically if we're flying and hurling through a vacuum of space at 2 million miles per hour. But because Polaris is positioned and doesn't move from our position year after year, it's always there. How do you still try to claim that we are a sphere doing such? I don't get it. I'm sorry, but I don't understand how you can make that a reality for yourself.
But Polaris?
Yeah, Polaris being a star that just stays positioned day after day and night after night. It's always in the same place. If we are traveling, as you think in your paradigm, hurling through a vacuum at over 2 million miles per hour calculated, yet it's still in its same fixed position. Just think of that logically. That's
So are you familiar, Quinn? Are you familiar with the speeds and vectors that the globe Earth is claimed to be traveling in?
No. It's really fast, but I don't know off the top of my head.
The claim is that it's spinning at 1,040 miles per hour. It's also chasing. It's orbiting around the sun at 66.6 miles per 1,000 miles per hour. Right? It's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour, and it's moving sideways around the Great Attractor at the same time at more than 1.3 million miles per hour. So these are speeds that we can't even comprehend with our brains, right? So even just the rotation of the Earth, that's faster than a 9 millimeter bullet, faster than the speed of sound. Think about the other numbers that I just mentioned. It's a ridiculous speed we can't even comprehend. But the stars reset into the same positions each year, and the North Star doesn't move.
Not just the speed, it's the vectors also. It's like you are in the hands of a bartender that he's making a cocktail, mixing a cocktail. Yeah, you are being mixed.
You can't have.
I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty delicious.
Yeah, that's why we say what we say, because you can't have this movement that they claim us to be experiencing if the positions of these stars are perfectly showing us that we are stationary, and it's the stars that are moving above us and we're not moving. We can't be hurling at that speed without this observation staying still. Do you understand that?
Well, I live in a city, so light pollution actually blocks most of the stars, believe it or not.
Well, if you were to
So,
go in an
like, if you
environment,
look out,
if you were to go into an environment where you can see them, you'll realize how this can't be what we've been told. You'll realize that it just can't be. We can't be moving at that speed, at that distance at all. There's no other logical way to point out that we are stationary and everything above us is moving accordingly. That's it. It's as simple as that. You understand?
okay. So the northern star is Polaris, right? Is that what you're referring to when you're like the North Star?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see.
That star stays fixed every single night, all throughout the year. You cannot have that observation make sense if we are hurling at a distance that they say we're doing. So imagine for thousands of years they've had this fixed position, even though it moves a tiny bit. Still, if you go just think of it logically. If you go further away in a trajectory, it's going to be off from its original position thousands of years later. But that is not what we experience. We experience it to be fixed in a position. And that's it. That's enough proof. Go ahead.
Well, I think we would have. Okay. So I think Polaris, like you mentioned, does move just very, very slowly, right? Very incrementally. And eventually we'll have a new North Star given enough time.
That's what they tell you. But the way we observe that's not what's happening.
All verifiable history. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about theoretically in the globe model. Right? You've heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
No.
Okay, so they were constructed in America in 1980, and there's a little hole through this stone, and you can look up through the hole and it's lined up with Polaris. Until they were destroyed in 2022, you could look through this hole and you could see Polaris, only Polaris.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Yeah.
Egypt and the pyramids were built exactly underneath the Orion belt. So it means that those stars, during all that time, during those thousands of years, they stayed the same position, dependent to each other. So no star took a deviation or went farther from the other. The pattern of those stars stays exact same pattern through all those years, not just only Polaris.
So, in other words, if we took lights in your ceiling of your house and spun them around in circles above you, every single time you looked at them, they're in the same position relatively to where you were standing on your flat floor in your room, and multiply that by thousands of years, and they're still there. It's safe to say your floor in your bedroom has not moved, but the stars moved, the lights moved in a circular manner above you, only to circle back to their same position. And that's what we're talking about. Do you understand now?
Exactly like that decoration that you put for babies in the roof of the room, with some planets attached by some wires, and they keep rotating on top of that flat floor. So it's the same exact thing. You're just making a replicate of what you see above for children. That's the normal act that we do.
You just gotta think about it logically, bro. Once you can get away from the story and use logic, you'll realize you've been lied to. And that's it. Simple as that. Use your own observations to bring reality into the argument, as opposed to a story telling you this is what is, when it doesn't add up to our reality that you can observe. And that's why we're here 24/7 Flat Earth. We're teaching people that you've been lied to. That's it. That's all it is. We're teaching you guys that you've been lied to come out of that lie and to question why things are in reality different than the story. You'll come to a conclusion. All right, I've been lied to. That's all. It's very simple.
And just a simple thing that is so much important. What is the lie is more important than why the lie. So people focus on why they lie more than what is the lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, or what is the
Focus
evidence
on the lie
of
itself.
Exactly. Look at the evidence first. So that's a good segue, Necros, because Quinn, would you like to see some evidence that the Earth isn't a globe?
Sure. I'm reading about Polaris on Britannica, but sure.
Right, so if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, like they tell us, there has to be a specific rate of curvature over large bodies of water. You agree with that?
Yeah, right, sure.
Yeah, so right, just over a 10-mile lake, there should be 66 foot of drop or 66 foot of curvature. So what we're doing mostly is going out and actually testing the globe model, the base fundamentals of the globe model, which is the radius value. So when we go out and we make different types of observations and do different experiments over large bodies of water, we're finding that there's no geometric horizon, right? And there's no curvature. over these large bodies of water. So countless observations, laser tests, and all sorts of different tests that we've done, can't find any curvature. And then when we look to the globe side for what they have in response, they don't have anything either. They just have like what you brought up was like sticks and shadows and by some Greek guy. You know, most people mention that, what you brought up. 99% of people fall on that. On the globe side, we're just getting calculations, but what we're doing is going out, doing these practical experiments that anyone can go and do themselves, validate the results. You following?
Yeah. Math is not physical tests.
No. But on a globe, when you're relating math to reality, it has to be verifiable in reality. So if they're saying, okay, so here's the math, what we're doing is going out and testing that the math fits with reality.
Yeah, you have to have a testable hypothesis, right?
Right, so on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, specific distance away from physical, object, right? The globe Earth. So if you're at a particular height, you would have to have a horizon at a particular distance, depending on that. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
you would wanna see.
like what you get taught in schools. If you're a 6-foot person and you look out at the ocean, roughly 3 miles. Varying, like relative to what your height is. Yeah, so depending on what your height is, that horizon will be at a different distance, right? And then everything that goes beyond that horizon would start to disappear behind the horizon slowly. That moves away, right?
I suppose. I haven't, I don't go measure lakes. Like, I don't want to be offensive, but I just have better things to do with my time. That's why I pay people to do this.
Yeah, of course. We're not just all going out, we have lives too. We have jobs and lives and families, but we're not just all going out measuring lakes all day, every day. But we do it. We have done it countless times. When we do go out and do it, the horizon that we see is countless times further than it should be on a globe. And we can see distances that are impossible on a globe consistently. If you have a look in the side chat, you'll see a little clip from a video, little GIF taken out, actual zoom. You'll see 2 oil rigs.
Yep, those are oil rigs in the ocean.
Yep. Okay, and you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. So the purpose of the oil rigs is so we know how far we're looking, because if the oil rigs weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was. It wouldn't be really, a valid observation. But luckily we have these oil rigs, and we can validate the distance of the oil rigs on countless different ways. You can just look them up online. You can see how far away they are from the shore. And the furthest oil rig that you can see there is 10.1 miles away, particular elevation. And the height of the observer is approximately 8 foot above the water level.
Okay.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, do the math, and the horizon has to be, the geometric horizon has to be at 3.4 miles away. 3.46 exact.
Oh. I would have just used the laser, but...
Yeah, so we can get into the laser test. Like, we've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and do tests in all different locations. These observations are great because not everyone can go buy an expensive laser and use this. These observations are very good as well, because very obvious in this picture that the horizon isn't where it should be on a globe. In fact, it's many times further out than it should be. And it's very clear. So the oil platforms are just distance markers. We know that the horizon's way beyond 10 miles away from the observer. But on a globe, it has to be at 3.46 miles.
That should be enough evidence for your brain to comprehend what's going on.
And like you said earlier, that you have better things to do than doing measurements on the surface of a lake. And you said also that you have lakes, big lakes near where you live. So it can be just an observation when you have the opportunity to just not, you don't focus on that, but when you have the opportunity doing a picnic near a lake, you can do the observation, take out your camera or your binoculars and watch the shoreline in the other side of the lake if you know how big the lake is. Like, for example, for me, when I go to the north of Morocco, I can take my binoculars or my camera and zoom on the beach of Spain in 14 kilometers away from the northern side of Morocco. So, it wasn't my focus. I didn't go there to check that. But when I am just doing a trip and having the opportunity, I'm in a dam or something like that, I do my own observation just to validate what those people just showed us with their measurements. So we have the measurement done, we have the data. You can use that data to do observation to validate it.
Right.
Do you understand,
like-
Huntress?
Me personally, right? I wouldn't trust my own sense of like experimentation because there's so many different variables that you have to control for. So
See how easy it is.
like me just going
Don't think that you have to go out there with a lab coat on and Bunsen burners and beakers and things. It's as simple as you having in your hand. So have your phone, be out one day and go, oh wow, that's a great photo, and we've all done it. So don't pretend that you haven't. And all you do when you get home is go,
oh yeah, I've taken pictures.
where was I? I was at this point. So if you've got your the location tracker thing on your phone, some people do, some people don't. It's just a matter of
GPS.
I was at point X and that photograph was point Y, and you can jump onto Google Earth and work out the distance. So even if you're just rough, it's still good enough in some cases to go, wow, this is still beyond what we should be seeing.
Can you grasp? Can you grasp how if you're seeing something at a distance that you shouldn't be seeing, can you grasp how then it doesn't comport with a spherical Earth?
If the variables are true, sure.
If
But
you could
there are a lot of
include,
other variables that could go wrong.
if you want to include variables that somehow are trying to justify how you're going to see the backside of a mountain of this obstruction, if you will, because of a curved Earth, well, that's you. You can do what you want to do, but logically, you're looking at something that is reality because you're seeing it. Don't look at something that you see and question yourself. How am I seeing this? That's not the point right here. That's not the contention. You are literally flat smacking yourself when you see something with your own eyes that doesn't comport with what you've been told. And if your bias has to ignore what your eyes are seeing for themselves, then that's what we call cognitive dissonance. Because now you're convincing yourself, I am not seeing what I'm seeing because I have a bias that says I shouldn't see this. That's where we're trying to wake people up. we're trying to tell people you've been lied to. If you want to keep believing the lie, go ahead. You can do what you want to do. But our reality will say otherwise.
I mean, the things I'm personally concerned with really wouldn't matter whether the Earth was flat or not flat, right? Like, if you want, like, my honest opinion, right? Like, I'm concerned with human suffering.
Okay.
So, I mean, if the Earth is round or whatever, that's fine. If the Earth is flat, whatever, that's fine. It would almost be like a superfluous question.
Well, when you want to invoke this, are humans suffering or not, I get it. But at least take account for what you're actually seeing as opposed to what you've been told. And at least concede to yourself, okay, well, it's not what we're being told. Whether people are suffering or not, at least you can address the fact that we've been lied to. And matter of fact, how about this? Should people be suffering if they are taking money from the people that are suffering and using it for a falsehood, which we've been lied to, proven factually? Then that should make you think, or should put you in a position where you should fight it more. You should say, hey, guess what? It's not a globe. Why are you using our money to prove to us that it's something that it's not? And then you should change your focus and position of
except for when we need oil. So it's really weird. Venezuela was the bad guy. Oh, we need oil. Can we get some oil, guys? It's like, wait a minute. Why didn't they go to the actual president who they claimed is like the president of Venezuela? Why did they go to the dictator who still lives in the country? So it's just a narrative. Like, the narrative is there when shit is not real. But when shit actually hits the fan and shit gets real, that's when people like say, fuck the narrative, right? Like, no feminist on the Titanic, right? The men knew that they were supposed to stand back because the men can be replaced, right? But the women and the children are the future, right? Where was the feminist on the Titanic? Or Ukraine? Where are the feminists saying, no, we're equal, let the men go, we'll stay and fight?
That wouldn't be equal though. They either all stay or they all leave.
Hey, how's it going?
Grand, how are you?
I'm doing well. I was listening a little bit. I'm new to the space, so I didn't want to be too disruptive. I see you have quite a crowd here. The feminist line, we're not against like feminism. We think that's probably a good idea. Or I know it's not related.
Feminism is not good. I'll speak for the ladies. It is not good. It is terrible, and it's just ruining the family. So I'll be that person.
You just don't want to fix a car.
But we would still say like sexism is bad, right? Or no?
Sexism?
Well, it depends. Like, do you think that every time Disney has a movie and the dad is either completely absent or he's an imbecile? Like, do you think
I think that a lady
that's bad?
appreciates a guy. I think that a lady appreciates a guy that tells her what he wants so that he's the head and she, submits, okay? I like submitting to my husband.
Yeah, so when I think of like sexism or feminism, I think of an idea. Sorry, I'll try to answer both questions. So the Disney movie one, I think it's probably important for Disney movies to portray different types of families. I think that's probably what people want to watch. I don't know if it's like an ethical good or bad. As far as like
People like to watch because Disney is fucking.
Let him finish.
Sorry.
It's okay. There was another question too about, or another proposition about like a woman who probably wants like a man who is in charge of things. As I understand feminism, this is sort of like a choice that women should make. If you want to be like a traditional housewife, this is something that feminism would support. Or if you don't want to be a traditional housewife, that's something that feminism would be about the right for women to choose, sort of like the equality of choice, I guess.
Anybody that's an activist feminist. Sorry, my son.
Can I say something about this Disney crap?
Sure.
That's why Disney is losing about, I don't know, so much money, and they every film they get out, they're losing so much money, and the CEO is gone because of this dumb agenda.
I don't think I would disagree. I think Disney is probably losing money. Maybe I would argue for the reason why, but I guess I don't care about Disney too much. I think like they're a corporation and it's in their best interest to make movies that people want to watch. So whatever that means, like I don't think they.
So you don't like sexism, right?
So
who would you have watch your children?
I mean, I guess whoever's qualified, a woman or a man or anyone who has like who knows things about children.
You would have a man watch your child.
I know exactly what I'm hearing. I'm sorry. Hold on. He's trying to sell us cigarettes. You sound like a lobbyist of some kind. You're going to defend all the bad stuff by making it sound good. Go ahead.
I'm just a Twitch streamer. I'm not like a lobbyist, but
here's what you're gonna do one more time. You're gonna try to keep things in the middle, and so we're gonna tell you that some stuff is bad, and you're gonna say, well, they're just trying to make the best movies that they can for the public, and you're gonna lightly defend stuff and make it just, you're gonna muddy the waters. Earth measures flat. Can we please talk about that? Thanks.
Okay, I don't know why that's so frustrating. Someone else posed a question about Disney to me. I didn't bring it up, but yeah. I don't have a vested interest in Disney. Yeah, it's not important. We can talk about Flat Earth.
I mean, because you're pretty much just going into always the middle, and because if it was everything was just in the middle, it would be fine. But the problem is they go to the extreme most of the time, right? They want to push an agenda.
Yeah. Do I think that there are extreme cases of feminism that are probably like counterproductive? Yeah. So when I say we can move on from feminism, we can move back to Flat Earth, but I only chimed in because we were talking about someone brought up no feminists on the Titanic, which I didn't think was related, but I think when I see feminism, I see like anti-racism. I think sexism is bad. I think racism is bad. I think any movement that would be in opposition to those things is good.
I think that people are buying into this ism crap too much. So your isms are just meant to make you divisive. So don't buy into the isms. Don't buy into the isms at all.
Well, I think media exaggerates sort of like isms to sort of like divide Democrat and Republican, at least in this country. But I think they're real and they happen, and like being against them is probably important. Was somebody else going to
really happen? In my experience, in my life, I've never experienced. I'm in Alabama. If I was going to experience it, I would have experienced it already. I have not. Have you? Have you experienced it?
Yeah, I think I've experienced like discrimination, and I wouldn't say.
Have you really though?
What does that mean? I mean, I trust you when you say you haven't experienced it. So maybe like I would hope that you just trust me when I say that I have. But I guess we could talk about it. Okay. Someone else really personally wanted to, or really passionately wanted to move back to Flat Earth. So I don't want to like.
Yeah, we should. We should move. Yeah. It's the Flat Earth Discord. We should definitely do that.
Yep, that makes sense.
Because I mean, when you're talking about your experience, I mean that's just a personal experience. That how could you measure? You know, So let's just go back to what we can measure, which is the Earth.
So, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The curvature is not there, and nobody can present it.
So you guys could enlighten me because you know way more on the topic than I do. But I did see a video once of flat earthers shooting like the laser through the hole. You guys are familiar with this, right?
No, it wasn't a laser, and it wasn't a flat earther. That was that's propaganda.
Tell me about it. I'm not as
You're
familiar.
talking about just like somebody put some light and cut two holes, and somehow when they raced. That's just straight up.
It didn't. Did it not work because it was like a flashlight, or what was the error in the experiment? Obviously, the Earth isn't round according to y'all, or objectively as you would see it, right? But
what was the distance from one place to the other?
Oh, so the light wasn't bright enough to travel through both holes?
What was the distance?
Oh, I don't know that. I'm asking you. You know more about the experiment than I do.
Jared, his laser, the culminator, he had the laser on too long, it overheated and it melted.
No, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even that one. He's talking about this meme there is on YouTube, and if you look at it, that supposedly two flat earthers went out there and they made they had this cutout on this box or wood or whatever, and one put a flashlight to see if the light goes through. Then it didn't go through. He said, race the board up higher. Oh, it did go through now. That's how they know the Earth was curved. It's pretty much what.
I think that's the one. I'm not sure if it was that one or the laser one. But you're saying the reason why? Oh, wait, the flashlight did go through?
Well, once they raised it up so a certain height, so therefore that guy is no longer a flat earther. That's the whole point of the whole video.
But it was not real, or what was?
This is stupid. The way they did it was I think it was 17 feet apart or something like that. It was a flashlight going through a hole, and I'm gonna see if I find the video.
Okay.
You got to keep in mind that the worst part about it is what it does not demonstrate with definity. It does not demonstrate with absolute definity that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I guess I was curious what the error in the experiment was. If it, so when it comes to science, I don't know if we have absolute knowledge of things. I think we have approximate truths, right? I think science tells us pretty well what things are, whether we believe that the science is correct. I think science, that's the goal, right? Is to get as close to truth as possible. And if there's an error in the experiment that causes it to not demonstrate that the Earth is round, I'd be curious what the error was. Or maybe
I can help you with this. So if you have a kitchen table, right?
Yep.
All right. So if someone were to make the claim that the surface of your kitchen table is curved, like the surface on the outside of a sphere, wouldn't it be best to take a straight edge and put it right up against it and directly measure it to see if that claim is correct or not?
Yeah, to measure my kitchen table, perhaps. I don't know if there'd be a better way, to find out if the kitchen table is bad or not. Yeah.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that the way I described, that's the only way to know with absolute definity, right? There's no other method that would allow you to know with absolute definity, right?
Yeah, I think probably there are still reasons why this would be an imperfect method. I guess I can't think of them, but yeah, this would be very compelling, right? Yeah, I would be.
Yeah, and the key word is direct, as in, directly measuring the surface of your kitchen table or your dining room table. And so what I'm trying to say is, much like how this concept applies to the surface of your dining room table, the same thing applies to the surface of the Earth and claims that people make about it.
Yeah. So then if we're to use the table as an analogy, because it's a good one, right? But if we use that analogy and we say there's two plates on your table and we poke a hole in both of them, and we shine a flashlight or a laser through, the laser would go through both on a flat table, right? Whereas it might not on a round? Or does that experiment... I think it's a valid experiment, and it may not have the degree of certainty that you're asking for, but then I'm curious why the experiment would fail.
Well, here, let me point out a problem with it. So, as far as we know, light goes at least mostly in straight lines. So, in this, what you're describing with the two plates and the light on the surface of the table, it seems like you're trying to use a beam of light as a straight edge, which, if you're trying to measure an arc segment, isn't really a good idea. You need actual solid materials in order to measure an actual true arc segment. You can't. What I'm trying to say is you can't measure an arc segment with light. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that it's the best tool to measure a flat surface, but I would say if I I mean, this is stupid, but like if I shine a laser at like a basketball from one side to the other, obviously it's going to be interrupted, right? Because of the curvature. So it's not the best way to measure the basketball by any means. I agree with you. A tape measure would probably be a better way to measure a sphere, right? But it does demonstrate something, I think, unless the experiment is done incorrectly, right? Because there's ways that you could fuck up the experiment and be measuring a box instead of a ball. But in the video, I didn't see what the flaw was, and maybe everyone's not familiar with the video, so I'll look it up and revisit it.
You said it obviously demonstrate curvature, or you can't make claims like that. Like,
does it not? Shining a laser like at the edge of a basketball, would it not?
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah. Please, I'm sorry. I'm talking a lot.
No, you're fine. I'm not trying to interrupt. That's my main thing. Anybody else? If there is proof that the Earth does not, like, you can't measure curvature and you measure it flat, and I'm not, look, if you're falsifying the claim and you're being censored, wouldn't that raise like some suspicions in your mind?
Yeah. So anytime a person is censored, I am curious of the motive. Why was the person censored? And I think one reason to censor someone would be to censor or to like suppress information, and maybe there's like a nefarious reason. That's a possibility that I accept. Yeah. I think there are other reasons to like censor information. I guess I don't even know though, because maybe I would disagree with myself.
There should be no reason to censor information because people can literally just realize, hey, this is bullshit.
Well, I think it would be more effective. I would argue probably that it would be more effective to disprove the information than to censor it. Censoring it would seem suspicious, right? Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know that.
Yeah, because the internet's full of bullshit. It just
sure. That doesn't.
We
get
all
censored.
know that.
Yeah.
So why would they censor people that are trying to falsify the main claim of curvature?
Well, I would ask you that because you know more.
I want to know.
Oh, okay, so
I want to know why.
You don't have a theory as to why they would censor this information.
Well, I have theories. I don't like to make claims that I can't back up.
All right, I
just
found
like to
the
make
video.
people think about it.
Yeah. What is the video?
I'm gonna post it in the link.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And it's I can't find it on YouTube, but I found it here.
I should have brought it myself but it was the only thing I could think of. It was the only evidence I'd seen that was like compelling, right? So I just brought it up. So thanks for going and sourcing it for me. What were your thoughts? Did you rewatch it or?
Yeah. Actually, I posted the wrong one.
Elbow, before
Sorry, I
going
posted
into this
wrong.
with him, can I ask him a question?
Me?
Yeah. So
I don't know.
If your position, your premise is based on something that fundamentally doesn't exist in reality, what option do you have to deal with your opposition?
I'm a little confused by your question. Maybe you could restate. I apologize for being like daft, but you're saying maybe we could.
Well, there's obviously two sides to this debate. There's globe and flat, right?
Yep.
One of these sides doesn't exist in reality. In your mind, you don't know which one it is yet. We here obviously know which one doesn't exist. But if you're the side where your premise is based in something that fundamentally does not exist in reality, there is no way to prove it true because it doesn't exist. What's your only option to deal with your opposition at that point in your mind?
I don't. Sorry, you're losing me again. But you did slow it down, and that was helpful. So you were saying that, like, if it doesn't exist, so you're saying if the world is. Are we saying specifically?
Well, the world can't be a globe and it can't be flat at the same time. It's one or the other.
True. Yep.
So one side is based in non-reality, essentially.
Yep.
Now, if it is the globe, which it is, but again, that's still up in the air for you, I'm sure. What options are you left with in dealing with your opposition to your narrative?
What options am I left with? Sorry. As someone who has not done a lot of research into this, I'll state my position. My position is that the evidence I've been presented.
I don't know if I'm not being clear, and I apologize, but it was on the topic of censorship.
If someone else can paraphrase.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me try to ask you.
Go ahead.
So, if you try to prove someone the Earth is a globe, You have what options do you have? You have to you can prove it, but you can't. So what else can you do? So he asks you. The only thing they can do is either cancel you, they can mock you or something like that. That's what I think he meant.
Okay. So the question is that like if we cannot prove if people who believe the Earth is a globe cannot prove that it is a globe, then they must censor or silence people. That's kind of what you're suggesting.
I think that's what he meant, but that's just what I thought he meant.
That was English to American translation.
Yeah, I appreciate the translation. So. Thank you very much. So earlier, there was a bit we were talking with whoever that was earlier about like censoring folks. So I think a better way to like do this would be an attempt to disprove through like some sort of like testing, right? Like this hole in the wall experiment that they did. I think you can either prove or disprove things, or not everything, unfortunately, but a lot of things through the scientific method we can like test through trial and error. We can get closer to what is the truth. I do believe that, right? I think there is some like truth out there, and I think science brings us closer to it. I can't say that like. Go ahead.
All right, so you pretty much said what you said, right? So here I'm gonna post it again. Please, nobody post. So you were showing pretty much this was the test that was done, right?
Yeah.
They made 2 walls, which was made out of styrofoam or whatever. Poked 2 holes, and somebody went 23 feet away. Yada. Put a light through the hold a light to his head. It didn't shine through the wall. Then he raised it up 23 feet up high, and voila, the light went through. Right.
Sure.
Right. So do you know what is the measurement? What is the radius of the Earth, and what is supposed the Earth supposed to drop down?
No. Are you asking me like what the curvature of it is?
Right, the curvature rate.
No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the proposed.
Right. So they're 23 feet apart, and they're saying he had to raise the light 23 feet in the air, and a hole is 17 feet in the air. That's what 6 feet.
That diagram is just so wrong. Right. There's so many problems with that diagram.
Yeah.
And that 23 feet is his height above the water level. Yeah.
Right. So he had to raise the light 6 feet up in the air from whatever he was at. And
the diagram looks good to me. He's 23 feet tall.
Right, but
there's all sorts of problems with that diagram.
So according to the curvature rate, in a mile, it only goes down 8 inches.
Yeah, so sorry, I was making a joke because I assume the gentleman isn't 23 feet tall. But so my question is if the Earth is curved, then some part of the light won't pass through the second wall, right? If it's a laser beam, this is easier because it won't pass through at all. But if it's a flashlight, then we could assume that like a portion of the light will be not going directly through the hole.
But that's the premise, and that premise is totally incorrect. That premise is incorrect.
And then why does the experiment succeed then? Isn't that
okay? So I'm going to tell you why this diagram is wrong. You see how when the light goes through one hole, it's just a straight beam like that? That's not how light behaves. When light passes through a small hole, it diverges, right? It's called diffraction. So it actually spreads out again. Then it goes to the next hole and it spreads out again. So the amount of light that would get through the final hole, which is like 1.5 miles away, you couldn't pick it up by the camera. But when he lifts the flashlight over the walls, now he can see it. It has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth. It's the fact that you can't put the light through those holes.
Okay.
Think about this. If you took 3 sheets of paper and punched a pinhole in each of those, and then tried as best you could to line them up so all those holes align, then took a flashlight, do you think you're going to see the flashlight through those little pinholes?
Yeah, so I think it would be unlikely. But then my question would be,
why don't you go do that and see if it happens?
I don't know why
not only that though.
No, I want you to go do it and see if it happens. It won't happen because light diffracts. The diagram is wrong and the premise is wrong. And the entire premise of the experiment is incorrect. Jeranism chose a shit freaking experiment.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask a follow-up question. So what did you call it? Diversion, or what is the effect when the light?
It's diffraction.
Diffraction. Thank you.
When light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
Yeah. So I'm accepting that like diffraction, and I'd have to do some research, but I believe you when you say diffraction affects the like light that would go through. So perhaps the light wouldn't go through both holes. So my question then would be: would this be true for like a laser as well? Would diffraction affect like a laser being shined through a pinhole?
So all lasers have a beam divergence, and it depends on if like some of the light of the laser will be diffracted, because you're not going to get a perfectly freaking narrow beam. That's impossible. So all lasers have what's called beam divergence. So the light spreads out a little bit over distance. It would so some of the ambient light around like the central part of the beam would be diffracted, but depending on the size of the hole, most of the light, a good section of what they call the centroid of the laser beam would go through the hole. But he didn't use a laser; he used a flashlight.
And what was the distance, Ilya? I mean,
I think it was like 1.6 something, either miles or kilometers. But he didn't use a laser, so that's another thing. So this whole test, this whole documentary is completely disingenuous. Like that part where he says, "Oh, that's interesting." That didn't even happen during the experiment. It happened while they were setting up for the experiment 4 hours before. And they inserted that at that part to make it look like he was like, "Oh shit." But that didn't even happen at that time.
So
what would be the drop?
We know people. I know people that were there.
Well, what would be the drop rate in a mile?
I don't know.
It sure would be 6 feet.
I don't remember what they calculated out to be. No, it's just like in a mile. It's like a few inches, 8 inches, maybe 16 inches. But here's the other thing: they gave the impression that he used a laser. No, he initially tested using a laser, and this thing, beam divergence, this the divergence of the laser, you can get a collimator that'll make all the laser go as straight as possible. Well, those things heat up, so you can only turn the laser on for like 5 seconds. He left it on too long and melted the collimator to the laser, so they couldn't use it. But there was all those people there for the test, so he was just like, "Fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight." And a flashlight's divergence, think of how wide that spread is, like 40 degrees, 50 degrees. Like you're not getting any. What?
Sorry, a collimator is like a lens that narrows like a beam of light, like a.
Yeah, it makes all the light go in parallel.
Okay.
So it doesn't spread out. That's the idea. Like, there's all different, capabilities of them. Like they're measured. Their spec is measured in what the beam divergence is. But the thing is, because this is actually focusing the laser, they heat up. They get hot. You can only run a laser through it for a very short period of time, like seconds, or it'll just melt. And that's what he did. He melted the collimator to the laser, so the laser didn't function anymore. So he went and used a flashlight. There's not enough power in the flashlight, right? So maybe if he had a freaking 10,000 watt goddamn flashlight and tried to shine it through the beams, maybe you'd pick up a little light at the end. But there's not enough light because the light is continuously spreading out every time it goes through the hole, right? So you're not getting the whole intensity of. So you got to think through the first hole. He's only getting a portion of the light of the beam that fits through that hole. Then it spreads out, and then that next hole gets only a smaller portion of that beam through the hole. And then the next hole, it spreads out again, and he gets a smaller portion of the beam through the hole. But when he takes the flashlight and he lifts it up over all the boards, all of a sudden he can see it because the light doesn't have to go through the holes anymore. So does that make sense?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It was just a shit experiment, but hold on. My oven's beeping. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm reading about light divergence. Yeah, I can see a lot of ways in which this experiment goes bad. I wanted to know why it was bad or why it was flawed. So I appreciate the information.
We got other ones, though. FE Core, which actually measures distance with water. Not measures the distance, but actually shows they shoot a laser over miles. Like 10 to 15 miles, where there actually would be Earth curvature and nothing gets in the way. You want those?
Sorry. So the difference in these experiments would be that they're done over water. This would more accurately represent curvature. Is that the claim of the?
So, I mean, if the Earth is curving, right, it means the surface of water is actually curving as well. And if there's a curvature rate because of the Earth being a ball, 8 inches per mile square, there'll be 10 miles will be about 66 feet. And 14 or 24 miles, I think it'll be like 400 feet or something. So there'll be a big old hump in the way, right? So, I mean, the beam will have to go around something to be able to will have the curve to actually hit a target, right?
Yeah, that would seem to make sense. Sure.
Right. So let me put these in here.
Which room are you posting them in?
Live stream voice
What's
sex.
that? Okay. Is this it, the greatest laser experiment in history too? Oh no, this is you?
Yeah, the one I just posted, FE Core.
The one that's on the Google Drive?
Yep. That's
Oh, somebody reacted with a no. Do they not like that experiment?
Yeah, no, I'm curious what's going on with that too, because that whoever's doing that, he's got a. I'm not sure who that is actually, but he's got a silver FE. I want to know what his gripe is with it.
Sorry, but most
Looks like he took
people
it down.
most people like this experiment.
Yeah, but no, he already also said biggest joke of the year and the same thing in response to the same thing. So what's his deal?
Perhaps they have like a wrong roll or something, and they don't believe. Yeah, I'd like to.
where is that guy at?
I thought I was going to join in honesty and listen to like a debate, but there was no opposition to the point, so I thought I'd hop in and throw my hat in the ring. So I appreciate the information you guys have presented. I'm going to look over this study and probably eat some lunch. Do you guys want anything?
What you eating, man? Well, if you're gonna bring me something, I'll be happy to eat.
I'm trying to like lose some weight in the new year, so I'm probably just going to do a salad. Nothing fun.
You gotta wait until next year to start losing weight, man.
I know I should wait. Just wait a few. Yeah, I'll just have a salad. I'll just wait a few hours. I'd pig out for now. Now I'm gonna eat lunch, but I appreciate the information, and most of you guys were like super cool. I appreciate you being like kind to me in your space. I'm sure I'll be back again to chat after I review this and bug some people who believe the Earth is round. But I'll be back. So thank you guys for being kind. I'll chat with you again.
Thank you for coming in and being the way you are.
Come on back anytime.
Yeah. Have a great New Year's Eve. See ya.
You too. Good stuff right there. That's the kind of people we want in here, instead of being jerks.
You mean like the other kid?
Huh?
I said, you mean like the other kid?
Yes, exactly.
Earlier one.
Say yeah. Can you come into the and let's speak about this, man? What was? Tell me what's wrong with this refraction calculation of the second measurement.
I'm gonna grab my popcorn. Shoot.
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but what I think is that measuring the refractive index on one side of the lake and measuring it on the other side of the lake is not a pretty much accurate way of accounting for refraction. But I haven't made pretty much. I started yesterday with actually questioning this, so I'm not 100% sure about it.
Yeah, so people don't like it because it assumes a flat Earth, I guess. Because if the beam's horizontal, right, even if there is a gradient, it doesn't matter. It never transitions into another part of the gradient. You understand?
But I mean, if you have they just measured it on the first side of the lake and I mean, there can be so much. I mean, there can be gradients in the pretty much middle of the lake, and you know.
Oh yeah, there could be. How are they ever going to know that?
So it's just an inaccurate experiment, a measurement.
Well, put it this way: the model of refraction they used is inaccurate, but they're all inaccurate. So which one should they use?
Yeah, I'm
well, that's sure my thing. Like, you can complain that they use like this isn't new. You're not the first person to bring this up. You might have heard it from some anti-flat earthers out.
I have watched Ruhilf's. I started I have watched Ruhilf's presentation.
Yeah, Ruhilf. Yeah. So, but the thing is, there is no accurate model for refraction. If we don't include it, they say, "Oh, you didn't include it." We do include it. They say, it like the way they did it. They say that's not right. They want us to use the refraction model, which is not accurate. So there's actually, to tell the truth, there's probably like 12 or at least 12 terrestrial refraction models, and none of them are accurate.
Yeah, but still,
And this isn't my opinion that none of them are accurate. This is what the scientific literature says. It's not my opinion.
There's too many variables in the air to even say that there's any kind of standard in the first place. Sorry,
Yeah, so
you can't do it.
so this is why this is why they come up with the 7.6R thing, because there's no accurate model, so they have to make a generic model. Right? It's totally generic.
The problem is that they even use what I call, they think that refraction actually makes us look every time around corners. Most of them can't even define the refraction, or they don't even know what it is. So, they have this, even if they had a refraction model which is somehow accurate, they would still need the R value. What I'm referring to is the radius of the Earth.
Well, maybe that's why their model isn't accurate. Ever think about that? Because they're assuming that the air is spherical, right? They're assuming that the air is curved. So I was just talking to, I don't know if I call it talking, but that Jesse kid, right? So Mick West has a refraction simulator.
You mean Jesse Gordon?
Yeah, Jesse Gordon. Yeah.
Yeah, I've debated him a long time ago. Well, not debated, but discussion. I just called.
He's freaking sus, big time. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Sus as in making shit up. But I'm like I said, I'm not going to totally get into that. So if you look at go on Mick West's website, he has a technical explanation of his refraction calculator and how he models it, right? So to do like a ray trace path to see which way light bends. He even says in that video, and he said it on here when he was debating us, even if you had a beam that was 100% parallel, right? The very fact that the model is going through a curved gradient of air means that the beam can't go straight, just because of the mathematics of the model. Because eventually, if it's going straight, it's going to cross into another gradient, right? Because the air is curved. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Can you name the name again? Just the name of this guy.
Mick West. Never heard of him?
No. Actually, no. The only one I actually have heard of is Walter Bisslins.
Well, Walter Bisslin uses the exact same thing, so it doesn't matter. They all use the ray traced refraction simulators use the same thing. It assumes a curved atmosphere. There's so many problems with Walter Bisslins. I'm not going to get into that either. But there's a lot of problems with it.
The funny thing is, you can literally make everything work with this Walter Bisslins thing. You can literally.
Oh, I know that. You got the sliders. You can do whatever you want.
You could make a long distance observation. You could literally make it work that if you look through a telescope, and if there was enough refraction, you would see your own ass. This is literally what you can make working with that. It's literally ridiculous that even Globus used this thing.
It is. Like, if you look really closely, because he's got, like, his ray trace simulation for Black Swan, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody looks at it closely, like, what the settings are set to. If you look closely, the light rays are tilted up, like, 2 degrees. So its starting point is, like, basically going into the sky, the rays. And that's how he can create the image. So basically, if BDSM or whatever his name is, fucking BDSM, BDLS, whatever, if he took to take that photograph, he would tilt his camera up 2 degrees for it to match the reduced refraction calculator. That means he's not looking horizontal, he's looking up. But no one looks closely at how he added tilt. So there's a tilt slider. He changed the tilt, and if you look at all the other so-called simulations that he does his so-called matching to, none of them are tilted. Only that one. That's how hard it is to get the Black Swan to work. Even in his gamed ass, parameter shifting simulator, where you can have like 50 different sliders, and you can just make whatever you want out of it.
Yeah, and the sad part is actually that Globus nowadays just send us everywhere everywhere they are. without even looking at the tilt, as you just said. I mean, when you actually would point out the tilt to these guys that are spreading these false Satanist refraction information, I don't think any of them could have a possible explanation for this, since they didn't even look at it. Walter Bislins just, I mean, if you want an explanation of anything, you just click on it and there it is, and they just screenshot what they see and just send it without even thinking 1 second about it, right?
Yeah, of course not. I mean, so just to get back to the curved air, right? Now imagine that the Earth's a ball and the atmosphere doesn't have a gradient, it just has two mediums, one on top of each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 100-degree air, and right above it is 50-degree air, and there's it doesn't mix. It's just all just a well-defined boundary. Now, if I start and I take the laser and it's in between those two, right at the interface, the boundary, and I shoot a laser, eventually it's going to cross into one of them if the atmosphere is curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the air is curved. So this is how their model for refraction works. The air is curved. The gradient is curved. So as soon as you start going some distance, you're hitting a gradient, and the light's automatically going to bend because of the geometry chosen. That has nothing to do with anything, experimental or data or anything. They just chose that geometry. And they chose it because they think the Earth's a ball. So that's fine.
It's just assuming.
But yeah. But so you have this, right? So you have this model. Then when you take the model and you try to test it in the real world, it doesn't work out. You can't make any predictions. You literally can't predict anything.
Yeah, that's actually right.
Think about it. Think about it. Okay, I'm going to go out into the world. I'm going to go to the beach. And I'm going to go say, there's a lighthouse 6 miles away. I'm going to take my meteorological data. I'm going to do everything right. Now I'm going to plug them into my formula, and I'm going to and I got my camera, right? And I got a nice metric camera, and it's centered in right to the middle of the freaking lighthouse. And I'm going to snap a photo. Do you think I can depict what that photo is going to look like? How high the lighthouse is in the image? Or how big or small it's compressed? Based upon the meteorological data I plugged into the model? No. So it can't make predictions. It only makes postdictions. Okay, this looks like this. We know the Earth's a globe. Therefore, there must have been this much refraction that day. Thus proving the Earth's a globe. Right? Circular logic. Right back into it, so.
Ridiculous. What I actually would like to ask, I think they would... why don't these guys actually talk to the government? The military. I think the military would like to be aware of this kind of magic Satanist refraction that can make me look around corners every time, no matter how big the corner is. I mean, this is ridiculous. They literally think that refraction will make us look around corners every time.
Oh my God, they're just wasting they're wasting rockets and bombs and artillery shells, and they're just wasting them because they obviously can't hit anything without accounting for refraction.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen that video of this? I sent it inside of Coriolis Effect. Globe Earth Sniper.
Oh yes, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that was actually.
Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah, he was saying, "Yeah, shoot at this guy. There it is," and he's saying, "Nah, that's a mirage. We first have to do the calculation or something." Very funny, actually.
Yeah, there's another video like that by Taboo Conspiracy, but it's the Navy. It was actually made before that one. Right, so they're looking through they're looking through a periscope, and they're like, "Don't shoot! It's a mirage."
Yeah, these periscopes are actually very interesting too. I don't have the data on me right now, but if I'm not wrong, these things can look up to 12 miles, and the observation height of these things is literally a few inches above sea level, right? I mean, how is this going?
They only have to be higher than the waves, right? Whatever the wave height is, they just have to be higher than that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean. But they have the magical refraction, so it's not going to be a problem, right?
So we used to have a guy on here. What is it? Platypus? Yeah, platypus or globopus or whatever. He said he was in the sub. He was in a sub. He said he was a sub, operated in the Navy in a sub, been under the Arctic Circle. Blah blah blah. Well, we've asked him about the periscope and his capabilities. You want to know what he told us? I can't tell you. That's classified. Because I have specific questions. Yeah, so I have specific questions about what the capabilities are. I can't tell you. That's classified. Now, mind you, he hasn't been in the Navy for like 2 decades, but that's classified.
I'm pretty sure you can find the information how far a periscope can, even on Google or something.
Yeah,
but I mean that's
I only
classified.
asked him one
That's
question.
special
What's the
information.
diameter of the lens? I can figure everything out knowing that just that one thing. What's the diameter of the lens? Because that sets the limit on what you can see. Just the diameter of the lens. There's no magical freaking engineering, no super secret freaking alien space program that's going to make the lens go beyond the diffraction limit. So just from the diameter of the lens, I can figure out what it can resolve and basically how far it can see.
And he didn't even tell you that, or
No, that's classified. The diameter, because he's freaking lying or something, man. Either he's lying or he don't know.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't. I'm pretty sure he wasn't actually. So I mean, you can just build up pretty much basically every lie, and like you can't even verify if it's true or wrong.
No,
right?
he probably he worked on the sub. He was at port and he like power washed it whenever they parked it, and that's how he worked on the sub.
I mean, I believe he was on a sub, but I don't think. I'm pretty sure we got him eventually actually to say like that. You know, when it comes to the periscope, you know, he wasn't that guy. He admitted that like he got to look through it one time. I think is what he said. So he's, you know, what's he know about periscopes?
I guess nothing.
Yeah.
He probably
Do you know
doesn't
if
even know the lens
classified?
diameter. Well, I mean, I'm sure the parts of the capabilities are classified, like exactly how far they can see, but he also said they were infrared, so they have infrared capability.
that even makes the refraction less, right?
Yeah, yeah. So refraction is
classified.
the diffraction is related to the absorption frequency. So they're actually, and the absorption frequency of infrared is a lot less than visible light. Actually, it's the lowest of any electromagnetic wavelengths. Other than until you get up to like X-ray and shit, right?
But I mean, we have also the. I mean, what about the railguns? Aren't these things like also in these? No, they're not on submarines, I think, but rather they are on boats.
Yeah, they were going to put them on aircraft carriers, right, or something.
But aren't these guys like? Don't they have like a range of 200 miles or something? I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah, I mean, also impossible. But I mean, we have the.
Well, that story changed. At first, they said we can hit targets 200 miles away or something, and then they kept coming out with like, after kind of like Flat Earth said, and they started like changing the story, like, oh, that target is designated, right? They like with a laser designator or whatever they do, right? So someone radios in the coordinates, and then they aim it at that, but that they don't actually see it. Even though when they first started coming out with the propaganda about it, it was line of sight. This is what they were saying, that they were doing line of sight, railgun, being able to hit targets. Then they changed it to, not line of sight. They were getting targeting information from, you know, a helicopter, airplane, drone, whatever.
Even more ridiculous. Even more.
Yeah, you just do the calculation. It just works. Coriolis, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, then you have to actually go to the enemy and take a refractometer and measure the refraction coefficient. This is what you also have to do, or else the actual formula isn't going to work.
Well, just taking one value isn't going to work because there's a gradient, right? So like you need to take lots of values.
Yeah,
there's a gradient in a curved freaking air pocket.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they admit this in the scientific literature. There's even like a paper on it. Like, hold on. It's called Empirical Modeling of Refraction Based upon Trigonometric Leveling. So what they did was they took meteorological stations along the line of sight. They did lots and lots of measurements. Used a bunch of models. Data didn't fit any of them. Tried to make a model. That didn't work, and they basically gave up. They basically came to the conclusion this shit's impossible.
The funny thing is, they always tell us, yeah, why don't you guys make a flat Earth model? They can't even make a working one too. Not even a map. They don't have an accurate map, actually. I mean, it's like ridiculous. As you just said, it's impossible.
No, right? According to them, technically, no.
I mean, how do you want to make a map, an actual accurate map, when you can't even measure a coastline? How do you want to measure a coastline? It's literally impossible.
Oh, so you've seen that, right? You've seen the measuring coastlines. You know about that? That you can't actually measure.
I know what the coastline paradox is. I know what the coastline paradox is, and I know that it's impossible to have an accurate measurement of a coastline.
So this applies to surveying. And goddamn, I had Jesse Kozlowski have a freaking near brain hemorrhage a few years ago when I told him this. So when they're measuring, right? So they're measuring like these zenith angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from these zenith angles, so you got 2 points, point A and point B. You measure a zenith angle, right? And you take and that based upon that angle, you formulate a distance, right? But, the angle isn't always right. It's going back and forth, kind of, right? And this is the geo thing, right? So, because the direction of gravity isn't straight down, blah, 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 right? So you have this undulation. So what is a coastline but an undulating surface? So now the surface of the Earth is an undulating surface. So you have the exact same problem. That the distance you measure is going to depend on the unit of measure that you use. Use a smaller unit of measure, then you're going to get a longer surface of the Earth. Larger unit of measure? Or no, it's the other way around. Smaller unit of measure, a larger surface, and then a bigger unit of measure, a smaller surface. So if you use a unit of measure that's like 1 mile and measure the coastline of England, you're going to get one value. And if you use a unit that's 10, another value. And if you measure it in inches, you're going to get another value.
Yeah,
But the smaller the value you use, the length of the coastline goes up.
I mean,
yeah, it don't come out to the same number. That's the paradox. That when you start, and it only applies to undulating curves that are non-continuous, right? The curves that just keep going back and forth, right? Up and down, that aren't, but they're not exactly periodic, right? Like a sine wave, right? They're randomly up and down. That's how a coastline is, right? It randomly undulates in every which direction. And then the surface of the Earth does the same thing. So if you try to measure using this method, you're going to get that same error. It's a mathematical problem. It has nothing to do with the instrument, the methodology. It's just a mathematical issue, a paradox, a conundrum. Like math is not reality. I don't know why people think it is.
Yeah,
not everything is Well, yeah, not everything is expressible mathematically. Just like to even think it is, like, it's crazy talk to me.
A lot of people say that plane surveying actually proves the flat Earth geodetic, or the math turns it somehow into a globe. Well, I'm not an expert in surveying.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm not an expert in surveying or geodetic surveying, but the paradox I was referring to is, I mean, it changes every day at the coastline, right? So you're gonna have to actually adjust for that.
Oh, you're talking about a different paradox. This is called.
No, I was referring to a coastline paradox that I was.
Coastline measurement paradox. Measuring coastlines. I'll post the video.
Yeah, I remember seeing
the YouTube channel called Numberphile. They're a bunch of math nerds, professors and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hold on, I'll post it. Yeah.
The video I had seen was from Don't Sphere Truth, where he was explaining another coastline paradox.
I guess we got two.
Yeah, better
this guy here works for the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, and that's the equivalent of the National Geodetic Survey or Geographical Survey for the United States. That's what they do, right? They survey stuff. This guy works for them, and he talks about with this mathematician this coastline paradox. So this you see how the surface undulates up and down, right? If you look at a coastline, like the curves are going every which way, right? Sometimes curved out, curves in, whatever. But you use a ruler, right? So you can only measure into the curve so much, right? So if the smaller the unit you use, you can fit more units into that curve. So you're going to come out with a higher value for the distance of that coastline. But when they're measuring the surface of the Earth, it's the same thing because they're measuring a tilt angle that's constantly going back and forth, right? It's the same thing because you can actually take that tilt angle and you could actually turn that into a surface, right? You could take the angles and actually turn it into like an undulating surface. You could draw it out, right? Just do a what would you call that? A transformation, geometric transformation from the angles to distances. And you could actually then try to measure it with a bunch of little rulers, and then you're just going to have the same problem.
Yeah, just as I see it, you can clearly see that, which is pretty nice in the thumbnail, actually. Perfect. As you just described, right?
Yeah. This is how, when they discovered this is how they came up with fractals. Yeah, it's kind of weird, dude.
I'm aware of that. So, I mean, but still, I mean, we have got so much, like, these two paradoxes that we just, how can I call that? I mean, we have, like, these two different paradoxes that prove that it's literally impossible to make an accurate globe map. So, it's literally ridiculous that they're asking us for an accurate map without even having one themselves.
Yeah, and it's just disingenuous Gober nonsense as usual.
Yeah, I mean, we have to prove, right, that it's impossible. So,
well, people don't. Well, it's not just that. It's like just asking a question just to ask it for no practical purpose, right? So, the idea of a global map, that map is useless. Think if I took a so-called Mercator map, what could you actually use that for?
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I could think of any one of these so-called globe projections, and they're all useless. They're a nice ornament. They're great to hang on your wall, but that's it. Yeah, you can play games with third graders and say, "What country is next to Ukraine?" or stuff like that. But they're useless for any practical purpose. Can't navigate with them. Can't cross the country on foot with them. Can't drive across the country with them. Can't do anything. They're useless.
100%. I'm 100% sure that nobody in an airplane or something is actually using a Mercator's projection to somehow navigate or something.
You ain't using a globe either. They're using a bunch of equations. They use aeronautical charts, kind of. It depends on like your level of the type of aircraft you're using.
Sure.
No pilot ever took a globe into the cockpit and was like, "Let's fly to Australia."
Yeah,
they would be looking at the globe, going, "Yes, the globe is accurate. We have to fly to Australia."
That's what I mean. That's what globers think. Are they actually thinking that any pilot on the whole world actually takes a globe in the cockpit and somehow uses it to navigate? Like that even sounds ridiculous. And knowing that people actually believe it is even more ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean,
by the way, nice talking to you, Indio, first time, right? And voice.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing your voice before. I mean, I think a long time ago I heard you talk. Maybe. Have you been in this voice? Have you been in this voice yet?
A long time ago, I used to talk sometimes in live streams, pretty often actually, but I more listen often. Okay, so.
Yeah, there's a saying: you can't learn while you're talking. So sometimes it's better to listen.
Yeah, I pretty much often am in the live stream and just listen. So it's pretty much more interesting than actually arguing. So we don't get any actual globers in the side of the live stream mostly, so it doesn't actually matter.
There was just a guy in here. There was a guy in here a little bit earlier too, but he had a bad attitude.
I wasn't earlier inside here. I was probably eating or something.
Yeah, it was a few hours ago. He was like, he was one of the globers with an attitude. Let's call him that.
Also remember that guy. You remember that Indian guy that was arguing with that girl? I was remember listening to you talking with him.
Oh yeah, it was
that
a long
was
time
interesting
ago.
too.
Yeah, I remember. Yes, I see. I remember you being on here.
Yeah, but I haven't talked that day, right? So
Yeah.
that's pretty much the first time you're hearing me talk, I think. But it was actually pretty interesting, the fact that this girl literally got schooled in 2 different languages and still avoided the truth. That was literally ridiculous. And also funny too and interesting.
Yeah, it's some sort of psychological firewall. They're not going to let themselves actually consider it. They'll come in here and pretend that they're like trying to have an intellectual, honest conversation, but they're not really, right? So they're always keeping up a line where they're never actually going to put the information into their head and actually think about it. They're just going to, like, while you're talking, they're thinking about what they're going to say, right? They're not actually paying attention, right? Because
She
they're
wasn't listening the
afraid.
whole time.
Huh? She wasn't
I'm
listening?
100% sure. I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure that girl wasn't listening the whole time. Because, I mean, every time, this guy, the other guy, the Indian one, was literally explaining like so much to her, and she was just like, okay, I still believe the earth is a globe. Like, this is just ridiculous. She wasn't even listening 100%.
Yeah. As my mother used to say, you hear, but you don't listen. So, yeah, she was doing that. Hearing, but not listening.
Indio, are you in Europe time zone? No, right?
I'm in Eastern. Eastern.
So, I mean, right now for us, it's 0, so it's New Year right now. So.
Oh, Happy New Year.
You too, man. Have a great year.
I'm doing my best. I'll start now. I'll just pretend I'm in your country and I'll just start the new year right now.
Yeah, hopefully a year full of health and happiness. That's pretty much what I wish anyone in this VC right now.
I'm just trying to make it to 2024. I just want to say this a year from now. That's it.
Yo, take care of yourself and someone else.
I have low expectation. I shoot low when it comes to like living, like just be alive.
Is repeating the same day every single time actually living?
I don't know. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, what would happen if you like had to watch Groundhog Day every day? Like, you woke up in the morning and you had to watch it on loop all day long, and then you'd fall asleep and wake up and do the same thing. So you're watching Groundhog Day, and it's Groundhog Day. So you went absolutely insane. I'm just wondering, how long would it take? Like 2 days, 5 days? Like, how long before the person just kills themselves? Dude, who's cleaning their basement?
I'm actually hearing a lot of loud noises of people launching rockets right now, so maybe it's...
Oh, that's you.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's actually not that noisy. It's actually not that noisy.
It sounded like somebody climbing like their basement stairs or something to me. But now it's rockets.
No, it's okay. I'm muting myself. It's...
Who's shooting rockets off? Do you need to take cover? Are you going to be okay? Who should we send?
No, I meant these, I don't know the word in English, these fireworks. Yeah, fireworks, right.
You can also call it dangerous wastes of money. But whatever.
Yeah, I actually decided to this year don't launch any. I don't know why. I did it every year pretty much, but I don't.
You know what I used to do? I used to take the black cats, the bricks of the little one poppers, and get bricks of 144, get a gross of them, and get like 10 grosses and put them in a plastic trash can.
Interesting method.
It was fun. Yeah, we burnt the shit down. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about my ventures in making explosives because it's probably against the terms of service and federal laws. So
let's just say I had the Anarchist Cookbook when I was 12. Let's just say that.
Oh my god, that brings back memories.
Right.
I actually ended up with a stolen copy of it. A friend of mine that was a teenager worked at a storage place and decided that he was going to break into one of the storage lockers and steal all the stuff. And I came into possession of the Anarchist cookbook. Unfortunately, he kept the AK-47 and the grenade, and the police showed up to his house. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, exactly. He was freaking blowing up the AK-47 in his backyard, going down the bushes, man.
I mean,
I'm dead serious, bro.
You don't do that.
I mean, he was like 14 years old, but, you know, like, I think, no, we were like 14 or 15. So, like, you know, I mean, he ended up being charged with a Fed crime. Dude, but, like, he was a super, like, talk about scared straight. He got scared straight, let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
His whole attitude towards life completely freaking changed after, like, that happened. He
Good.
was so meek and freaking docile and, like, you know.
Oh. Well, maybe something happened to him then that we don't want to talk about.
No, I don't think so. I don't. It's probably more likely that his parents freaking. Because this is back when you could hit your kids.
Man. Yep.
And they took his car away. Yeah, so we had to be 6. Like, yeah, I think we could drive at 15 and a half back then.
Yeah, we could.
Or,
yep.
Or something like that.
I had my permit at 15, and I was able to drive with somebody in the car, but obviously, I was never like, Mom, I'm going to go steal a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store down the street that doesn't have a security camera, and an old woman working down there. I'm going to take the car. Do you want to come with?
That's hilarious. She probably would have said fine because at least you weren't stealing her cigarettes.
No, she didn't smoke. She used to, but what's funny is she wouldn't have really gotten mad. She would have been like, Sean, you don't have to do that to that poor old lady. She'd be like, you could steal it from a different spot.
I love you, Mom.
Right?
You're so understanding.
I know, and helping me navigate the world like this, it's a blessing. Your mom and dad all in one. Thank you.
You know, it's so funny that moms and dads have such different motivations for like putting you straight. Your mom doesn't want you to do things because they don't want you to get hurt. Your dad doesn't want you to do things because he don't want to bail you out. If he don't want to get that phone call at 4 o'clock in the morning and have to get up and bail you out. Like he just don't want you to be a pain in the ass. The mom does it because he cares. Right? It's totally two different motivations.
For that, yep.
Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Bob. Or not,
okay. Bob. I know it's Steve. Yeah, just popped in to say Happy New Year, guys. We're about an hour away here in the UK.
All right, man. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a question I was wanting to ask you guys. If I'm listening to this live stream on YouTube, is it behind or ahead? Behind, I guess.
It's a little behind. I think it's about 10 seconds, maybe. Helio might have put a 10-second delay on it. I'm not sure. Because you can do that.
I was listening to the guy talking about navigation, and I tried to get in time, but I guess he left. He was talking about the Southern Stars or something. Was he in Australia or New Zealand? No, New Zealand he was in. He's left, yeah.
Talk about the star trails proving the globe.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, did he leave?
Man,
who's
I didn't hear him.
About in the chat.
So I don't know about that one. I didn't hear him personally.
Who's bringing 20 arguments in here?
Yeah, his name was Trouble Bot or something like that. Trouble.
Oh, he was just in the lobby too, saying something. Trouble about. He's in the lobby saying stupid stuff still.
Oh, right.
Or no, he's in the live stream voice text. Even worse.
Hey,
Hey, who's bringing 2016 arguments in here?
Troublebot.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Travelers.
What are they gonna talk about next?
I don't know.
That argument's old, man.
He said he was a flat earther, and now he's a globe believer.
Oh God.
We got another one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, total lie though.
Another LARPer.
Yeah.
How can you go back? You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
Just short. I can't believe it. When you go
If he
flat,
went
you can't
back,
go
he
flat.
never understood it in the first place.
No, obviously not. That's it. Yeah, true.
But that is one of their LARPs that they try to do. But they only do that like occasionally. I don't know why they don't do it more. I was a flat earther. Then I saw the error of my ways and I repented. I went to the church at NASA and said, 3 hail Buzz Aldrins and fucking, like, I'm serious. Hail Buzz Aldrin. Hail Neil Armstrong.
Yeah.
And then they were saved, and then, like, you know, they went back to the globe, and all is good in the world.
We kept talking about the South Pole, and I'm thinking, well, all compasses. I mean, I'm a navigator, ex-navigator, and all compasses point north.
Yeah, I never understood the argument though. Able to see Sigma Octantis or not? I didn't understand.
No, they're actually, you know, if you dig into the argument, they're pitting it against the azimuthal equidistant projection map. That's what they're doing. So if you hear their argument, it has nothing to do with reality or Earth itself. It's to do with the concept. I was telling people about, like, arguing about the azimuthal equidistant projection map, the AE map, and usually people, like, back in like 2016, 2017, they were arguing from that stance. The flat earthers were from the AE map. And I was like, that's not a great way to bring up an argument because you're doing projection to projection, right? AE against the Mercator or whatever. And so that's never going to reach any conclusion because they're both projections. So that's what they're arguing with the star trails. That's why they say this doesn't work on a flat Earth. That's why.
Yeah. So how does that compare to the? Was there one called the Gleason's map?
That is the Gleason's map.
That is the Gleason's map. I thought so.
I mean, Gleason's map is one version of an AE projection, but most of them, so-called flat Earth maps, if they got latitude and longitude lines on it, it's probably a AE projection.
Yes. Right. Okay.
Though there is that silly NASA one that, like, people like Professor Dave use. That is an AE projection of a CGI Earth made by NASA.
Yeah.
So we're like so far removed from reality with that one. I don't even know where we're going.
I mean, to be honest with you, when we navigated, we didn't have a map of the Earth. We had a map of the seas that the charts were certain areas of the sea that we was on. We didn't have the whole Earth.
Yeah, Portland charts. Yeah, you've heard of them, right? So, like, those are like some of the most accurate sailing devices ever used. At least in the Mediterranean, when the Spanish were had them fully developed. And then Christopher Columbus comes along and says, "No, it's a big ball. I'm gonna sail to India." And then he crashes with a bunch of Native Americans, and he almost starves to death. And they got to save him and send him back to Spain. And then he comes back and tries to steal everything. Great, thank you. Yeah, really appreciative over there, aren't we?
Yes.
We should just let them drown. They would have survived like another 200 years.
Oh dear.
He was like, oh man, he was not a good person. He was so convinced that there was gold there, he was like skinning people and burning people alive to get them to confess to where the gold was. Because he had been reading about all the people in South America finding gold. So he was like, "There's got to be gold here. There's gold everywhere in the Americas. Like, let's torture them till they give up where the gold is." But they didn't use any gold. Like, there's no gold in Cuba. So, like, poor people. But like since Columbus, that's when they like around that time period is when they got rid of like using Portland charts and stuff. Or, like when they started phasing it out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because not Mercator, John D. and Mercator and their rum line nonsense and.
He didn't even explain how he said he filmed the star trails and didn't mention the equipment he used, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so what? Even if he did, so what?
Yeah. He'd have had to spend hours and hours and hours and hours, time lapse and everything, wouldn't he, to get that on film?
Yeah, you got to think 12 hours in their models of a half a degree half a circle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen a 24-hour one, and I've looked. The longest I think I've ever seen was something like 16 hours or 14 hours, somewhere in there. Someone filmed that from like Norway.
Didn't they do Didn't they film the sun in the Antarctic? But they cut out 6 hours or 10 hours, was it something like that? They cut out a lot of. I know that they had a stick and there was a shadow, and then they missed out 6 hours, I think, and then the shadow was back from the beginning again, as if like they cut it out.
Yeah, there's like 4 Antarctica videos, and they all have like a problem, which is really messed up, right? Because there's a scientist down there all the time. Like, why can't they film it? Like, no problem. Because they filmed the northern one. There's actually like a meteorological station. It's either like in Finland or Norway, and they like film the sun all year round, right? Like when it's up, right? Because they have supposedly the same thing where the days are longer. There's like hundreds of videos of midnight sun there, hundreds going back like years and years and years.
Yeah,
we got like 4 from Antarctica, and they're all like manipulated videos. I'll be diplomatic. Let's call them manipulated.
Manipulated, yeah, definitely.
But why only 4? And why are they all manipulated? Why do you have to manipulate everything? And there should be hundreds of them. You have a scientific research station there.
Going back to the question, why the lie?
Yeah. We only have funding to tag the penguins. We don't have funding to film the sun. Like what? Like I don't get it. Like just point your camera up. But trouble about he can film the star trails for 12 hours, but the scientists can't do it in Antarctica. I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that he was a flat earther and he went back has made me laugh.
Yeah, he became a flat earther, and then he went and filmed the star trails, and he was like, "Nope, now I'm back to the globe."
Because it can only work on a globe.
Yeah, he never thought of about that before he was a flat earther.
No.
Right? He became the flat earther first, and then he did the test. Yeah, sure you did, dude. See, their stories don't even make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do they come on this channel? I really don't get it.
To spew their ego or hatred against flat earthers.
We have to fight the flat earth. We have to fight the narrative, the flat earth narrative of misinformation. That's, they're just the same thing as like, the Fauci ouchie cultists. They're just another version of that. They're like the prototype.
Has anybody ever found a Globe Earth Discord server? That'd be interesting.
Yes, there is one.
Is there?
Yup, and it's an exact clone of this.
Wow.
Someone some crazy Glober. I think it's Nihilistic Chris or somebody else. They made an exact clone, so all the channels are the same. All the names of the channels, the title of the Discord is like 24/7 Globe Earth Discord or something, or Round Earth Discord, something like that.
Wow, the dedication.
It's the admins are like Nihilistic Chris, Hoima, and Boys.
Hoima? Oh, that's fucking.
And you have anybody knows this? Anybody knows the Glober? His name is Paige NASA Shield.
Well, the username checks out.
Yeah, they're pretty much all the degenerates are there.
You're the Globers. The other Globers are too classy to hang out with.
I used to call Paige NASA Shield. I called him PNS. And he got all triggered. He's like, "Stop calling me a PNS." I go, "Dude, you said you clicked on Discord, you clicked on Paid NASA Shell. I just shortened it to PNS, and you're worked up by that. If you want to identify as a PNS, then you can be a PNS." One time he did this map thing where he was going to show you that distances and directions only work on the globe. So he started with New York to Johannesburg. And he told me it is like 16, I don't know, I can't remember the exact figure, like 16,000 kilometers or something like that. Or that's way too much, like 7,400, whatever the figure was. He identified it as that number. This is 7,465 kilometers from New York, Johannesburg. But then the scale, the line he drew, said like 7,418. I'm like, dude, why is you're already wrong? You started wrong. You told me the distance, then you're on your map, you measured it, and it doesn't match. And he went on and on about it's 99.9%. You know, it's like that would be an A. I'm like, dude, okay, if I cut a piece of string, and I tell you that this piece of string represents 6 inches on my scaled down model, then I show you it actually represents 5.5 inches, wouldn't you at least raise an eyebrow? You're like, dude, how come you didn't cut a 6? You get to set the scale here. There's no wrong answer. You're telling me this is 6 inches, and it's not. I go, you're not coloring inside the lines right now. Like, you're way outside. The teacher said, color right here, and you're like scribbling on the desk.
Anyway, guys, cool talking to you. I'm going to get off here, getting late. Just thought I'd just pop in and say Happy New Year.
Happy New Year from Germany, according to the wrong Gregorian calendar.
Oh, right. Cheers, guys. See you later.
Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Take it easy, bro.
But that server has to be a shit show. Like, what? Any flat earthers over there at all? Like, what's the scale?
Yeah, I thought about clicking on it just out of morbid curiosity, but it's like, I mean, just let them have their safe space.
Yeah.
If they need some space to just trigger about flat Earth, and you ask them what is it? What is the flat Earth? They don't know. They don't even know why they're upset. It's like a toddler, like a little kid having a temper tantrum. You say, "What's going on, little Billy?" And they can't tell you because it's just growing pains right now at this point. So they're going to have to figure it out on their own. If they think the Earth is a globe, that should be enough content to go on, drive on with the rest of their life, and never have to worry about flat Earth again. They can do all the Star Wars and Star Trek, and they can look at how they repaired a James Webb, how a supersonic NASA jet fighter is going to solve Delta's booking problems. That's the current news. NASA has technology to solve the delays in air travel.
This is how we do it. That you can't be a skeptic because you believe the lie to be true. And you're not skeptic about the situation because you think it's true. So I think what you
That's
stated
silly
there-
because skeptics can be wrong and believe incorrect things.
But but see, that's why you try to label it that way, because then in your position, see, it's a little tactic you got. You're not smooth there, but you're not slick. You're trying to compare it to being. Oh no, well, we got to be skeptics, right? Because you're a skeptic. You're trying to put that on me, because then in the same breath you can say, "And skeptics are wrong." Ha ha ha.
Being
Like,
skeptical,
you're not smooth, brother. You're
being
not slick.
skeptical is a state of mind and thought
Okay,
pattern,
yeah, but-
not a series of conclusions.
No. But you yourself said, and skeptics can be wrong, right? So when you say that, this is the reason why. Have you ever heard the term? Have you ever heard the term, like you pit you underhand a ball to you so you can slam it out the park? You kind of do that for yourself. Like, you set yourself up to slam it out the park and then run a home run victory lap. But so when you say, "Oh yeah, so we're not skeptics," you're making it seem like I'm the skeptic, and then in the same breath you say, "And skeptics can be wrong," and then with that breath you can say, "And by the way, you're wrong."
Yeah, but you're
because
not even doing the skeptical bit, right? You are, I'd say, selectively skeptical, right? Where when it comes to when Globers speak, you might you might exhibit some skepticism about what they're saying, but when it comes to when Nathan speaks, you struggle to recall a time you've ever thought he was wrong. I could recall about 20 things I thought he was wrong about.
It was
they were quite benign.
It was probably about satellites in the sky. Probably. But it was so long ago. We've had a lot of conversations, and I don't specifically remember the argument, but I do remember telling him "fuck you," and then and him berating.
I'm not asking you to disagree on his conclusions. Just like how he argues things. For instance, earlier, right? Argument from ignorance. I think the thinking reasonable person will know that he didn't actually articulate that fallacy, accuse that fallacy accurately, because I wasn't saying that because you can't know, therefore it's true. It was that he can't say you can't go there because he doesn't know or doesn't make claims on it, allegedly.
Well, his ways are. It's his show, dude.
Yeah, but that's just an example of him being wrong that you could have picked up on, but a few hours ago. And I imagine if he can make little tiny errors like that, right? There's probably several more errors that you probably experienced that you could recall.
Jacko, hold on. See how you are? I swear to God, you are filled with tactics. Do you get paid to do this? You got a lot of tactics.
Yeah, that's just literally Venmoing me right now.
What you're doing is once again, you're underhanding yourself.
Chill.
Your hot mic.
I just want to put this out there. This rhetoric.
I can't understand you here. Your mic's all weird.
He's probably telling you not to jump the gun on calling somebody paid.
No. Well, hold on. The reason why is because, once again, all he's doing is he's setting it up to where he could discredit Nathan. And he literally, in his own sentence, said, and if he could be wrong once, then he could be wrong. See, he sets himself up. Jekyll, I swear to God, you think you're smooth, bro. You constantly set yourself up so that way you can come with a backhanded compliment at the end of it. And I'm just pointing you out, bro. I'm just calling you out. You slowly are trying to what's the word I'm looking for? I already said it.
Why are you so skeptical? You're so skeptical about what Jekyll's doing, but then you can't even name one time Nathan Oakley said something wrong.
Okay, I'm that's not the point though. That's not the point I'm making.
I'll give it to you, Apocryphon. It could be the most benign thing ever. It could be like he was wrong. It's actually not chicken. It wasn't a chicken. It was a turkey. I don't mind what it is.
Yeah, during the show, Nathan Oakley was wrong. He was taking it upon himself that the issue was him. He was like, "Listen, Adam Meekin's microphone may be wrong. It may be all my fault, guys. I could be the bad guy here." But he was dead wrong. It wasn't his fault. Adam Meekin.
That's yeah.
And he's a saint, this Nathan Oakley, for putting that on his shoulders.
Your
as
priest.
responsibility.
Dude. He's your priest. Nathan Oakley is the flat Earth priest.
Yeah, you can believe what you want, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that what he is trying to tell you guys, though, is the truth, and you're just not accepting it.
Yeah, I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. But I think, like, again, the point isn't to say that Nathan Oakley's wrong that the Earth isn't flat, right? The point is to say that when you said to us, we're indoctrinated, we don't question things, we're not skeptical, right? And then I just ask you, I mean, this is one guy, right? That you watch frequently, I imagine, right? And you can't really tell me when he's wrong. I mean, that sounds like you're
we're on Discord
doing exactly what I'm
you're
accusing us
So
of.
it's like, oh, Oakley's on Discord and we're on Discord. Let's go over to see what Oakley's doing. He's not a guy nobody can. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't come to the flat Earth through Oakley. Maybe some people did.
A lot of people did, I think.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though, Jekyll.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Nobody almost did with Nathan. That was only debating. People were coming there to listen to debates. Everybody realized that is not before Nathan.
I've spoke to a few people on here who approached Nathan first.
It was other people. It was Matt Powell and it was the Eric Dubay. Yeah, it was not Nathan. Then other people realized that themselves.
Yeah, and I would contest to that. And Sasha, I would contest to that because I think I even told you, Jekyll.
I mean, attest?
Attest that. Because I found Nathan Oakley's show through the algorithm that YouTube put it on my suggested page after watching Eric Dubay. So I would agree with Sasha.
Okay. Maybe it was your second flat earther that you approached. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if he's first or second. Either way.
But it was not, man. It was so many other
second,
people.
third, fourth. It matters.
Who knows? Who knows? It must maybe.
What matters is he listens to him a lot now, right?
No, what matters was the arguments, man. In all the time, it was not Nathan. All that names, General, even Eric Dubay. It's a name. They made us some fucking shits about him or he himself also. But at the end, it was only argument. I don't care about all of them.
To save myself from repeating myself, what do you think, Trig? Do you think Pokerphon is skeptical towards Nathan Oakley?
Absolutely.
Well, the overarching point is that none of us. So, like I've made this statement before, right? Like we come into this Discord debate not to get our minds made up. We already have our minds made up. We're just coming in to argue it now.
Yeah, I agree. But when I say that, people say that I'm not here to be an open-minded person. When I say that, yeah, I always say, look, I come in, I say, look, I'm not going to lie to you. You're probably not going to make me a flat earther, right? I'm here to hear the arguments, right? Not to really think about whether or not my mind's going to be changed, right?
Well, that's
I get chastised for that, right?
That's a lie. You don't come here to hear them. You come here to
destroy them. Yeah, you're right.
I got a phone call right when I said that. You don't come here to hear them. You come here to debate them. You don't come here to listen.
Well, I'm listening. I can't really destroy them if I don't listen to them.
Well, you can't destroy them anyway. It's the truth. I mean, here's the thing, though. Here's the point. Talk about the skepticism. I was skeptic first of flat Earth because I believed in the globe. I was fully indoctrinated, loved it. I already told you the story. So, if anything, I want to hear the story.
I want to hear the story.
I was skeptic about flat Earth.
I want to hear the story.
No, it's been told many times.
Do you want to be an astronaut, and then you're like, shit, I can't be an astronaut, so I have to think the Earth is flat now? So.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. Trigonometry, exactly.
It's funny how you all have the same like coming of age story to the flat Earth. Which like I wanted to be an astronaut just like you.
And I took this test and I failed.
So I have to cope by saying the Earth is flat.
I'm not from USA. I didn't have that story. For me, it was like this flat Earth. It's a fucking stupid idea. Who can even know that Earth is flat? That's so ridiculous. That's
what Jekyll's saying.
Yeah, that was my
same story.
Yeah, that doesn't mean astronauts or whatever. It was idea about.
I used to have dreams about being in space as a little boy. You know, it's kind of like that.
Not that bullshit story. The story was this: if you mention the flat Earth, that was stupid for all of us.
Yeah, I never. Okay, just to clear the air, like. Dude, I never wanted to fucking be an astronaut. I was just fucking being sarcastic with trigonometry. I was just going along.
Hold on. Right, but we can't be saying every single person who came from the proposition of flat Earth dismissed it as stupid initially, because that's not true. There's plenty of people who took it seriously, right?
Yeah, no, I took it seriously. Like in a way, like I said, I never approached it as these guys are fucking retards. I said, what are these? I said, to myself, what is making these guys think that the Earth is flat? And then I didn't search for rebuttals against it. I said, what's the best argument for it? And then when you hear things, right, like what will you have to implement in order to determine whether the Earth is flat or curving? The tools and the instruments and the methods you have to apply. That you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Are you telling me? No
Before
tanks.
Nathan Oakley.
Are you telling me you didn't research the rebuttals to the flat Earth argument?
No, I searched for my own. Yeah,
but you didn't research the rebuttals for him.
Not some random guy on YouTube. Like I would say, okay, what's the best argument for curvature within bridge building? Like
So if it
like,
wasn't some random
architecture
guy,
build bridges. Yeah, not like I didn't go see what Craig had to say or McToon. I'm not like let me hear what these guys have to say.
Yeah, because all
right?
they're gonna say anyways, tanks, is they're gonna use lies to prove the lies, so there's no point in even going that route.
that's not skeptical at all. That's just saying, well, I can't even look at it because I know it's just a lie.
No. What it is that you can use then. Okay, so imagine this. Imagine this. You hear the truth, right? That you didn't know was the truth, because remember, the globe was the truth, and the indoctrination of it. The globe is the truth. But then you hear the truth, which goes against that position of it being a globe. Then, using logical, your mind and your brain and critical thinking and your personal experience, like for instance, I started looking into, I started asking my bosses and surveyors on the job sites, hey, when did you guys look into, how many times do you count for curvature of the Earth? And
how many times do you count for the curvature of the Earth of the 50 feet of the building we're building? Oh shit, the Earth is flat.
And then the fact is, you learn that no one's doing that. But then you come into a Discord and you hear someone preaching, everybody does this. This is how we do it. And then you're like, but that's not reality though, because in the real world, where all these guys on here that never fucking picked up a hammer or a crowbar or whatever fucking
tool the tradesmen
a man has
make
made.
the world. You're saying tradesmen make the science.
It is a lot easier for a tradesman who implements these tools in everyday life
weird, man.
to and be able to use math, etc., within these tools to understand that this is what's necessary.
Exactly.
I mean, and you can go check with like the guy. What I'm saying is, you go check the stories of the guys who say they did it. You don't go ask McToon what Al-Biruni did. You go look up the papers and what Al-Biruni claims that he did to measure the circumference of the Earth. You can go out and you don't need to go to McToon. That would be pathetic if that's where you.
Yeah, dude. In other words, if you're trying to find the primary source document and experts, you should never arrive at McToon.
to be fair, I will say in rebuttal to that, and this is not meant to be condescending, right? Because it's true for me, it'll be true for everyone else. Some topics, right, you do need someone to hold your hand, right, and interpret what's just happened, right, when you've read this original source. Sometimes you need that, right? To just read the original source and draw your own conclusions. Sometimes your ability to draw those conclusions, given limited understanding, right? You're not actually going to get the right answer.
Isn't that like an appeal though to authority? Like, oh, they know, they're smarter than me, or they know better. But what if you have a guy who he gets it, but just because he disagrees with who you think is telling the truth, then you're going to discredit him. Like, oh no, you need your hand. You need one of my guys to hold your hand because you don't understand it.
Well, it's the sense like if you take these pieces of information, you need to orient them towards like a more wider sort of scope. Like you need people to walk you through what you've just seen. Sometimes, not all the time. So I mean,
the primary source includes an abstract,
but that's part of being a critical thinker.
The abstract would be equivalent to the guy holding your hand. So most of these primary sources include a abstract article, which is the guy holding your hand.
Yeah. Just to be clear, some people need it more than others, right? Some people are very good at critically thinking, right? And they're very, they can draw their own conclusions pretty well about topics they have at least a decent base work of knowledge on. Other people aren't so good at that, so they do need someone to assist, right?
Okay, Jekyll, think of it this way, okay? I'm trying to assist you, trigonometry, and all the other guys that still think that bridges are built with curves and the curvature of the Earth in mind. I'm trying to hold your guys' hands. Like, come on, little guys. Here's the truth. That isn't reality, okay? That's not the way we do it. But because you don't believe that I'm telling you the truth, because you have your core belief in the lie, you're not going to listen to what I'm saying.
Apocryphon. Again, we're going to have to test this out. Apocryphon, what's critical thinking?
It's when you're actually going to use your brain and look at all the different ways of how you can solve something, or you can come to a conclusion. I don't know the pure definition, but I know what it is, though.
I'll give you your basically there, right? Where you effectively analyze information and form judgments based on evidence and reason, right?
All these different scenarios.
But one part of critical thinking will be your ability to weigh up viewpoints and be aware of different contexts of arguments. So, like, if you're going to have an argument with someone and they say to you, "I've never researched the counter arguments, and that's how I came into flat Earth," you're going to, at the very beginning, know that they never use any critical thinking skills to get there. And if I know that, then I know that this person probably isn't the best person to hold my hand.
Well, hold on, though, because you can't say that once they are seeing, because, let's say you're saying, oh, they didn't look at the rebut of it, but they can still look into the truth of it and then start analyzing it themselves and realizing how this makes perfect sense, how it is the truth, because then you can just recall the nonsense lie and then say, oh, wait, that's a lie then. So
I can tell you that.
I would say that's kind of a form of critical thinking. Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so for example, for almost 10 years now, I constantly have to correct flat earthers who claim if the earth was curved, they'd have to take the curve into account for bridges. Right? So if globe earther comes in and says they have to do it, I smack them around like a chump. Flat earther comes in after that and says, oh, but they would have to account for it. And so they need to equally be smacked around like a chump. Because when you do research into the actual structures that are built and the mechanical nature of how they place them, any idea of the curve at that scale would be irrelevant. So it's a moot point for both people. You can't use it as proof for or against. You can only debunk the other person's claim in attempt to using it as proof.
The best proof about that, I would say, is that look at a very, very long bridge spanned across water, and you'll see that bridge will have curve in it, obviously for the integrity, structural integrity. But then you'll see the water just perfectly horizontally flat, and then I mean,
it's flat.
If that's not enough proof for you, I don't know. You might be a little too far.
Have you measured it flat? How do you know it's flat? Have you took a level out there and measured the whole ocean?
It's better to use navigation rather than bridges to.
Oh, navigation. Bacon's here.
Further.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Bacon's here.
Yeah, that's not gonna get into there.
Yeah.
So navigation itself, all navigation requires a flat Earth. So,
you don't want to make that
thousands of miles you're dealing with there in navigation. The bridge is only whatever.
Does anyone appreciate the price?
10 miles or whatever. Not even 5 miles or 2
It
miles.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 1 inch. There's going to be curvature.
Yeah, but have you measured that it was flat?
I mean, 1 mile. So you're saying that one end.
Well, Earth is measured flat
lower
using
than the other end of
navigation.
the bridge. It's
Oh
a strange thing
no.
to say.
The Nathan Oakley brainworm has taken
Oh,
over. Jack.
That's very topical. Because we're talking about
Ad
that
hoc
earlier.
fallacy then. Okay.
Wait, what? Ad hom?
Yeah. So I mean, do you have a sloped bridge where one end of the 1 mile bridge is 8 inches lower than the other? End of the mile?
Well, one
Or
of
do
these
you have
lesser
a hump
navigation
in
tanks.
the middle? Do you have a 4 inch higher hump in the middle?
Bacon's literally salivating over here.
Yeah.
Listen, Bacon made an app, and he did a good job, and he's a good guy. But he's obsessed with this topic.
You know, stuck in his
I can't deny it.
mathematical world.
You know, the ironic thing about this argumentation, though, yeah, there might be a couple flat earthers that, you know, they agreed with the argument from the get-go and they didn't counter research. But on the Glober side, I would say the majority of Globers did not do proper investigation into flat Earth, and they never questioned their paradigm even from the get-go. So,
True. Good point.
I got a question for the flat earthers. If you send up, let's say you live on the east coast of North America and you send up a drone with a telescopic lens attached to it at night, and when it gets to its highest point that a drone can go, and you focus in on England, wouldn't you be able to see the lights of England, like the lights in London?
No, the whatever it is too small. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know these exact locations, right? But you have angular resolution, the attenuation of light. You have the atmosphere, the opacity of the atmosphere. The soup of the atmosphere, it gets too thick, you can't see things through it due to some of these issues. So also, like, when you get further away from something, it appears to decrease in angular size, get smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes.
I think you mean
into something called the vanishing point. This is just like for every, for just kind of all encompassing, right? And then we call that vanishing point, right? It's like a point
Are
is
you able
just
to
is not
calculate the
something
vanishing
that's
point?
yeah. So like a point, no, you can't calculate a point. That's what I was going to say. So a point is something that does. A point does not exist in geometry and reality. It's just a placeholder. It's not actually real. You have to extend a line from point to point to actually make that, to bring it into something into reality. A point is just a
Points don't exist in
placeholder. So what we
geometry?
see is right. Yeah. So look it up. And then what we call that line is we call that line the horizon. Right.
Right.
You know what, Tanks, just to piggyback on that for him, Catholic. By the way, I haven't seen you for a long time, Catholic traditionalist. Been years. But I would say also, like, you're saying going up and looking across the sky, but it's kind of like the same thing like in water. You can only see so far in water too. And you would think, like, well, if the water's clear, shouldn't you just be seeing like for miles and miles and miles? Because like looking through glass, right? Like it should be clear. But no, there is also things as small as they are. There's things that the way light's not going to infinitely just travel through that water, and there will be a point where you can no longer see. So I'm just saying, like, you can kind of compare to that.
On that, I actually looked at. I don't have. I mean, this is again. I checked all this stuff out years ago to compare it and test it, etc. I can't remember the number, but it's something crazy. Like, what's the longest observed distance under the ocean water? It's like 300 feet. It's like very short. I can't remember. I might be exaggerating, but I might not. I might be right on. It's very short. You'd be amazed.
Yeah, sometimes I mean you can't even see the other side in a pool, like a public pool. You know, the really big, large pools, not Olympic size, but maybe like a really good size. Sometimes you can't even see the other side underwater from that, and you're not even like 50 yards away. That's pretty interesting.
And the height of the drone would be in reference to sea level.
Yeah, like the thing that you could say to test, right? Like, oh, this would test the globe is 2 points, right? The globe likes to talk about like one line, like being vertical from the center of the earth, right? The thing that you'd have to test in reality is 2 points, right? So now if you put your drone up straight in the air, right? Go ahead and test it, right? And then I stand 2 feet away from you, and we go up straight in a perfectly ideal vertical line. What's the distance at the top of the drones? And you're going to find out that it's always going to be the same distance.
Daz Studio, can you tell Bacon how the Earth's measured flat? Daz Studio 68.
And so, the implication of that line, right? Like
to Polaris.
Yeah, the implications of like two sides of that of a rectangular building, right? One having a different vertical than the other, right? Even though it's only a few hundred feet apart. The implications of that being the case is that one side would be tilted and one side would be vertical. But that's just not the case. When you go up an elevator, not one side of the elevator is different than the other. They follow the same vertical line, right? But like a vertical line in geometry doesn't have any depth. But in reality, we have depth.
What's your independent variable?
Oof.
The number 13 button on the elevator.
That's your independent variable. Do you change the number 13 button?
It's not even there.
So it's not an independent variable?
Hey, that's a good point too, by the way, talking about columns being built vertically. In the globe world, they will say, oh, they're going to diverge from each other, but actually, no, they don't. And elevator would be a really good point, especially the higher you go. In a 70-story in downtown LA, like you know, we do the vertical the columns for the inside. Then local 12 comes in, the elevator guys, then they actually put the elevator. But we do the steel for them within the elevator, you know, what do you call that? The shafts. And you're right. You make sure they're fucking level, like, and they have, and especially with elevators, bro. You have to have it tits, like.
Dude, elevators do not prove a flat Earth. Let's just move
I'm just
swiftly
saying,
on.
Hold on, Jacko. I'm just saying that's a good point, because if these poles, if you're measuring vertical, like let's say, like, you know, you're 10 feet across, right, for the opening of the elevator, right, of the shaft. Like, then if one tube is on one side and one tube is on the other side, and you're gonna make them vertical all the way up for 60 stories, like in your world, the two top verticals would be wider across than the base of it. But that's
How
not
much
the
wider?
reality, bro.
How much wider in our world?
Oh my
Hey,
god!
I
Here we go with the bullshit. Here we go with the bullshit. The fact is, Scott, they're not wider. And then
How much wider would we expect them to be?
how do we expect numbers, angles, degrees? You guys are full of shit, bro. Just
I know. So you have no idea what you're talking
I guess
about.
you're clocking in, Scott. I guess it's
You're
your time.
rejecting an assertion that you have no idea
It's
what you're
good
talking
talking to you,
about.
Jacko. You're probably going to take a lunch break or something. Maybe
elevators.
it's Scott's time.
Wow.
I think one of the best arguments against a globe Earth, or I guess
Is elevators.
evidence of a flat Earth
Yeah,
in
literally
favor of a flat Earth would be infrared photography.
Really?
Because
Let's see it.
as you're utilizing a longer wavelength, it's not as subject to refraction as like visible spectrum, which is much more likely to curve and bend and warp and whatnot. So infrared should actually physically be escaping the curve of the Earth and then shooting off into the sky. But what we actually see is just more land and further distance, because
Video.
on the globe, you actually have to appeal to refraction in the visible spectrum because it is lossy and it carries the image around a physical obstruction, whereas infrared, it's supposed to shoot off of that physical obstruction.
All right.
Instead,
Post your
actually just
J. Tolan
reveals
video.
more. It actually just reveals more land beyond.
Is that the video where he's like 1,200 nautical miles away, and then he just like assumes that he sees the
Just,
like,
no. Just
stuff
think
and, like,
about the principle real quick.
All right, so
when you
let's
have
see
visible
video.
spectrum, it's a
about
shorter
it.
wavelength, it's more subject to refraction. It carries the image around the physical curve
I know,
because you
this is
never
the
actually
first
see
time
the
I've heard
curve.
it, dude. This isn't the first time I've heard it. I get what you're
Hold
trying
on,
to say.
it sounds like they're being very skeptical and honest with this
No,
approach.
I've
It
already
sounds like
heard
they're
it.
both being
I've already
very
heard it.
honest.
If he
Go
wants
ahead,
to
guys.
do it, waste his
It
time.
is
You've already
a
made up
direct
your mind.
refutation to your physical obstruction. So it literally cannot. They cannot
And he
equally
doesn't
exist.
get it, and
There's
he
only
won't
one other
believe it.
answer.
Oh, I just want to see an observation.
He doesn't
do it.
accept the truth, Briggs. That you got to understand.
Listen.
Trigonometry. He's like a minion of Scott now. Like they're kind of like, you know, one or two
I
peas in the pod.
posted for you. There is in voice chat. But it's a one of 20.
Is that in Bolivia?
Jackal. We can go in some another direction if you want.
A flat world.
No, we can go in direction. Fuck off with that fucking bullshit.
J. Tolan video.
Yeah,
Can you fuck off
turned
with that
into a
bullshit
Scott, bro.
in future, Jackal? Can you fuck off with that bullshit in future?
Why
with
are you
me?
so angry?
Tolan doesn't have a
I'm
monopoly
telling you,
on
can you
infrared
fuck off with
technology.
that bullshit
Just letting
in
you know.
future? I'm asking you. If you cannot fuck off, we will speak like this.
What did he say?
Yep.
I'm saying, can you fuck off with that bullshit high
How am I
school speaking, please?
Too far. Can I see Bolivia in this image?
Can you fuck off in the jumping without balloons?
Can I see Bolivia from
Can
Mount Wilson?
you fuck off in jumpings without balloons?
What?
Can you fuck
Can
off
I-
and
if
jump
I go on a
without?
balloon?
Did I post to Jay Tolan? You wanted
Yeah.
something
If I go
from
on the
Jay.
balloon,
Did
can I see
did I
Bolivia
post
from
it?
Mount Wilson?
Is it written? Is it written something there on the top of the video? Where is that? Is it some kind of Mountain Wilson or is it Bolivia? You arsehole. Can you tell me?
I can't see Bolivia
Is
in
it
this
that
image. I
fucking
think you're
shit
lying.
Bolivia? Is it
You
that
said you could see
Bolivia?
Bolivia in the image, dude.
I said that.
All
When
right,
I said that.
Sasha, they just
When
got
I
done
said
getting
that.
beat up by Oakley, and now they're trying to like vent and just be cool and joke around and fuck around. They're not trying to really.
No, but it's all right, man. But why they're you know it's all right, but
They're not listening. They're not really listening.
I am listening. I've already heard.
La.
Look, infrared, if anything, should reveal the physical obstruction, not more land, is what I'm saying. It is a physical impossibility for it to be doing other than showing us more land. So that means that the Earth is not a globe. It just directly.
Is it? So can you calculate how far we
Exactly.
should be seeing in this image?
It should be less. It should be less.
Is that a number?
Refraction is the mechanism that you guys
Less is a
use
good
to
number, though.
explain seeing around a physical obstruction. Once we remove some of that refraction, it should be showing the obstruction. It does not do that.
What's the should be less number? What is that equal to? Is that like 2 pi, 3 pi? I don't know. If we're talking about circles.
You're such a prick.
No, what does less mean, dude? You can't say this is proof of flat Earth.
You don't know what less means?
Hold on,
Really?
This is proof of flat Earth.
You don't know what
Let's tell
less
you,
means?
And then when I ask how far should I be seeing if the Earth is a globe with a given radius, you say, it should be less.
No, okay. But you don't grasp though. You can't grasp that the fact that it should be less.
What does that mean,
You don't-
dude?
you-
What does
you
less
don't-
mean?
So you don't get it.
What is
You,
the
so
number
you
for
honestly
that?
don't get it.
What is the number for less?
That's crazy, bro.
The unverified globe claim would be about 3% less, but they're not actually calculating the actual medium itself. Okay, they're making a presumption using math and their refraction calculations, but they're not actually measuring the medium in order to make that calculation. So regardless, it should be less. Should be showing the obstruction.
Can you falsify that mathematically the same way that?
Can you falsify my reasoning?
Yeah, less isn't a number, dude. You can't say we should see more.
We don't live in a number, dude. We don't live in a number.
That's crazy, bro.
Wow. Whenever
That's
it comes to
Yeah,
math,
they,
you run away.
Trig, they don't try to figure out the world. They just, have feelings. They have feelings, and they're
I
good, it's
feel
good enough for them.
I feel I see too far.
Yeah.
Like what?
No, we actually
It
just
should be enough. It should be enough.
Quite far.
Yeah,
But that's
it
fine,
is.
but that's kind of disingenuous to his question. Qualitatively, he has a point. If visible spectrum refracts more, right, and allow you to see further, then something that refracts less should allow you to see less far, not more far. It makes perfect sense. Now, it's a fair critique to say I'd like you to quantify that, but it's not fair to dismiss the point entirely because he can't quantify it. I mean, let me ask you this question. Are you guys capable of engaging a hypothetical? Not.
Sure.
All right, so what we would have to mathematically falsify it since we're using a mathematical model of Earth that we're going off of. Right?
Oh, the Black Swan debunks the globe math.
Did it? Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which image? The edited
So
one? or
no horizon can be further on a globe. No horizon can be further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height.
Not according to our
Which is
model.
about 3 miles.
Not
to the
according to our
6th
model.
observer.
Is that the edited
Nope,
version?
not according to us.
Yeah. I mean,
So
also-
according to the globe model, which is
Not according to our model.
being
Nope.
debunked. Mm.
That's according to your globe model, where
There's
you have
no
atmosphere.
Your globe
flat
model's
Earth
not our
That's
globe
the
model.
That's the globe model's 1.2 times.
There's no the globe model.
So what's the so what's the circumference then if it's not 24,901 miles on your globe?
We're not disagreeing with the circumference. Yeah, we're not disagreeing with the circumference. There are more
Yeah, so it
and
breaks
less
down-
nuanced models. If you were using one
breaks-
that has no atmosphere, then that's not our model.
It's not our model.
So it breaks down to about 80 joules per
our
mile square,
model.
yeah?
As studios, look at the image. I just
1.2 times the square. So you're saying the
Look at the image I
circumference
pinged you with.
is not
Look at the image I pinged you. with.
24,901.
Look at
What's the
image I
circumference
pinged you
then? If it's not if it doesn't work out to
with. The black
24,901,
swan
then what is it
edited.
then?
You've been deceived. The black swan is edited. You've been deceived.
So what's the circumference if it's not 24901?
Trying to say how the black swan isn't proof of your flat piece of world, and I'm trying to show you.
No, you said you're claiming a different globe.
No,
measurement.
we're claiming the same globe, same measurement.
You're claiming
Yeah,
different.
you
So
just
what's
need to-
the circumference then?
But you're not even really asking the question, are you?
What's the circumference then if it's not 24901 miles?
It is that number.
Oh my goodness,
We
dude!
agree.
Listen,
That's the
friend.
circumference.
Yes, which breaks down to
Everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Everyone
You don't even know
concedes
your own
what
maths,
the
dude.
circumference is. It's irrelevant. Everyone just conceded what the circumference is. Now progress the argument, please, so we don't have to just listen to the circumference 500 times.
Well, remember, Scott, we can just say more or less. We don't have to actually quantify anything. We can just say more or less. Should be more. I feel like it should be
So
more.
your globe breaks down to 8 inches per mile square, or 1.2 times the observer's height in feet from an observer.
I just feel like it should be more.
That's your globe.
Should
And it's
you
been
should you
debunked
see more
by
with
the Black
radar
Swan.
or
The question
visible?
is, why are you telling us
Radar
what we
requires a
believe?
flat Earth. Radar requires a flat Earth.
Should you see more with radar?
You're basically debunking your own globe math there, dude.
No, you just don't understand what we're saying.
No,
Look at the side chat. That's
our globe.
That's Studios.
It's
Look
not.
at the side chat and look at the
I mean,
image
if
of
you
the
want-
unedited black swan.
So
Look at the
yeah,
unedited.
when you actually, it's really cool when globers actually deny their own belief, like
It's
math,
not our
like the
belief.
globe math. Yeah,
You don't get to say what our belief is. That's not the way we know it
yes, I
works.
do.
That's not
But
the
we
way it
can look
works.
up we can look up the globe circumference and what it breaks down to.
Said we got to move beyond that.
Yeah.
We already agreed on,
And
we
how
already
how
agreed
the
on
how the globe works out.
And
We've already agreed on that.
these applications are
So what does
these
it break down
technologies
to
are
then?
specific to application. You see more because there's no obstruction. That's the real fucking problem.
We
That's
see
the
more.
point.
What is?
That's
Can you
right.
quantify more?
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We see further than that. We see beyond
No, once you
the
bring in
geometric limit of the
seeing,
globe.
once you bring in seeing, you have to bring in refraction.
What's refraction?
It's part of seeing.
Okay, so you're making an argument for the
Part
black swan. You
of
don't even know what
seeing.
refraction is.
Average flat Earth debate.
I'm asking you what refraction is. The person who said refraction, what's that?
It's the bending of light.
The bending of light
Yes.
around a globe.
Around whatever. It's the bending of light. It doesn't matter if it's going around something or not. It just
You guys
bends
can't
it
be
of
serious.
light.
So we can see land from beyond the curve
Yes.
because of refraction.
Yes. It's really not that hard of a concept to grasp.
So it's funny that this discovery
It's not
was only
hard.
made in 2015. It's quite
No,
funny that.
just because it's the first time you heard it does not mean it's the first time
No,
you
it's,
discovered
it's about this idea of
I think people have known about
holograms.
refraction long before 2016.
Refraction creates holograms from behind a physical obstruction, does it? I don't
No,
think so.
there's no holograms.
What would you call it then? If you can see an object, a projection of an object that actually isn't there, what would you call it?
Do you know when
I'm
you
pretty
see
sure
an
you have
object,
been on
it's always a
school.
projection?
You just
Go ahead,
deny
Rick.
I'm sure you've
everything.
seen
You
on
deny your
school.
own model. You deny your own math. You deny.
No, I deny that you understand what we're
Yes, you do.
saying. I deny that you understand what we've said.
Oh, you
That's
don't
what I deny.
understand.
You don't.
Mhm.
Well, have you ever
Clear.
put something inside of a glass of water and see its position shifted? You call that a hologram? If you call
I guess
that a
that's a
hologram,
hologram.
then sure.
Yeah, that's when you put something in the water. Talking about things in the air.
Still
Yeah?
refraction.
Not in the water. So it's
I know, but it's still
Yeah,
refraction.
it's refraction both ways. In both cases, you're dealing with refraction.
Hmm.
The only difference is one, you're dealing with separate mediums. The other, you're dealing with a gradient of refractive index.
refraction would make things harder to see with distance.
Nope,
Not
nothing to do with
No.
hard to see. It just bends the light.
mhm.
That has nothing to do with
It
refraction. That has to
refracts
do
the
with light
light in all
attenuation.
directions.
See, notice
It
how
refracts
Bacon and I
light in
agree
all
on everything, and we have the same model, and you disagree with us, and You're the one telling us that we disregard our own model, but Bacon and I understand our model, and we understand you don't understand it.
What model? You haven't got one.
Okay,
You say
with an
nuh-uh
atmosphere.
you say nuh-uh to your own model.
No, it's not our model.
No,
You're saying.
we say nuh-uh to what you
It's not our
think our
model.
model is.
Yeah.
We say nuh-uh to what you think our model is, which is a globe with no atmosphere. We say nuh-uh to
When you
that.
look at a rainbow, the red ribbon is always on the top of the rainbow because it is a longer spectrum of light. It is a shorter wavelength. It goes further. It should be revealing the physical obstruction instead of revealing the land beyond it. Okay, you guys can't argue anything against it because it actually fits your paradigm, except that the observation shows more land. Now, if that were true with radar, you would have a huge dead zone in the middle of the radar reading, which you don't have. It shows granular reading.
They won't get that.
Much
Riggs.
further than
I don't know
visible.
anything about radar.
They're not smart enough to understand that. They're stuck.
That is so funny.
You're not smart enough to understand your own globe math.
No, you're not
Proven that
understanding.
you
You're
don't
not smart enough to
understand your own
understand
globe
our
math.
math. No,
Yeah,
we
you're just
understand our math
projecting.
just fine. You don't understand our math.
Oh, you don't understand. No,
Yeah.
I've spelled out your
Dad-
math for you and how it's been debunked, and you're just going nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
No,
What is
if
it
you
then?
understood our math, we wouldn't be telling you you're wrong all the time.
Oh, I do understand.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask a question. Are apparent locations in your field of view necessarily physical locations in free space? Yes or no?
No.
Anyone can answer.
No.
Okay, no. So, all right, so you've answered. So the other guy who was contending with you, what's the answer? I find it troubling that the answer is not forthcoming. I find it troubling that the answer is not forthcoming. Although I could be, misinterpreting the silence.
Daz Studio, he's talking to you. If you're not,
Sorry, asking me.
Yeah.
Well, are you the one who's contending with? I mean, come on, dude. Are apparent locations in your field of view necessary physical locations in free space? Yes or no?
Apparent locations? No, they wouldn't be.
Right. So just because you see something,
It's relevant.
right? But that means necessarily that just because you see something, that where you think it is or where you're claiming it is, geometrically, isn't necessarily true. Correct? Could be true, but it's not necessarily true, right?
I'd agree.
It's not a trick question.
I think he's
submit the fact
actually
that you
engaged
can't.
in the conversation.
Yeah, but to
Well,
be
we can
fair,
see
I
the
submit
horizon, but the
Look,
apparent
listen,
the
dude.
horizon is apparent.
I know, I understand, dude. That's irrelevant from the fact that you were asked a blatant, simple question, and it doesn't seem like you're just. I don't know, man. It's like pulling teeth or something.
Well, if I see a ship, it's there. May not exact. I mean,
What do you mean by?
I can
What
see
do
a
you?
ship because I
What
can
do you mean by there? What do you mean by there? Yeah, but what do you mean by the word there? Listen, I recognize that you're befuddled, and I think it's because you've never ever thought of the implications of the logic.
No. You're just not answering. You're not asking a very intelligent question, there, dude. It's not relevant.
No, I'm actually asking the most important question.
It's like if you see a building, is it there?
What do you?
What does there mean? Give me a break, man.
Yeah, what does there mean? Tell me, what does there mean?
What does there mean? Why don't you look it up?
Yeah.
What do you think there means?
No, you tell me. You tell. Look, you're using it. I want to know how you're using it.
You need to prove that we can see things from behind a curve. So that's your claim. You need to prove it.
Dude.
Things that are clear.
I can show you.
You need to prove that. It's like if I can see a building, I can see a boat.
This is problematic.
It's there. I can see because it's there, not because it's not there. Yeah.
Dude, I could take a mag dome. Do you know what a mag dome is? A magnification dome. It's a paperweight on the desk that people use all the time. You know what those are?
Yep.
I could take one of those and I could put it on the corner of a building and I could look through one end of it and I can see around the corner.
Right.
Right. So I've just proven you could see around something. Unequivocally. Unequivocally. There's no rebuttal.
With a
direct demonstration.
With a what? What? Yeah, I can see around corners with those bubble mirrors, dude.
No, with a mag dome. So it's not using reflection. It's using... okay, let me ask you this question. What mechanism, when it comes to light, does a magnification dome, which is hemispherical, it's not actually a true dome, right? In a sense, like it's solid. So you could call it a dome shape. And it's made of material. And it uses a fundamental principle to enhance and redirect the light. What's that fundamental principle called?
Not sure, dude. What you're talking about?
I'm going for refraction.
But if I see a ship, it's there, and then you say, "What's there?" Well, where the ship is.
That's what I mean, dude. So let me ask this question: if I put the mag dome on the corner and I can see something on the opposite side of the corner, when I use the word "there," am I saying that the ship is in the mag dome? So the word "there" does have contextual meaning in this case. It has to be parsed out with what you mean by it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just with, just seeing straight with the naked eye, not through a mag dome or whatever.
Right. So man, I forgot homeboy's name. Scott. In Scott's worldview, okay, that you're attempting to critique, is there something that he believes in that exists that could act, at least in some functional way, similar to the mag dome? Yes or no? Now, I'm not asking you to agree that this is true or not. I'm just asking you to agree if that's part of his worldview or not. So if you can't simply answer the question, then that proves Scott's point that you have no idea what his position is.
No, I'd agree that he believes that. He believes that he can see things from behind the curve through whatever, bending light or whatever. Sure, that's his belief. That's fine.
Right. So if the two of you agree that the physical locations of the objects must remain constant, right, because of object permanence, right, and the uniformitarian assumption that objects just don't vanish out of reality, then it's not fair that after you both agree to that, to then tell him that that means his view that there's something other at play is automatically negated, right? You have to disprove that other point severally. You can't just agree on the geometry of the situation, right? Does that make sense?
I don't think he's ever debated.
I guess so.
Right. So now that, like I said before, now that we've all agreed, just chill for a second. Now that we've all agreed what the alleged dimensions and the physical locations of these objects are, we're now talking about what we see. And what we see involves something greater than physical locations. It involves light, which is another topic that must be addressed in its own right. So my point with saying all that is, it's so boring to just hear you both agree, essentially, that the Earth's geometry and Scott's worldview is such, and then completely ignore the other part. Because let me tell you, friend, to be frank, that's very disingenuous. You may not realize that that's how it's coming off, but that's exactly how it comes off. You're basically denying him his own worldview to critique his worldview, which is not an internal critique, it's an external critique. So you're not accurately critiquing his worldview, right?
No, he can believe whatever he likes, and I can absolutely debunk it and destroy it if I like to. He can believe whatever he likes, whether it's proven or not.
Okay, so the other guy was talking about light and the nature of refraction, that if a certain wavelength of light should refract less, if the other wavelength is showing you more, then a less refractive wavelength should show you less. That makes sense, right? To you, I would think. So I would submit that that guy is in the wheelhouse of the point, right, of what the contention is. The contention is what we see, right? Because rest assured, nobody actually sees objects exactly as they physically are, right, dimensionally. That would require a non-angular field of view, which you don't possess. So it's actually the case in your regular daily life that many objects do not represent themselves as the dimensions that they are physically, right? In other words, you look at a rectangle, one side looks longer than the other because it's skewed to your perspective. That doesn't mean it's physically changed its size. So if you said, I see it as it is, you'd be wrong.
All right, so
Dude, I'm not.
Anyway,
ahead,
still,
go ahead.
still for that new circumference there, dude. The correct circumference, the correct globe math.
all right, so the math here.
You said nah. So what's your what does it break down to? So miles. Total circumference. What does it break down inches per mile square? And at what when do objects disappear over the edge? Can you tell us that? How far away the horizon is? Roughly?
I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, tell me what the refraction index is for that day, and I'll tell you how far the horizon should be.
Okay,
So nothing. Okay. No
just
worries.
real quick,
Well,
guys.
As
Just
per
real quick.
usual.
We need to know the
Okay.
refraction index.
Am I must be muted or something. Look.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
a radar wave can go up to a whole meter. Okay, and when we're talking about nanometers, that is 1/billionth of the size. Okay, so infrared goes up to 700 nanometers or so. All right, so you can do the math on that if you want, but we're talking in the scale of billions. All right, so when you're using radar, you're seeing something or you're reading something that is much more true to scale. All right, now if that were true, these waves would be shooting off of the physical obstruction, not reading beyond the physical obstruction. It would be reading the atmosphere. It'd be reading the air. It'd be shooting off into space, right? Am I full of it? I don't think so.
Have you?
Visible
I
light,
agree, dude.
visible light is even more sensitive. It's very hard. See, visible light it's very finicky. It doesn't really want to go very far. Okay, it's very hard to get visible light to go straight. Now they use infrared and radar for targeting and for reading things way, way off into the distance. Now, if you guys were saying that was hugging the curve of the Earth, okay, the way that the wave propagates, it would be revealing a huge gap of reading in the middle. It'd be shooting off the obstruction, and then due to refraction, it'd be arcing off into the distance, very far, probably off into space. Okay, it would not be effective. There would be no application for that. The reason there is application, and that it doesn't read any physical curving, because it's more true to scale. It's seeing through the haze. It's seeing through everything that is visibly obstructing, because visible light is very lossy. Doesn't want to go straight very much. Okay. these things empirically evident that there is no physical obstruction. There's just no, you can't have it both ways. There's no way around the argument. We see more because it is more true to scale. It's actually just more land right in front of us. In the scale of billions, that's how much more granular these waves are. They go much, much further.
Yeah, and
What
that
do you mean the
kind of
waves go
reminds me.
further?
That kind of reminds me also along the lines of what AI was saying earlier, talking about how you're seeing like this thing around the corner, but it's you're seeing almost like a reflection of it, I guess. You're not actually looking at it. So like if it was a target and you put your scope on it and you lit it up to target it to give a position for that rocket to hit it, then using the radar and their system, the LiDAR, um, um, you're going to hit a physical thing, not a reflection of it or a mirage of it or this atmospheric lensing of it. Like you're gonna hit the physical target. So you can't just say, oh, this target that is 150 miles away, but because the light bent over the curve and now you're able to see it because the light's bending and it's bringing it up into your view. Well, then that won't work in military because they're hitting physical things, not images that are floating in the sky.
Yeah, and to explain
So
it
does
away, you know what they do?
refraction not
They
exist?
call
Does
it
refraction not exist on a
no.
flat Earth?
Actually, they do
I'm not
have
saying that.
an excuse for this. It's
What are you
called
saying then?
super refraction. Super refraction. Actually, because it doesn't actually fit the principles of your model, they have to basically push on this model on there to make sense of it. It's called super refraction. It still doesn't work either way because there would still be a massive gap in the middle of your reading. There would be no such thing as radar. It wouldn't work.
Right.
Microwaves
Yeah,
are immensely
I don't see any
longer
reason why it
than
wouldn't work.
visible light or infrared.
Why again wouldn't it work?
That's kind of like using a tangent in celestial navigation. It's going to give you a ground position in space, not on the ground. So yeah, that's a good point.
Really wanna get into
Radar wouldn't work as it is on a globe.
Why not? You guys aren't making any sense.
just
I'm sorry.
explained it really
Oh my
well.
God! Hold on, just real quick. Hold on, Dad.
Because all of the problems that Apocryphon
Hold on, Dad.
mentioned
Hold
would be a
on,
problem
Scott.
regardless of the shape of the Earth, right?
Scott,
if you
hold
have
on.
refraction and you're targeting something, it's not going to be where you expect it to be. Refraction exists in both worlds.
Okay,
Does it
Scott,
not?
hold on. Okay, you asked.
Just try to answer my question, actually,
Okay,
instead of
hold on,
diverting.
Scott.
Answer the question I asked, Apocryphon.
You asked.
Can you answer the question I asked?
We're still waiting for a citation that refraction causes holograms, bro. And we're still waiting for your
Do you guys not
circumference
have
and what that
refraction
breaks
in a
down
flat
to.
Earth?
Scott, well, I'd appreciate you stop
nuh-uh.
running interference and just let people speak. You can have your turn.
Well, I'd appreciate someone trying to answer a question every now and then.
Scott, you asked what everything that he just said. All you can do is say you're not making any sense, and then you go off into this realm of you guys don't believe refraction exists? ? Like, dude, we did not say refraction. It's like you missed the fucking whole forest through the trees, bro. Like you are the. If you look up that definition, they should put your face next to it. Like this is what that means. He just gave you a very good explanation of radar and the way it works and this and that. And all you can say is you're not making no sense. You don't believe in refraction? What?
Everything he said is a problem in both worlds.
No, actually, no.
There's no issue on a flat surface because that's what's actually revealed. What's actually revealed is a reading all the way to the end of its diminished wave.
Exactly. Like it's only a problem in your world, or maybe it's a problem.
What's the difference?
What's the difference of what?
Yeah,
the difference is that your model is not what it shows.
How does radar work in a flat Earth? And how does it work on a globe Earth? And what's the difference?
No. See, that's a stupid question. Radar works. Doesn't matter the shape.
It just works.
I
The
agree.
problem though is you in your paradigm, it wouldn't work because
Why not?
the way it works is exactly how he just said it 10 minutes ago. Did you not hear?
I did.
Okay, then you're just stuck on stupid. I'm gonna mute myself. You and you guys you frustrate me, bro, and that's what you
I
do.
know.
That's what you pay to do.
I know. It's hard for you to explain what you don't understand. I get that.
You can fuck off, and I swear to God, I wish you were in front of me right now, bro. I swear to God.
Oh,
would
Glob's just say, nah,
would we resort to
understand.
violence if we were
Oh
in
my
person?
goodness,
Is
dude.
that the best you have, man?
Listen, it's gonna be my only warning, okay?
Thank you.
Although threats of violence are forbidden, now on, violence are also forbidden, and I'm just gonna straight up ban whoever does it indiscriminately with no questions asked. That's the way it's gonna be from now on, because I'm sick of it. It's a freaking retarded way to argue. Capiche?
Yeah, just to sum it up, there was nothing that I said was violent. So get that right.
Okay, one more time. Any connotation I'm going to assume is a threat, and I'm going to ban indiscriminately. So I could care less about anyone else's opinion of what they did. I'm just going to judge it as such and ban them anyway. So they can A, take that internally and be smart about the way they act from now on, or B, or I don't know, get banned, I guess.
Wait, you
Fair
did
enough.
say you weren't
Thanks, AR.
going to talk to him, so maybe he's partial to you, and that was a threat.
Self-ban.
See, I actually like banning people. It makes me happy, so I'm all for it.
That's because you're afraid of your opinion being challenged. Because
You gotta ban yourself, AI. You just threatened me.
Colin.
What does me liking banning people have to do with my views?
Yeah,
No,
but anyways, I was just looking for a clarification on the difference in the way radar works on a globe Earth versus a flat Earth, and with regard to refraction and how refraction affects radar in one paradigm and not the other. I don't think that was too much to ask.
They don't
Well, see,
understand
that's-
your question.
That's the problem, is that you guys don't actually verify the mediums in which you're accounting for this refraction. You're just applying the calculation to make sense of the problem that you guys face, because the application itself doesn't actually show what you guys hope that this physical curve of the Earth would be.
How does that-
apply
how
these
does that-
principles without any verification?
How does that affect radar? You're talking about radar.
How does what affect radar?
You're talking
Radar
about
is a
refraction in a
microwave.
whole with regard to radar and something.
All right. Well, I don't know if you need sleep or coffee, but you just don't sound like you're with it, so I'm not going to engage.
That's fair enough. Can't explain
Radar
what you tried to
requires
say, then.
horizontal baseline.
Why does the radar require horizontal baseline?
It just does.
Why?
It just does isms that are coming from Nathan Oakley today, or
Yeah, they're just
Radar
parroting
parts of the
something they
sky.
heard someone else say. They don't know why, though.
What's radar? Have you ever seen a radar screen?
I've never seen a radar
Go around?
Verify. Yeah, what's
I've
your
never seen radar.
What's your independent
I didn't
variable?
think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't
What's your
think you'd seen
independent
radar
variable?
because you obviously haven't seen radar.
Yeah, what's your independent variable?
For radar,
Mm-hmm. What's your independent variable for radar?
okay.
Yeah, okay. Is that your independent variable?
So, yeah, radar's a thing, dude. Have you seen a radar screen go around?
We agree. Why does it need a flat Earth?
Have you seen radar?
Have you scientifically verified this, or is this just something you made up?
Come on, Trig.
Radar? No, I didn't make up radar, dude.
What's your independent variable, sir?
Have you seen a radar screen? You seen it go around? It's kind of like, have you ever got a really long stick, right? A flat stick, about, I don't know, 2 meters.
Yes, I know radar is
And-
a thing. I'm just using your logic, dude.
Yeah. And then you go around. It's kind of like, and then you sweep around and make a circle with the stick on the sand, right? On the flat sand.
I wouldn't say this.
Right? It's kind of like that, isn't it?
No.
It's like that, isn't it? How it
Oh,
goes
it's
around.
something like that. That's what you think it
Yeah,
is?
exactly like that.
No,
Exactly
no,
like
it's
that.
nothing like
Well,
that.
You haven't seen it, so how would you know?
Let me explain how radar actually works for you, just for you.
But you haven't seen it, so how would you know? But that's how it visually is represented.
You know what it looks like on the screen.
Oh yeah, it
I'm literally playing around with the simulation of the AN APQ 120 right now. So, how much do you know about radar?
simulation.
Yeah, same thing that the US.
Incinerator. That other guy
That
explained it really well.
The
How
F4
it wouldn't
Phantom?
work, how it doesn't work on the globe, how it requires horizontal,
How does it require horizontal?
like a compass
Because
requires
radar travels
horizontal.
horizontally. God, dude, these guys are
Like
so...
GPS requires
Horizontally?
horizontal.
What do you mean?
The
All
radar
radar
travels in straight lines, bro. Radar travels in straight lines. If you don't, do you know that? Yes or no?
Does visible light
Do you know
travel?
that? Yes or no? Do you know that radar travels in straight lines? Yes or no?
Still subject to refraction, so I wouldn't say it travels in straight lines.
Okay, so so then once again, you're back to you think radar is going to bend and curve 1,000 miles away from its a signal. Got it. Yeah, you guys you think you can see the back of your own heads, bro? If the refraction was right,
Can you
and that's what's
falsify
wrong
that?
with you guys.
Can you
That's
falsify
what's wrong
that?
with you guys.
Can you falsify? I mean, it is falsifiable. Can you
So
falsify
you
that it wouldn't work on the globe?
think you can see the back of your head? Got it.
Hey, Puck, could you falsify
That's
that?
all I need to
How
know,
that
bro. That's
radar-
all I need to know.
Can you falsify how radar couldn't work on a globe mathematically, since radar is fundamentally mathematical, an operation?
I'd like that other guy to explain it because he did a really good job. Basically,
Yeah, he did a real good job.
yeah,
Riggs
he
broke
did.
it down for them, but they didn't see it. There's no point though, does because he said it already. It went one ear, and now they're filled with questions like, how does it work? Even though they just heard how it works, they reset like in 10 seconds. They reset,
He didn't
and
explain
now they're
how it
back
works,
to,
dude.
and now they're back to
You
saying,
just don't know what you're talking
how can-
about, Apoc. You're literally a bumbling idiot.
See, this was crazy, bro. This was crazy.
He's just a bumbling idiot, man.
No.
I mean,
You
are you
know what,
asking
bro?
how the radio works, or what are you
Hey,
asking?
you know what, bro? He did explain it. But you are saying,
Did you explain how radar
does it
works
work?
fundamentally, Riggs? No, you didn't.
Well, what
my
is an answer?
God,
What is an
bro.
answer that's good for you? I'd like to hear your.
Oh my
Steelman.
god, dude, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Apoc, shut the fuck up.
Oh, hey, AI, I feel threatened. Can you ban him? Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, go ahead and Steelman how it works. Tell me what's good enough for you.
Yeah, tell me how it fundamentally works, like an operation, not just like something horizontal, because it doesn't rely on horizontals.
No, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. The argumentation itself reveals the answer. So go ahead and Steelman what you think it should be. Let me know. You've got the model up, right? The APQ 120.
Yeah.
You've got the simulation. Go ahead and tell me. Steelman it. What are you asking? You're asking how the radio electronics work?
No, I was just asking. Well, Apoc is a bumbling moron and thought that he could explain something which he couldn't.
Yeah, you're diverting. Go ahead.
No. So, I would agree. If you were to model the Earth with no atmosphere, yeah, radar would be a little bit weird. I would agree. So, why are we trying to model the Earth without an atmosphere to describe radar?
Yeah, I never said that. I never said it wasn't subject to refraction. I'm saying that the mediums that it's traveling through are unverified, and the only way that you can actually make sense of it is to apply a refractive mechanism that basically is a slider until it works. And then you model it from there.
Do you have like a citation of this where they do this?
Do you?
No, it's not my claim.
I mean, can you show me where they've actually measured the atmosphere
It wasn't my claim.
from a 300 mile distance?
It wasn't
Because
my
radar reads over 300 miles.
Yeah, it does.
Do you know of any measurement of the atmosphere over 300 miles?
I don't think it's.
It's not. It doesn't exist. Let me tell you, it
Hey,
doesn't.
let me validate for that other homeboy that in the years that I've done this, almost without fail, they just go to a Earth curve calculator and just keep scaling refraction until they get the result that they want.
But they're not bouncing radar returns off of stuff on the ground from 300 miles away. You know that, right?
That's not the point. I'm just validating that it is the case that people ex post hoc, right? That's all.
Actually they do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do they do that?
They do.
They
You
do.
said that they don't. They use it over 300 miles. They absolutely use radar over 300 miles. Yes.
Citation for targets on the ground. For targets on the ground.
For targets on the ground, probably not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 300 miles definitely.
Yeah.
You can see stuff 300 miles.
Yeah, I mean, from the ground, you're probably looking from 1 to 200 miles. But from the sky, like through like an F-15 or something like that, you get over 300 miles easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't escape the point, though. The point is that when you have a longer wavelength, okay, we're talking in scales of billions times longer than like visible spectrum. Okay, what you're doing is you're revealing a more true to scale observation. And if that were true, then you could see the physical curve of the Earth empirically. There's no way around that. Like the technology itself is absolutely capable of reading this supposed edge of the Earth. Problem is, the technology would be ineffective after it because it'd shoot off into the sky.
Shoot off from the sky. Do you know how radar works?
Yeah, because if it's a globe,
It
it shoots off into the
Most
sky.
of it shoots off into the sky. It doesn't all. Most of it does not return back. Right? Would you agree?
Can you meet me where my argument is?
No, because I disagree.
Can you visual?
You're saying that radar.
How are you disagreeing? Go ahead.
You're making the claim that most radar waves that come out of the radar just don't shoot off into the sky. That's what they do. The only returns they get back are from the targets or from ground clutter. So, yeah, I would disagree. They do
Okay,
shoot off.
I don't disagree that they scatter off into the sky. What I'm saying is your line of sight would be off the edge of the globe into space. It's a different argument. I'm not saying that they don't scatter.
So how would we know if they weren't going off into space, if they're scattering and not coming back to the radar dish?
How would we know they weren't going off into space? Well, they would be applicable, which they are, and they're applicable beyond the physical curve, which shows that it's not there.
So what you're telling me is that the radar waves that don't come back to the dish, you're somehow getting information from those to verify that the Earth isn't, or that the Earth is flat?
The fact that you're getting information granularly across the whole expanse shows that the physical obstruction doesn't exist.
Are you able to provide like a demonstration of like any sort of demonstration where there must be a physical obstruction in the way, like if the Earth is a globe?
What would be good enough for you?
I don't know. I'll take anything really.
You'll take
Just
anything really.
Just real quick, Riggs. Anything beyond 150 miles is classified ground on the ground surface of radar. But it's up to 150 miles. Everything beyond that is classified. But they say that it's up to 250 to 300 miles easily. Ground, not or I mean along the sea, should we say? So just I heard you earlier be asked that, and then he was like, "Oh, is that from the sky or from the ground?" But to answer you as well, Trig, it's 150 miles. That's known that what they will give us. But then anything beyond that is classified.
Yeah, go look at the radar technology itself. It has to do with microwaves. Okay, what you'll see distinctly is that it sees through the haze, it sees through the refraction, it sees through all the obstruction of which you might even call the horizon in some instances with visible light. Okay, that would not be possible. That would not be possible if there was actually a physical curve there.
That's just not true.
It is argumentatively true in principle.
There's no reason why you can't see something hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers away, because
if you're appealing to refraction, but then you have to use a shorter wavelength.
Even with zero refraction, dude. Even if you said that there was no refraction affecting the microwaves, you still haven't provided a source where you shouldn't be able to see it.
You just annihilated your own point there. Even with the physical obstruction, you don't need shorter wavelength. You know, shorter wavelength is the mechanism of which you're allowed to see around a physical curve. You do realize
So I'm
that.
saying that hundreds of kilometers away.
And you don't need that, but you can still see beyond it? Are you a fucking magician?
With a given radius of 6371 kilometers, it doesn't matter. You can still see that far. It's not being blocked yet. You would have to be thousands of kilometers away. If you're observing like a target that's kilometers up in the air and you're kilometers up in the air, you can see hundreds of kilometers. No biggie.
Yeah, I'm not talking about up in the air, bro.
Oh,
Look,
so you're
if you
saying
say-
radars
if you're
looking at other radars from hundreds of kilometers away?
If you're saying you can be on the ground level, okay, and you can use radar and you can see beyond a curve, then you'd have to provide me the mechanism. Because
can you
by
provide the
principle, by the definition of radar, you're basically escaping all this visible obstruction, okay, and the refractive properties of the atmosphere.
All right, so show
To
me
an- to an extent.
Show me a radar that's capable of observing that far, ground-based radar. Why is he muted?
You got server muted? No way.
Damn.
He wasn't doing anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't get.
But
That was interesting. Way to kill the conversation, I guess.
Wow. Maybe
He
he's
got
banned.
muted,
Maybe
really.
he's banned. Maybe he's banned from somewhere else, and he's not supposed to be in the server at all. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't check.
Interesting. That could be, huh?
Yeah, I was waiting for a demonstration. You just wasn't able to. Give me his magic radar.
Ironic that you said that, being that you're the one that has the magic radar that can see over a globe. You're just full of it,
It
bro.
doesn't even.
You're-
Nope.
you're
It's.
full
I
of
don't
it.
even have to invoke. I don't even have to invoke refraction. APOC. Hundreds
Yeah,
of
it shows a
kilometers.
ball-shaped radar screen with the lines going around it. The
you
hand on the
understand?
radar screen is straight, right?
Wait, did you just say bowl-shaped radar?
Yeah.
He's gonna
Do you
show you
think-
the Doppler.
What are we in the 70s? Do you think
Show us
that's
the ball-shaped radar.
Show you the Dopplers,
dude? Are we in the
Show us
70s?
the ball with the
Yeah, are we
with
in
the
the
bent
70s?
hand on the radar
The
going
trig.
around the ball.
Uh-huh.
Stop for a second to try to understand what he's saying. Try
No,
to think what he's thinking.
It's just nonsense.
I get that, but he thinks because it's on a flat screen,
Right?
it requires a flat Earth.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know the different mechanisms of how you can display radar, like O scope and B scope?
It's the hand is straight though, isn't it?
What?
It's a straight line, isn't it? The hand that goes around the radar screen, it's straight, isn't it?
The hand in
Or is it-
question?
Is it straight or is it bent?
What are you talking about, man?
Talking about a little line that circles around a radar
Oh yeah,
screen.
you haven't. Yeah, I forgot you haven't seen a radar screen before. Sorry.
And that line is straight.
I
You know,
the
I know.
I'm just trying not to like make him seem stupid, because if that's what he's trying to say, like that's just absurd. That's profound. It really is.
So is it?
That's like saying
Is it
if the
straight?
Earth is curved, why isn't my bed curved? Like what the fuck?
The Earth is curved. You'd be measuring it, and you'd be observing it as a globe, not flat.
You realize that radars don't observe the ground. Well, when you're looking at air-to-air targets, you're not observing the ground. You're trying to observe no ground clutter, right? That screen is just an indication of distance, and the targets are on those distance bars, right? You know that?
So the line that goes around is straight. It's horizontal, right?
So the distance bars are not the ground, dude. So what happens if I was on a C-scope radar, a C-scope radar display? What would that look like on a flat Earth? If your claim is
I was going to look up the range. What's the range of a radar? Like, how far is does it go out from the sender? Do you know that off the top of your head?
what the hell
Roughly?
is all dependent on what system you're using.
I've seen claims up to 740 kilometers.
740 kilometers. Oh, yeah.
I mean, AWACS can see a lot further than that. If the Earth was flat, AWACS wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, so.
If I was a military,
and if for Air Force spherical, how much drop would be on 740 kilometers?
Yep. So
Well, the airplanes would have to be like 100,000 feet in the air.
That doesn't important. You know what I mean?
So which system are we using? Because like we can't just say the radar in
The
question.
line of sight system.
Yep. So if I am observing a target,
How you can have line of sight on the
shut the
Earth
fuck up,
surface?
Bolivian dude. Come on. All right.
Yeah,
Shut the
still
fuck up.
requires
Shut the
horizontal.
fuck up.
If I'm observing,
I'm asking you a question.
And
How
it's a
you
stupid
can?
question. I'm not talking to you, dude. We're having a conversation before you interrupted. You're just interrupting now. All right. No fighter aircraft or aircraft in general is going to be using ground or air-to-ground radar to acquire targets over 700 miles away. The only time you can acquire targets that far is if they're flying nearly co-altitude with you or higher.
Well, I think the point is, dude, that that it requires a horizontal.
Right, so the screen is flat, therefore
it doesn't
it's flat.
take. Well, the system doesn't take any curvature into account, does it?
Why would it?
Because you think you live on a ball.
If the Earth was a sphere, why would the radar have to look like a ball? If that's what you're trying to say.
Why would it have to account for Earth being a ball?
Here's a good question.
Because the ship on the 50, can I tell you? Because of the ship on the 50 miles is under the water, and radar cannot go under the water. Do you understand that?
Yep. So, in what situation am I going to be using an air-to-air radar to acquire targets on the ground from over 700 miles away, Bolivian?
Did I say something about that?
Yeah, you're making claims about stuff far away and acquiring them with air-to-air
Okay,
radar.
I was in military. There is a ship on 30 miles. I shoot on ship on 30 miles. I don't
and
calculate
you're an infantryman.
Okay.
You're an infantryman, dude.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about these systems.
I was in military, man. You was in military, trigonometry, man?
No, but I bet you're an infantryman. who didn't know anything
I was
about the systems you're looking at.
I was anti-aircraft shooting the targets on the air on the ground. Can you tell me now how is that working? Because you was not in military.
What do you mean? How is it working?
How I shoot the target with my weapon on the ground and in the air, and what I need to account for. And can you tell me more about that? Because you was not in army.
What system are you using?
I was using the old weapon, anti-aircraft M74 Yugoslavian weapon. Yeah.
Oh, so shit stuff. Okay.
Yeah, shit stuff. What we were accounting on? Can you tell me? Because you was not in military.
So your shit Bolivian air-to-air systems.
No, not in Bolivia. I was in Yugoslavian military. In anti-aircraft, not in Bolivian military.
Yeah, with like 70-year-old Soviet air-to-air systems.
Bro, stop trying to discredit him, bro. I mean, how did Globers?
In 90s, I didn't use the weapon. I didn't use the.
AI,
I didn't use.
Take care of Trig, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
you're gonna
thinking that
allow
he's going
that,
to need
bro?
to account for curvature over 30 nautical miles of distance
Yeah,
when he's using his shit Soviet radar systems. Like, come on, dude. That's even if you can acquire a target with those things.
There is no radar system. I was speaking only about weapon without radar system.
Oh, so you aren't even using
Not even using radar system. Can you imagine?
All right, so you were basically just eyeballing it, is what you're saying, and you're like, well,
No,
if I was eyeballing
I'm just being military, shooting the targets. You know,
Yeah,
I
from
didn't
30
shoot
miles
the target.
away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, what weapon system are you using?
Jesus Christ! It's I don't know fucking name. M74.
He's saying that he shot a hell of a long way and didn't have to account for
Trigonometry,
curvature.
man.
That's what he's
Only
saying.
one question. Only one
More
question for
rotation.
you. Only
He was
one
a
question for you.
mortarman. Okay, that
Only one
explains a
question
lot.
for you. Only one question for you. Why I never account on the curvature and rotation of the Earth when I was in military? That's
When
my
you
question.
when you were firing a mortar with a max range of 6.4
Yeah.
kilometers,
Why we never
like 3 miles,
touch that? Why we never touch that question in any of lectures? In any
because
of
you're
them.
shooting over like 3 miles of distance. Do you think you're like some sort of elite mortarman? You're literally like the simplest non-infantry job on the field, dude.
Are you saying that during Second World War there was not the way that the ship can shoot to another ship on 30 miles?
The M74 is a mortar, a 120 millimeter mortar that shoots like 6 kilometers.
How much was the distance, the longest distance from
Were
the
you
ship
in World
to
War
the ship?
II? Were you in World War II?
I'm asking you. I was not.
No, I
I'm
was
asking
not in
you.
World
Do you
War
know? Okay. Can we find out how much the longest distance is between two ships with the missile?
But you made the claim about your shitty little Yugoslavian.
I make the claim that I never account on the curvature or the rotation of the air, especially for
over
the
3
rotation,
miles.
especially for the rotation of the air. That would be most important because there is aeroplane who is accounting on the rotation of the Earth. And now I need to shoot that aeroplane what is accounting on the rotation
Over
without
3
me
miles.
accounting.
Over 3 miles.
Doesn't matter. That aeroplane it's coming from nowhere and all the time accounting, you know? I need to count on that.
So the globe that you think in your head isn't the real one, right? Like you don't have to account for stuff over 3 miles,
Okay.
especially with your
The globe, what I think that it is, it should to be outside in reality, shown like a spherical, like a
you're
geometry.
just
That
making
like
stuff up. Yeah.
No, like a basketball has, you know. Basketball has the size, and you have the size, and you can measure it, and it's that size. Basketball is not 20 meters radius ball. It's a ball with how much? 2 feet radius or something like that, and that's the ball size of basketball. The size of the Earth is that's what it is, you know. That means that 10 miles. If you see flat, it cannot be flat on the real globe, this globe, 3,959. It could be on bigger ball, that 10 miles flat. Yeah.
Yep. So you're a 3 mile mortar.
Yeah, if radius is something like a 30, about 40,000 miles or 200,000 miles, then maybe yes, because the slope will be so small if sphere is so big, you know. Then you need more distances for the drop.
Yeah, so there's basically no drop over 3 miles with your shitty Yugoslavia.
There is no drop over distance on 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, or 50
You weren't
miles.
shooting 20 miles with this mortar. That's just a lie.
Man, there is observation also, not only weapons, and they're showing you that there is no such a thing like a drop over distance that you account on.
You brought an anecdote of a Yugoslavian mortar that you used to shoot 3 miles.
Can you post like this? Find one military where they using the weapon and using all calculation about refraction and the curvature and the rotation of the Earth.
That wasn't my claim. That's your claim.
That should be because if Earth is spherical, it must be there.
Don't try and make me make claims for you. It's weird, man. I don't need to make.
Can I make only one claim?
Yep.
If I see the flat surface in reality, I could call that surface flat. If I see the curved surface in reality, I can call and measure and see if that. Then I will call that surface curved. If I don't measure the surface curved and I measure the surface flat, I will call that surface flat. If I see 10 miles, how I know that it's curved?
If you don't trust the government, sure, you can say that.
it should to drop all in a distance if it's curved.
How do you know that though? Like how can you verify?
How I know that? Do you know what is sphere?
Do I know what a sphere is? Yes.
Yeah. Take the finger on the sphere and go around the sphere, and you will see that with distance your finger will drop down.
Is that what I have to do with the Earth to know that it's curved or not?
Yeah, if Earth is sphere, it will do the same thing. Every sphere, it doesn't matter on the ping pong ball or whatever a sphere you want to do it, it will do the same thing. You will have drop over distance.
Yeah. So like I have to run my finger.
Now, questions for you. Can you have a flat surface on a sphere?
Yeah, I would say a very flat surface. Yeah.
No, you cannot.
All right. I'm gonna post something in the side chat
Do
for
you know that you said one ridiculous things? You said that you can have flat surface on the sphere.
Yep. Look inside chat, and you're gonna be blown away. Your mind's literally gonna explode. Look inside chat. Which one is a sphere and which one isn't a sphere?
I see one. The left one is a one line on the coordinate system, and the second one is two parabolas. One is going down, and second one, and one is going up. That I see on the screen. I don't see the sphere on the screen.
What if I told you?
You cannot put you cannot even put the sphere on the screen because it's not possible. You need to have like a geometrical object, not like a 2D stuff.
Yeah. What if I told you that left image was taken from that sphere?
If I told you, if I now post you the okay, look at this. Now I will post.
That's from a sphere, man. That's a apparent straight line on a sphere.
Is it that Earth
or a circle?
Is it that
Yep,
Earth?
it has the radius of Earth. Yeah, it has the radius of Earth.
Is it that Earth? Is that presentation of the Earth?
Yep, 6,307 kilometer
okay,
radius.
where is Bolivia? Where is Bolivia there?
Jack, I don't know. Jackal can draw for you.
Does Earth has continents? Can you show me one continent on your photo?
No, because it's a map.
That means that is not presentation of the Earth. That's some kind of diagram.
Wow.
Is it that presentation of the Earth, or is some kind of diagram?
No, I'm asking you how to use. When they were training you how to use the M47.
Can you answer me honestly? Can you answer me honestly? Is it that this presentation of the Earth on some diagram with coordinates and lines or something like that?
Yeah, it's a radius. It has the radius of the Earth.
Is it that presentation of the Earth, or is it that lines on the paper?
So let me ask you a question. So when they were training you how to use your M74 mortar, and they gave you a field manual, and it didn't include the wind. Or the grass in the picture of the mortar.
They include the wind.
You were like,
I will tell you.
I don't know how to use it.
I will tell you what they include. They include the wind, and they include what. Not only that, they include also the speed of. Can I finish? They include also the speed of aeroplane and angular psi in the sky of the aeroplane. Also that. Can you imagine?
Do they include the grass in the oceans?
The aeroplane in the sky, it's not the same, on the 1 mile and on the 10 miles,
Were there clouds in the pictures, or were you not? Were you like, oh, there's no clouds in the pictures? I can't.
No, man. Let's go back. Let's go back to your presentation of the Earth. That means look, people. That what he presented, that line, one is go vertical, that blue one, and that two parabolas. That means that Earth is spherical. That means that now water and oceans are curving because that diagram showing. Is that correct?
No, it wasn't trying to prove that oceans curve or anything. It was just trying to prove that you can't have what appears to be a straight line on a curved surface.
You cannot have sea level on the sea.
What is sea level?
Sea level is 0 point level.
No, it's just a mean altitude.
Mean altitude, okay. And how much altitude we have on the Atlantic Ocean?
We don't measure mean sea level by the Atlantic Ocean. We measure it by the sum of all the oceans.
Okay, how we measure elevation?
We measure it from the distance of the Earth.
From the distance of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, how you measure that?
From the ground.
From the ground where?
Wherever you are. like a radar altimeter or something. You get radar returns from the ground.
And when you get some results, what is the results? Liters, meters, or what?
Meters.
And what that meters means?
A distance.
To the center of the Earth?
No, the altitude that you are above the surface of the Earth, not the center. But
of the
if you
surface
add
of the Earth. What if you are in the middle of the continent and you are 2,000 meters
surface of
above
the Earth.
what?
Which is level.
Is it level?
If you are in the middle of
level,
if you're in
horizontal plane, yes.
Is
you're
it
in the middle of if you're in the middle of continent, that means you are 2,000 meters from the center of the Earth or from the sea level?
Have you verified that it's flat?
When you are in the center of the continent, are you 2,000 meters from the sea level or from the center of the Earth?
You're 2,000 meters plus 6,371 meters. 6,371.
Oh, really? We are measuring like that. We dig the hole to the molten iron core, and then we add the elevation. Is that correct?
If you wanted to do it that way, yeah, you could.
And how we dig that hole to measure to the center and to add elevation?
We got a bunch of Bolivians, and we paid them
Yeah,
$1 an hour, and they dug down the center of the Earth.
Why we in Croatia, for example, that elevation translated calling the height above the sea level. Why we call it like that?
Sea level, quote unquote, sea level is just a
Yeah, we calling that elevation. The elevation calling the height above the sea level.
Do you think?
Translated. No, I'm thinking. I'm translating you how we are saying the elevation. What that means.
So mean sea level.
Croatian language is not good for proving the level.
It's probably not good for anything other than talking to
No.
other Croatians.
Is it only English language for proving sea level? That sea level mean level.
What is level? Can you define level?
Horizontal plane.
Flat. Pancake-like.
Yeah. So is the Earth not flat then? If I have curves and bumps all over it, can I get a horizontal from a hill? If I'm standing on a hill.
In reference to sea level, yeah.
Reference to sea is so a sea level, or is it just a number? I think that's going to be.
What number is sea level?
It's just the
level is level, dude. Sea
what
level
number
is
sea
level.
The mountain number is 2,000, and what is the sea level number?
Sea level is just the average of like a.
And what is the number of sea level?
Water from heights.
And what is
the average level?
Can you say the number of sea level?
Looks like the mean sea level rose about 20 centimeters from 2005. Why is the sea level rising?
Okay, good. Like in Holland.
Flat thing?
Like in Holland, you know.
Whatever coastal body you're near, and then you would do
under sea level.
Looks like at
Hello, what are we talking about?
Earth being flat.
We are talking about
and
how
what the government's hiding from us.
So are we discussing that the Earth is flat?
No, we're measuring
What do you think the government is hiding from us?
Oh, you mean the government is hiding that Earth is actually flat?
Yeah, they're hiding something.
Who's this guy who shows up and hijacks the conversation?
Because the truth can be difficult for people, right?
You know, there's different types of sea levels, right? There's local mean sea level, there's relative sea level, there's global mean sea level.
But where is curved water? That's the question. Not where is the sea level. Everything is level.
When you hear level, your brain just like starts. Your brain just starts to go. Level equals flat. It must be. Flat.
It does.
All right. So why is there multiple different sea levels, man? Why is there multiple sea levels? Why don't we just use?
Why is not one curve there? Only one. What sphere is?
I don't know, man. That's not my claim.
I know it's not your claim. It's heliocentric claim. It's not that you wrote a heliocentric model. Do you understand that? It's not your claim.
What's absolute sea level then? What's absolute sea level?
Are you claiming that? Did you make a claim that the radius is 3,950? Is that your source?
No, I make a
You-
claim that it's 6,371 kilometers.
No, you didn't make that claim, man. You didn't do that. That was Al-Biruni. What are you saying?
No, I make the claim it's 6,371 kilometers. I don't
No, that was not you, because if that was you, we will speak about you now. That was Al-Biruni.
I'm dumbfounded that you don't know that there's multiple types of sea level. It's not just like
Not
it's not
curved.
just something
Yeah,
There's
like
different levels. Yeah, and the mean sea level is the average level, which
yeah.
is
If you have a
horizontal.
if you
Alright,
have
so
a
what you're
lake,
saying is that the mean flatness is the average mean flatness. Is what you're trying to say.
trigonometry, man. Listen, this. If you have a
Hold on.
lake on the
Hold on. What are you trying to say? This is going to
Listen,
sound
this is
very
very
circular.
important. This is very important. If you have a lake on the mountain, it's not the same level like the sea level. Do you understand that? We know
So
that.
does it account for? Does that account for the water having waves? Does that account for sea level?
No, that's account for the curvature waves.
What? I didn't bring up curvature. I'm just trying to prove steel man.
No, you bring the waves. You bring the waves.
What? I just want to know how the mean levelness is level. That's what you're trying to. That's what you mean when you say, well,
I don't know.
level is
Level
flat. So the
that
mean
is philosophy,
sea
man.
level.
For the level, you need at least 20 years of the philosophy that you can understand what is level. I think. Apparently, yes. Because man, if you don't understand what is level, I don't know. Go to university and study 20 years and find out what the fucking level be. I need to.
Bacon. What is level?
No, just check the dictionary. That's all I really need to do.
Bacon. What does level mean?
At least 6 different definitions I could give.
Exactly.
Can I have a context first?
I'm trying to explain how there's multiple types of sea level, and it's not just some sort of magical reference that we use. It's
right.
Mean sea level, absolute sea level, local sea level.
Not curved.
Yeah, what it?
That's
just
so not curved. So level, not curved.
Not curved. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, level, not curved.
Yep. Not curved.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well,
that's yet to be
level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's measured level. It's measured flat.
Nathan Oakley brainworm, measured flat.
Oh, an atom then.
No, you were making an argument, therefore it's not an atom.
Yeah, it's, no, that's not that's an atom.
No, it's not. You were
It's
making
just an atom.
I'm not attacking your argument because you weren't making one.
I was.
Therefore, it's not an atom. No,
Yep.
you weren't.
Yep. Earth is measured flat. Celestial navigation requires flat plane.
It was an
Okay,
atom.
GPS.
We brought Nathan into
Same with
it.
air travel.
It was an atom.
Proves a flat Earth.
An adhom requires an argument to attack. He wasn't making an argument.
No, you're attacking the person, not the
demonstrate-
argument.
Hey, Des, can you demonstrate just a single example of the claim you just made? For navigation, the Earth is treated as a flat plane. Do you have a single example that a position of an navigator is solved by treating Earth as a flat plane?
Yes,
or just saying
Adriatic. Yes, Bacon. Adriatic Sea.
To measure the angle, to measure an elevation
again?
angle, near a flat plane.
I understand the claim, but you're saying navigation uses it, right? So you mean you're treating Earth as flat to get your position. Is that
Mhm.
true?
That's right.
Okay, let me see that. Because I hear this being claimed all the time. I've never seen this demonstrated.
Yeah, I've never seen a 90-degree with a curve either.
That's not what I'm asking for.
Hmm.
Is there anyone that found their position?
So
treating Earth
elevation
as a flat
angle,
plane in the process?
elevation angle requires a horizontal baseline.
Okay, but the elevation angle itself
The right
doesn't tell you
triangle?
where you are alone, right? To know where you are, you just don't measure an angle. You do stuff with it, right?
Yeah, but you need the flat Earth to measure the angle in the first instance.
Sure, but you're
Just so we
saying
start
that
to establish the horizontal baseline to measure
give
the
you that.
angle from. So you're measuring it from, in some instances, hundreds or thousands of miles.
Need to account for weather as well.
Using a horizontal baseline of the right triangle.
Okay, but how do people get their position using that? What does the angle tell them about where they are?
So the distance is calculated from the angle.
Okay. And then what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And then what?
Looking it up.
Hey, Google.
Yeah. He's messaging Nathan Oakley right
Hey,
now.
Siri.
Like, shit, Nathan, help me out.
Well, I thought Nathan Oakley had explained beyond that part as well, actually. Even though it's all wrong.
Just did.
But pretty sure I heard him explain many times.
Okay, so
But yeah,
how do you do celestial navigation on a globe?
the way celestial navigation is done. You first find the GP of the stars, you add the sidereal hour angle of them to the Greenwich hour angle of Aries. That gives you the longitude of the GP. You use the declination for the latitude. And you have to find where, using the zenith angle as a radius, where the circle of equal altitude intersect. One way you can do that is by simply drawing them on the surface of the sphere and getting the coordinates of the intersection. But no one does that, even though that's something that it's demonstrably works. What they do is they first compute the elevation angle of the stars based on their estimated position. They compare it to the angle they read. They compute the azimuth of the GPs, and they plot all of that in the same plotting chart, right? And then they read the coordinates from all those intersections. But I think that there's a lot of stuff in this process that we didn't look into, like how you do the computations I just mentioned. What's the math used to get everything I just mentioned, right? Is that math compatible with a flat plane? Is that math compatible with the sphere? Well, I derived that math from a sphere, so I can make the positive claim that it does comport with the sphere, and it doesn't comport with the plane. But you're saying otherwise. You're saying navigators treat Earth as flat, right? So you must have found a different method.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me see the
Circles
method
of
you
equal
found that treats Earth. Go ahead.
The circles of equal altitude are flat for
they're on the same plane.
thousands of miles in all directions.
You're saying they're on the same plane?
The circles of equal elevation.
Yeah, you think they're all on the same
It's
plane?
one plane, yeah. This is what equal
Right.
elevation means.
Okay, so if you draw them on the same plane, they should intersect where you are, right? You're still Googling it?
Did he disconnect?
I think he's still looking it up.
Heading over to flatearth.org. Get the sources.
No, dude.
Okay. So let's say you're right. Those circles are on the same plane. So we can simply draw those three circles on
equal elevation.
Yeah, sure. So we can draw those circles
Equal.
on a plane and find where they intersect, right? That's where you are.
It's
That
like
doesn't work.
pulling flat Earth teeth.
Can only work on a
Just says it
can
again.
only work on a flat Earth, dude.
Okay, let's see. Let's see an example. Show an example where that works. And then I'll show an example where the globe works. Find one example where that works, I'll be a flat earther. At least if that works for other.
There's lots of videos on celestial navigation on YouTube. There's like thousands of them. So you can have a look at one of
However,
them.
there are two types. There are two types of videos on on celestial navigation on YouTube. One is the ones that explain the method. The other is the ones that come from flat earthers, right? I'm asking for the method. So either I'm going to find videos that do explain the method and they're not from flat earthers, or I am going to find videos from flat earthers but they don't explain the method. So I'm trying to get
it's
both
an
things at
elevation
once,
angle, right? You agree it's an elevation angle, right?
Yeah, I'm
So
giving you
measuring
all
elevation angles.
yeah, I'm giving you all the
Is that right? You
assumptions
agree
you
with
want.
that?
Yeah, I'll give you that for the sake of the argument.
For the sake of the argument.
Yeah.
So
So we're
so you don't
we're on
agree
flat
that
Earth.
it's an elevation angle. I'm pretty sure you heard you say elevation angle.
Yeah, they said it many times. So we're on flat Earth.
But you didn't mean elevation angle.
I did. So we're on
okay.
flat Earth. We're on flat Earth.
So
we're measuring elevation angles to stars.
So so on a globe, you're measuring an elevation angle. Is that right?
Yeah. You could do that as well. Yeah.
You can do that as well.
Yeah, you can read an elevation angle on flat Earth and on a globe Earth and whatever Earth you are. You can always measure an elevation.
But you are using an elevation angle on a globe to do your global celestial navigation. Is that right?
It's just called celestial navigation, but yes.
Okay. So elevation angle requires horizontal baseline. It's not curved.
Yeah, the horizontal plane of the observer. Right.
It's
the horizontal plane of the
horizontal,
observer
it's flat.
isn't curved.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a horizontal
And your
plane of the
distance is
observer. I agree.
measured. Your distance is measured along that adjacent. Now it could be hundreds or thousands of miles horizontal.
No. The
Yes,
distance is on the surface. A distance on the surface. It's not on the
the
horizontal
surface is
plane.
measured. The surface is measured horizontal
Not with an elevation
along
angle.
the
You're measuring
along the
surface to
adjacent
be horizontal.
along the adjacent, which is horizontal.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that, right? So we are in a
So
flat
a right
Earth.
triangle, the base of a right triangle is horizontal, isn't it?
Okay, so you also think there's a right triangle between you, the GP, and the star. Is that it?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay, congratulations. Your triangle contradicts trigonometry.
Celestial navigation is not trig, dude. Different method.
Well, a triangle has trig, right? So trig applies to triangles. If you have a triangle, then trig applies to it. If it doesn't apply, that's not a triangle.
Trig applies to triangle when using trig. Celestial navigation is not trigonometry. Yeah.
Okay, trig
We're
applies to
applying
any triangle.
trigonometry to a triangle, not trig. We're applying celestial navigation using a triangle. We're not using
Okay,
trigonometry.
how are you using that triangle? What are you doing with that triangle? Well, what are you doing with that triangle? What is being used for in celestial navigation?
Yeah, so we're not using trig in celestial navigation,
Okay, sure.
right?
Then what are we doing with that triangle?
So we're doing the method is celestial navigation, not trig, right?
Sure.
Trig.
Yeah. What we do with the triangle?
You don't do trig on when you're doing celestial navigation, right? It's a separate method, isn't it?
I don't know what trig is, but I'll give you that. I'll give you
You
that.
have no idea what
trig,
you have
right?
no idea what you're talking about, bro. But anyway, and yeah, I've
right. Okay, what do you do with the triangle? What is the triangle for? What's the purpose of the triangle in navigation?
so to measure the angle to the star.
Okay, and what do you do with that angle?
Which
you didn't tell me.
requires an elevation angle requires horizontal.
Sure. Yeah, I got that
So
part.
it's calculated by subtracting from 90 and multiplying by 60.
Right.
Did you hear that?
Awesome. Yes.
What did I
Which
just
doesn't
say?
make sense with a triangle. You said you subtract the angle from 90, then you multiply by 60, right? That gives you what?
The angle.
It gives you the distance to the GP of the star, right?
That's right.
And that's the radius of the circle of equal altitude, right?
What's that?
And that gives you the radius of the circle of equal altitude, right?
The radius, correct. Yeah, the circle. Yeah, correct.
Awesome. Now, how you get your location using it?
Baby flat earthers.
Just explained it to.
No, you explain me how to get a distance. Right? That doesn't tell me where I am. I have to do some